What's going on, everybody? Welcome to, and I get to say this for the first time in quite a while, the best way to start your week, Series E, Halo Infinite, a huge monthly that we are so excited to be here for. Series E, Halo Infinite, a game, of course, that is ingrained in the DNA of Esports Arena, and we're so excited to be back with it here for you all today. So welcome in. My name is Jay, I will be your host today. Excited to be joining all of you and kicking off another wonderful week of esports action here at Esports Arena. So welcome in. Hope you had a great weekend and hope you're excited for some fun Halo Infinite here tonight. Now, a couple things I want to address. First, let's talk a little bit about Series E here at the top. Now, Series E is a professional esports open circuit that absolutely anyone can join across multiple different titles. We've got Apex Legends, Guilty Gear Strive, Multiverses, and now a little sprinkling of Halo Infinite coming back into the mix. Now, how does it work? Well, players and teams come out and compete in our open qualifiers, and the best of the best make it into Series E. Now, what does that mean for them? Well, players will get to sign a contract, get sponsored by one of our partnered brands, earn a monthly salary, and compete weekly for points and prize money. If you and your friends want to get involved, head over to esportsarena.com today to answer any of your questions or to find out how to sign up. And of course, cool thing about Halo Infinite is now, with these monthlies returning, it's just open entry, folks. You don't have to fight through qualifiers or anything like that. You want to get in on the Halo Infinite monthly, keep an eye on our Twitter, keep an eye on esportsarena.com. When those signups go up, get in there, sign up, come and battle for some awesome cash here at Series E. So big excitement for that here at Esports Arena. Also, do have to give a big thank you over to the folks at Microsoft and everything that they're doing with PC Game Pass, because they are supporting everything that we're doing here with these Halo Infinite monthlies. We're super excited to be working alongside them, and we're thankful for their support and thankful for their help with helping us put all of this on for you all. I highly recommend, if you don't have PC Game Pass, first of all, what are you doing? Second of all, get it. A huge library of titles that you can play at will. My recommendation for today, one of my favorite games of all time, and they just put out actually an update today on Season 9, which will be starting next Thursday, March 16th. Sea of Thieves, one of my favorite games of all time. So much fun, great adventures, so many stories that I can tell about my time playing Sea of Thieves, and it's on PC Game Pass. So if you sign up, you can play it today. You can create your pirate, set out on your ship with your friends, and make sure to play Season 9 starting next Thursday. So we'll be talking about PC Game Pass all throughout the show today, but of course the big focus is going to be Halo Infinite, okay? Bunch of teams coming back into the action, a huge bracket here today that we're excited to get into, and I got a couple of good friends that'll be on the call today to break everything down. Tools and why not in the booth, ready to bring you all the fun, and they're ready to go. So I'm not going to waste any further time. I think we got a match on deck ready for you all at home, and I think Tools and Why Not are chomping at the bit to get into the action. So let's kick off our first monthly Series E Halo Infinite bracket.
Welcome to Series E
Halo Infinite.
Thanks, and I'm just excited to be here and excited to see even more Halo.
Auction have, but it might not be enough. There's one auction knows about the second strike.
Keep map control, get that flag on the move, and great shots from Mines to keep map control once again. The Commander Rifle doing so.
Blues luck around, the shots are ringing out. I believe that player had rockets, so the rockets end up in the hands of Gunshot.
Wait a second! But blown away by how well they played.
So the positioning to not only pick up a kill, but camo.
The BR side, and we ball aren't invited. Sorrel gets the back smack. That's going to be a double kill. 3 down. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back. Esports Arena Series E Halo, and let me tell you, it's about to be so fire that Garrett's smoke alarm is gonna go off. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casted. I'm kind of a freaking big deal. If you don't know, now you know. And I got my man Tools with me. Tools, tell him something, please.
Hey, bro, I'm getting the matches out, Tony. We gotta get blaring up in here. You know what I'm saying? Smoke alarms off, because there's some fire Halo action this week, and I'm just excited. Oh wait. Oh, You better not be daring the people for a good time right now, Tony, because that's all we're gonna have, man. Good times. Xbox Game Pass is supporting us, and we're gonna be able to play some incredible Halo. If you want to play the campaign, well, I'm pretty sure if you get Game Pass for PC, you can play the campaign for free, baby, and then you can play some Sea of Thieves Season 9. I'm excited for these tournaments, Tony, and the other thing I'm excited for is the turnout for today's tournament, because I looked over there, we had just about 40 teams sign up for a Monday night tournament, Tony. A Monday night tournament. We got that many teams showing up.
I mean, now's the best time to bring Halo back in. Like, we're all dying for some 4v4 action since after Charlotte. You know, we've had some 1v1s at some really cool tournaments, but this is 4v4 competitive action for $1,000. And on top of that, tomorrow, the new update was going to change competitive, ranked, and Halo Infinite forever is coming out. But why don't we take a look at our format seen on screen? It's 4v4, single elimination until top 8. Then it will turn into double elimination bracket. All matches will be a best of 3. None of that best of 1 stuff around here. Of course, you got a little bit of Aquarius, a little bit of Live Fire, a little bit of Recharge, Streets, Catalyst, and Argyle as well on top of that. And of course, $600 for first place, $300 for second place, and third place will net you 100 big ones. Top 3 get paid. And why didn't we sign? Garrett, why didn't we sign up? Top 3 get paid.
We gotta talk to Yazo. We gotta get him on the line. Be like, hey, that's a team of 3 right there. The beginning of the tournament, we don't start with casting. We start with watching our gameplays, you know what I'm saying? And then, hey, you know, once we get knocked out by Renegade in top 2 or Bohm or whatever it is, because you know we get into the winners final for sure, Tony. Then we can maybe do some light casting on the side, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, gee, $1,000 up for grabs, $600 for first place. I mean, I'll take that.
I don't know how you just assume that Renegade's gonna beat us. I'm thinking we win the winners finals, make it to the grand finals.
That's true.
And then we have plenty of time to cast the losers bracket when we chilling and waiting in the grand finals. But Chimpanzee and Six Karma, 2 teams that are definitely not in the elimination bracket, trying to make it towards that grand finals. You have Chimpanzees, which is captained by the young gun Syrian, I believe 14 or 15 years old, high Onyx player. The man plays fast and he plays smart as well, going up against Six Karma, which I believe is Allure, Strikey, and the boys. I want to say, I know they played absolutely lights out back at Charlotte. In fact, they were 1 round away. If they would have beat Proton Gaming, they would have made it into pool play. So literally 1 series away from making it into pool play is Six Karma. So it's going to be really tough for the Chimpanzees. No monkey business here.
Yeah, I heard they were a menace in the open bracket as well. Like, teams were fearing having to go up against that Mexican team. And well, now they're ready to show it out in the ESA tournament. And this is why I love the ESA tournament, Tony, is that when you go look at the top teams in this tournament, we have, I think, like 6 or 7 Mexico supported teams. So a lot of Mexican rosters today. I love to see the LATAM community come out, get loud, get their tournament on. But like you talked about, Syrian, he's what, 15? The last player I casted that I was like, damn, this guy's 15, Carmea, now on Shopify Rebellion. So, you know, he's seeing the pipeline, right? It's the same thing. I love to see the new talent in the scene starting to really fold their way into competitive and start making some waves. You know, you have to start small, but a little bit of motion starts to make some big waves in the scene.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Carmea because he's going to be in this tournament as well, going alongside his veteran teammate Ryan Noob. It's going to be a little bit of a different roster than you've seen with Shopify Rebellion at Charlotte, but it's still going to be really fun to watch. We're going to hone in, though, on this Chimpanzees versus Six Karma matchup. Stronghold Streets, game number 1, then guaranteed to see a game number 2, Slayer Recharge. That Slayer always breaking up the 2 objectives and then finally ending in Oddball Live Fire. How do you feel about this series layout? And then I want you to hone in a bit on Stronghold Streets and tell me what you want to see there for game 1.
I think it's a dangerous one for Chimpanzees, right? Because you're going against a red-hot Six Karma squad who had a great performance at Charlotte. Didn't quite get what they wanted, but definitely blew people's expectations out of the water. And you're playing them on one of the most swingy maps in Halo Infinite, right? Streets, Strongholds. If a team starts to get pace, starts to get control on this map, expect to start to see them to run away. And that's what I expect to see from the Six Karma squad.
Whoa, Six Karma immediately opened up with a double cap. It looks like Chimpanzees rotating right over toward that Charlie side. A Hail Mary grenade coming out of Esno to take down that player from, actually, I think we'll actually flip down around a little bit. So we have so Syrian Ezzo, excuse me, Signet and Morgan representing Chimpanzees, and a well-placed grenade stops the Charlie from being taken over. But eventually, it's Six Karma that take over that Charlie side base, and Chimpanzees trying to desperately hold on to the double cap.
Yeah, we'll try to keep that correct. There we go. We got the swap. Six Karma gonna be your red team. They give up those opening kills, right? And they start going down on the scoreboard, but they immediately respond. And what I love to see about this response is the sandbox, Tony. We see immediately them starting to gravitate towards the weapons on the pads, making sure they have that sentinel beam, the red gun, whatever it is that's needed to start breaking into hills. And then they break into B, and now suddenly they have a very strong hold on this map, and it's going to be very tough for Chimpanzees to get through. But you can start to see them eyeing their way towards C, but looks like there might be a change in plans. But you're going into danger. Oh no, the nade, Tony.
Didn't want to see that. That grenade gonna take down Syrian quick and put Chimpanzee a man down. Eventually, two Signet being left by himself, but apparently he survives like a lone wolf, takes down one, and now is gonna push back over toward the B side here. Really excited to see Six Karma in this matchup as they go 3 down. You know, we talked about their amazing run back at Charlotte. When I first started hearing about these boys, the Lures, the Strikeys, I believe Sepsties is Sepstars. When I first started hearing about them was during these Esports Arena tournaments back in Halo 5, and look at them now, literally one round away from making pool play, one of the top teams in Latin America. Watch out for Six Karma, they're the real deal.
Hey, you know what? What I remember back in the day was playing against Leor, Strikey, and Warsh in an Esports Arena tournament in Halo 5 and playing for top 12 against these guys, and now suddenly they're playing through the open bracket and starting to make some real waves in the scene. I love to see the improvement from the Six Karma squad, right? They've been consistently grinding since those Halo 5 ESA days, and now we're starting to see them really make some waves, really start to feel momentum in the scene.
As much as we talk about the young guns putting in work, like Syrian sadly not putting in much work here. Me, him, and you having the same amount of kills at the moment here on Streets. He's gonna have to step it up big time if his team wants to come out on top against Six Karma. Signet right over to the seaside, dodging nades left and right, or breaking through them, I should say, as Six Karma end up going 3 down here, and Chimpanzees have already taken over the Charlie side of the map, and now it looks like they're trying to work on the Bravo as well.
Yeah, they did a great job to break into C, but there was no follow-up from Chimpanzees, right? They gave up their resources towards A. Six Karma, although they are 3 down, they immediately spawn up and just trade out the hills, and now they still have access to fight for B. Nothing is going to be free on this map, and we're starting to see B. It's struggling on switching hands. It looks like Six Karma are going to be able to stabilize. The efforts from Chimpanzees fall short, and that's an incredible moment from Six Karma, right? Because they went 3 down, Tony. They lost their home base, but they recover immediately, know what the game plan is, and although it gets close to losing control, they respond right back. And now, well, they're gonna have to do it one more time because rockets fall into the Chimpanzees. This is their next chance to get a break.
Big rocket out of Signet right there to take down one, and like you said, everything is earned, nothing given here on Streets, and pretty much all of Halo Infinite, but especially Streets with those power weapons and how small the map is, how punishing it is. Once you go 3 down, it's very easy to manipulate those spawns, and as I say that, Chimpanzees find himself 3 down, and Syria finds himself fighting for his life at the moment, all the way back to the seaside. Stuck here right now, and while all this happens, Six Karma continue to put points on the board. It really gets out of control really quick. Chimpanzees need to answer right here, right now.
Look at this push from Chimpanzees. They're sending 3 players into the back of A. How does Six Karma respond to this, right? Are they going to try to build a wall at A, or are they going to try to rotate to C? Looks like they're putting a lot of resources into taking this fight at A, but the kill feed starts to light up blue, and all of a sudden it's 4 that go down. Six Karma seeing the respawn screen, and Syrian, who had a rough start to this game, leading the charge right there, and is instantly buying that time to get to B. This is where games can get dangerous. Games can get out of hand. It's a trip cap, and this C hill is not going to be free. We could see Chimpanzees make a push to stop this hill.
Hey, he might have been a little bit nervous here. Maybe one of the first times he's being broadcasted on stream. By me and you tools. I can get somebody nervous. Palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy, something like that. Rocket launcher coming up. Syrian and Chimpanzees deciding to wake up right now, holding on to that double cap, but here comes Strikey and 6 Karma striking 2 down, and that's the numbers advantage that 6 Karma were looking to accomplish. Now they're gonna break through the Rocket side and go after either Alpha or Bravo, most likely the B side, but Rockets haven't been grabbed yet. Finally, he's able to get it down to 1 shot, takes down 1. That's an off the rack kill, and Strikey somehow stays alive.
Yeah, so often the best offense on this map is playing a strong defense, right? We saw 6 Karma stuck at the back of C, but they don't try to push forward and get a break. Instead, they try to make Chimpanzees push into C, and well, it was a beautiful play by Strike. He was able to get a couple kills, open up the numbers on the map, and once they have numbers, that's when they push. They get the rockets, they play the next step, and suddenly they go from being cramped at the back of C to having a trip cap, and it's a trip cap with firm control. Chimpanzees spawning at the back of PD, but there's numbers towards A and C, and you're going to start to see a collapse. This is when trip caps can get deadly.
Things going from bad to worse here for Chimpanzees as 6 Karma continue to put points on the board. But as I say that, a well-placed grenade by Signet has been playing great all game long right there. Just about maybe the 3rd or 4th clutch kill that we've seen so far that breaks the setup of 6 Karma, allows Chimpanzees to explode through the B side, force 6 Karma right back out. Now they're still applying pressure here onto 6 Karma, so well played, but 6 Karma strike back. The response is inevitable. Chimpanzees fall 3 down, and 6 Karma are gonna steal Bravo because of it.
Yeah, heads up play by 6 Karma, right? They get the floor down, but they don't play too fast, right? They're making sure that they get the spawns where they want them over towards Cafe. Let your red gun player do a lot of damage, but great effort by Chimpanzees working together there to find the break. The problem is you're running out of time in this game. There's very few mistakes that you can make, and while they constantly are seeing the respawn screen because of the efforts of Leor, Strikey, and Sepsi, these guys are lighting up the kill feed. It really feels as if it's becoming a slaying problem towards the end of this game for this Chimpanzees roster.
Chimpanzees need to wake up right here, right now, as the boys in blue slide into Bravo right at the nick of time, but they need to hold off the push from 6 Karma, which is inevitably coming through. Signet throwing an excellent denial grenade over toward the C side of the map. Lord trying to find the angle. Sepstar has his back. A stray rocket player coming out of nowhere. That's going to be Syrian. Can't quite find the double kill. 6 Karma need to take advantage of the numbers. They need to get through here. They need that Bravo.
We're going to see Acid try to stop the trip cap pressure and get themselves a home, but the home's going to be at B, and this is where things can be a little bit dangerous. If Chimpanzees play their cards right, they can get themselves in another trip cap situation, get themselves back in this game, but it has to come from dominating the kill feed. And what we're seeing right now is trade for trade Halo, and Strikey's going to start to break the camels back. It's a dagger 2-piece at the back of A. That's how you secure a win for your team. A gonna transfer hands, and suddenly Chimpanzees, they're in desperation mode as they try to get up this driveway.
3-man push up the driveway side over towards Bravo. Syrian and Signet back-to-back kills onto 6 Karma, and now 6 Karma forced to back right out of that situation. They're punching this B side over towards Chimpanzees, so an excellent break right off of spawn, but damn near perfect Halo is what's going to be necessary for them to come back in this game, because one break and 6 Karma steal it away.
Let's see how strong you can hold this one. Here we go. The push into C. Can you get the stop? It's one shotgun player versus the BR and Sentinel Beam. Syria gets him away, but the shotgun comes back out. Sepsi gets the kill. B's changing hands, and C will be the cherry on top. 6 Karma able to survive the potential comeback. Or 1 second. No, there we go. It's all done. There we go. 6 Karma get game 1 done. It was a little bit back and forth towards the end, but a strong finish and a strong end from 6 Karma.
Yeah, Six Karma did what they had to do in the beginning and got in a crazy run and really dug a hole so deep that chimpanzees, despite great climbers that chimpanzees actually are, were struggling trying to climb out of it. Eventually, they were able to find their footing. Siri started to get into rhythm there. Signet was making play after play. Loved that, but it wasn't enough. Six Karma making a statement in that game number 1, and now going into game number 2, chimpanzees' backs really are against the wall right now.
Yeah, and you're going into Recharge Slayer, which is going to be the complete opposite of what we saw in game 1, right, Tony? Where game 1 was a very aggressive game where we saw a lot of trip cap pressures, a lot of 4 downs. Whereas Recharge, you're not going to quite see that same pace, right? Because of how long the crosses are on this map. It's going to be methodical on how you have to find these breaks. You will see the occasional 4 down, but it's very hard to cycle on this map. What's really important is to control the power weapons, right? Making sure you keep that shock rifle in your possession, making sure that you have the power positions at top glass, at top A, and then trying to fold the map in half and really saying, hey, if you pass this point, this arbitrary line, you are going to die, and forcing the other team to coordinate their efforts to find picks, which can be extremely hard, especially on the amateur level. When you get teams in a spawn trap, it's hard to break, where you have to be very coordinated. Yeah, we see pros make those breaks so often, but it can be backbreaking for some of these amateur teams who just don't have those repetitions with each other yet, who just don't have the experience to find those breaks.
Well, Six Karma really showing that they can keep up with the speed of chimpanzees and also slow the pace of the game down. So no matter what the game type map mode coming up next, I really feel confident that Six Karma are the stronger team going into it. And speaking of Six Karma, you know, we talked about the Latin American region, and obviously that's where Six Karma is coming from, was dominated so long by that Atso Drift and Tapping Buttons team. But now with Tapping Buttons hightailing it over towards the NA side, you know, you're crossing the border, coming over towards native white.
Hey, a top 4 finish as well. I mean, yeah. Hey, props to Tapping Buttons.
But that makes the Latin American, I guess, region just that much weaker, or I should say that much more open for a new #1 team to go win. So if I'm Six Karma, I'm thinking, you come out of tournaments like this, you do what you got to do. You come out swinging, and maybe we can see a team like Six Karma become that next #1 team in Mexico, be the best team in Latin America. I mean, they have it. You saw it right here, right there. You saw the aggression. You saw the ability to slow the game down. They have what it takes in order to be champion-level players, especially within that region. Maybe this is Six Karma's opportunity. Maybe this is their chance.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that there's not a regional this year in Mexico for them to try to claim their stake as the best Mexican team, because I think, like you said, it's a wide open field, and Six Karma, there was a lot to like about their open bracket run. Unfortunately, they weren't quite able to get it across the finish line. That's a lot of momentum that can carry on with them, and it's a scary team to face, whether you're a North American team like Chimpanzees, or if you're one of those defending champion Mexican teams like Luminosity, right? There is a lot to worry about. There's a lot of parity in Latin America, in that Mexico region right now, and I'm very excited to see how it shapes out and who's going to be making their appearances at the DreamHack Invitational in Dallas in June, and then potentially at Optic and HCS Arlington later this year.
Competitive Halo hasn't been tighter than we've seen so far in the start of season 2, and that goes all around to multiple different regions here, as we see Syrian flying right up over towards the Battledge side, ends up getting put down immediately, with Chimpanzees going blow for blow with Six Karma at every given turn. I'm loving what I'm seeing here as we're on board with Ezo and Syrian controlling the A side of the map, really feeling comfortable with stacking numbers on top of each other, maybe baiting and switching a little bit. Gotta be careful though. You don't want to get surrounded by Six Karma. You don't want to be the monkey in the middle.
Ezo able to find the first. He's looking for a second. Gonna be able to get the assist, but suddenly Sepsis has to be on the run. A great collapse from Chimpanzees. And the question is, what's the follow-up, right? Do they get themselves in that power position? You start to see one player a day, everyone else towards gold, so they do have the crosses in check right now, but can they handle the push of 6 Karma? How does 6 Karma get together and try to break this setup? If they're able to find that first pick, make their way in, that's their real chance. And this is what makes good teams in the HCS, right? Teams that can break out of lackluster positions into these power positions. And right now, they're going blow for blow. It's trade for trade. It's going to come down to this kill right here, and Signet's going to give it on up. That's going to flip these spawns out, and 6 Karma successfully break the stronghold that Chimpanzees had on the map.
Signet trying to do everything he can to stay alive. Surprised he's actually able to hide within that crack. He's alive here, but the rest of his team have to come off a spawn, and they have to make their presence known. They need real estate right now. And then the market is terrible. Trust me, I've been checking. Syrian over toward the top tower side. Signet going to be awarded the kill for that one. That allows Chimpanzees to overwhelm this tower side of the map. And right as active camouflage is coming up, 1 or 2 more kills, and that might be a free camo for Chimpanzees.
It's all about getting the position on the map, but sometimes that 15% down can be a backbreaker, and Chimpanzees just weren't able to make themselves a home. They have to default on the payments, and camouflage moves over to 6 Karma. They had no position on the map, but they were able to overwhelm this Chimpanzees roster, and suddenly now what was looking like a Chimpanzees game is starting to move over to 6 Karma. Leora able to get a kill that he definitely did not deserve, and now it's 3 down for Chimpanzees, and they're starting to get trapped at sea. And look at Acid, he's thinking, hey, I can maybe get this guy on spawn, and he's instantly on top of the player at long haul. Oh no, this is not looking good for Chimpanzees.
Clearly, Chimpanzees can't afford the rent around here because 6 Karma are coming in and they're breaking kneecaps. 2 down for Chimpanzees. Syrian going right back in for the reach out, but there's too many players in front of him. Somehow able to trade out the kill right there. So that's a big one by Syrian. That's going to slow down 6 Karma just a bit. And right as Chimpanzees are over on the gold side of the map, it looks like they're able to stabilize here, but they need a little bit more than that. They're still down by 5 kills.
Yeah, they're able to stabilize, but what was the end result, right? How much damage was done? Because this was a game that was Chimpanzees' game. They had control. They had a great lead. Now, suddenly, they're down by a substantial margin. They're going to have to come back, but they have SO with the shock rifle, right? This is what you're depending on to get yourself back in the game. It's going to be up to him to hit some great shots, and so far he's delivering time and time again, able to hit the perfect shot. Chimpanzees within 2, able to start building their way back into this game.
Electrifying plays coming out of Etso, but he needs more. Shock rifle still in hands, has a few bullets to work with here, missing just barely on that one. But meanwhile, off the screen, Syrian does find himself a kill, and now Syrian tries to push up, but he's going to be caught out. So Ezo still watching every angle with this shock rifle, only down by 2 kills. There we go. That's the perfect reversal kill they were looking for. 2 members are on the gold side here for 6 Karma. Chimpanzees continue to push them out. The pressure's coming in from 6 Karma, but they are not winning these gunfights, especially with Ezo watching this angle with the shock rifle. That's 3 in a row. What do they call that, a hat trick?
That's definitely a hat trick for Ezo, and he was not having a great game before he got the shock rifle, and now he's lighting up the kill feed. Things are changing favors as he is starting to push forward. Now look at him getting aggressive, getting close range. He's going to shoot that last shot down, and now he knows that it's out. Minute on the clock. Chimpanzees need to be hyper aware, because in that next minute, that next shock rifle could be game determinative. Who has their coach on the clock? Who's keeping track of the timers? The red rack update makes a big difference, but you have to defend home, and it's a flank from Strikey that tears everything down. A great effort from Chimpanzees to get back in this game, but just as they get back in it, it looks like there's some separation once again from 6 Karma.
Chimpanzees more like rats getting caught over toward the gold side, trapped, and 6 Karma make them pay through it. And now because of that, they continue to push forward, continue to grind forward, but Strikey catching a blueberry, as you would call it. I think the doctor says a few of those a day will keep him away. Not sure that's exactly what he was looking for, but Chimpanzee still down by 3 kills. 6 Karma able to stabilize and right back to 4 up. This next kill going to be so important for either one of these teams.
Antioxidizer, you know, you got to make sure you're getting your helpings. of those blueberries. They prevent you from aging, and well, Six Karma trying to push this game into its final moments. Just 3 kills to go. One thing to be aware of though, Tony, is right now the shock rifle's coming off of Respawn, and Chimpanzees does have the better position, but they're down by a hefty margin, and every death can feel backbreaking. In this moment, you need to win this one. There we go. Camouflage makes the difference. Six Karma go 3 down. It's just a 2-kill deficit now, but deaths cannot be afforded for Chimpanzees.
No blueberries needed. They're aging like a fine wine.
Oh no!
More like a bad hairline, because Chimpanzees choking that one just a bit. I thought that was their opportunity. Repulse, camouflage, a bit of momentum on their side. I thought we were about to see an incredible comeback, but Six Karma are the ones to push forward.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great effort by Syrian to try to get in a position to get kills, to tie that game up, but he just exposed himself for that much too long, right? It's that much that can make the difference. Just one step too far forward, not able to get away, and suddenly the game completely changes. Really, I think a great effort by the Chimpanzee squad. It shows that they have potential, but right now the experience that this Six Karma squad has puts them over the edge. They're playing phenomenal thus far. The Strongholds was very clean. The Slayer, we had shaky moments, but we saw great moments from that Six Karma squad to create that separation, to prevent the comeback from ever really becoming a reality.
Yeah, I mean, we got to remember Chimpanzees are a very young squad coming in, and I'm excited to see what their future holds. I mean, I was impressed by the plays that Signet was making. I already had Syrian on my radar as one of the young guns you got to watch out for. High damage dealer, and really a type of teammate that a lot of teams that are really maybe more structured but lacking firepower might need to open up plays. I think of like a team like maybe like a Shopify Rebellion and what they're able to do with the Carmea, you know, being that damage dealer and that lane opener. So watch out for Chimpanzees going forward, but also Six Karma coming for that #1 spot over in Latin America. We're not done, by the way. We're going to come into another matchup because I heard that you guys at home don't like breaks. So another matchup here, I want to say it's Native Red going up against One Trick. I know One Trick is Bobster, formerly of Status Quo, our world champion free-for-all player. By the way, Bid teaches. I know he's been around for quite a bit. Activists told me a bit about him. I've been watching him, and I've been really impressed. Then you have Frag Out, who I believe also comes from Rogue Company at one point, and then Shock coming over from Gears of War at some point. So a lot of different esports migrating here to Halo, making up this One Trick squad, but they're going against Native Red. And Native Red is already dangerous on its own, but now you have a player filling in Spartan over Talik right now. We know how dangerous Spartan is.
Right, Spartan fills in that spot beautifully. You want that main Slayer ability that Talik can bring. Although what we did see from this Native Red roster is that they kind of live and die by this 4-stack, right? We saw at Charlotte, not having Druck was a huge blow to them, not able to get out of the open bracket. So, you know, Spartan's a great player to fill in. Like, you expect them to go far, but I do feel like this Native Red roster is a roster that suffers from not having their core 4. Like, every single player brings something very important to that team. So if you're going to get the job done, if these Rogue Company pros, if these third-person pros are going to come make some waves in the 1P, you know, in Halo, this is the chance to do it. It's going to be hard, right? Spartan, he's a great player, great slaying ability. We see him often with the high KDs, but this isn't the Native Red roster that gets top 3 at Worlds, right? They are very dependent on having that 4-stack. So, hey, you know, maybe we can see some waves being made. I'm excited to see what happens in this game.
You know, I'm gonna push back just a bit, and I'm gonna pass it over to you with a question, with a question. So I agree with you with that 3-headed monster, because I feel like with Druck's speed and overall ability to slay and play objective, Soul Snipe's objective mastermind, and then Manny's X Factor, you really can't replace that. And we found that once you do, it doesn't fit in right. I'm agree with you. However, you know, Talik with his 335 sensitivity, Spartan coming in with like what 3-4-4 normally he plays on, so pretty close. And then Talik, what does he really bring to the table? He's a pure slayer. He just hits his shots and opens up the whole map for the rest of his team. And I think Spartan does the same. So I would say normally I agree with you with the other three, but I think you could agree that Spartan is probably the best replacement for Talik on this squad here in this tournament.
Yeah, there's just one thing that Spartan's not going to do that Talik is very important for this roster, and that's the IGL, right?
Okay.
Talik is the IGL for Native Red, so it's one of those rare moments where your IGL is also your main slayer, like a Lucid or a Frosty, right? And that's what I think Talik is really an important piece of this roster. That being said, I mean, hey, it's Spartan. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, and they're very similar players, right? Spartan, a very aggressive, high KD, high damage player. So if there's anyone that you wanted to replace with, Spartan's a great one. And look at that little technique from Spartan right there. He's shooting that DMR pad, right? The commando pad at the top of A, trying to see if he can get any damage down range. And we see Bid Teaches is the last player alive on the map, period, for about 8 seconds right there. And he's like, I guess I can get B while everyone else is coming off a respawn. And you know, the team's coming in to support him, but those spike grenades, man, they hit hard as we start to see the push from Native Red.
Love this Native Red squad, and another squad that kind of grew up with that with us within Halo 5, and I'm always love seeing what they've been able to do. Like you said, 3rd place at the World Champions just last year. However, One Trick are the real deal. We talked about Bop being that free-for-all mastermind. Frag Out ain't bad at free-for-all himself, by the way. Shock, a Gears of War champion, and then Bid Teachers, who might just be next up. This One Trick squad is dangerous, and I'm really excited to see them get tested by a squad like Native Red, but so far the double cap in favor of Native Red at the moment. The league continuing to grow, and now you see Native Red paint the whole scoreboard red as they pull off that trip cap by taking away Charlie.
Yeah, his One Trick roster actually does have a ton of potential, but these are the moments that make him break pro esports teams, right? How do you respond when everything is going wrong? It's a strong trip cap for Native Red right now, and they are just flying in your face, and Soul Snipe's going to be able to get two. It's just Bobster alive, and although he's trying to get C, the pressure is there. Native Red have players at each stronghold. They want to keep this trip cap and keep the spawns in cycle, and while Soul Snipe, he's not stopping anytime soon, but Druk doesn't even need the help. He gets two. One Trick are falling apart in this Strongholds game. This is looking like a potential 250 to like 12 score line, but finally One Trick able to stabilize, get the 4 down. But Native Red, it shows you the potential that this team has when they're rolling, Tony. They are a scary team. They can beat teams like Optic, like FaZe, like SSG.
And it was like you said, you know, the moment One Trick stabilized and put Native Red 4 down, I was almost happy for a second. Then look at the scoreboard. You're still down 11 to 141. So Native Red have plenty of time to come off a spawn, deal the damage they're looking for, take 2 caps right back, and literally within 42 seconds of getting trip cap, they almost get a trip cap of their own. And now Native Red are the ones putting points on the board. That's what happens when you play at this speed and this level of objective efficiency that Native Red do. Like, you're stuck in a hole, and you're always fighting off of your back foot, and it's really hard to do when Native Red continue to fly at you.
And that's what I love about the trip cap, right? I think teams always undervalue. I shouldn't say teams. I think players in matchmaking and like amateurs always undervalue the trip cap, because what did Native Red do right there? They got the trip cap, and although they went 4 down, they didn't lose control of the game because One Trick had to capture 2 hills, right? Even if they give up 1, that's fine. They respawn, they reset, like you said, Tony. And it's making it so One Trick have to go a step extra every single time. And while they're going that step extra, they're leaving spots open on the map, like the Rockets that lets Druk get 3 kills, make it 4. Oh no, he gets shut down at driveway. But that's it's still a tough moment, because although that kill goes in One Trick's favor, they're getting threatened for another trip cap as we speak.
It's the speed that Native Red play with. It allows them to make a mistake or two. Even though Druk goes down, he gets replaced immediately, and so is that stronghold. A BC hold come out of Native Red. They continue to drive points here. One Trick continue to get put down at every turn. That's another 3 down for them, and they already have 2 caps. A big pivotal kill coming out of Bop once again, but the cleanup comes in, and they're really not able to do much with it. They're going after Charlie. Native Red working on Alpha.
And that's a big kill by Bop, right? It shows you why he has multiple FFA championships in Halo Infinite thus far. When it comes to 1v1 fights, at any moment he can turn it up and take down any pro player. The problem is, I think we're seeing a little bit of the rust on Fragout, right? He was the breakout player in the first tournament at Charlotte, but we saw him take a pretty extended break off of Halo Infinite. He's coming back in. I think when Fragout gets up to speed, I think this is a one-trick roster that can maybe make some real upsets in the open bracket.
Yeah, really excited to see if One Trick continues to stay together and what they're able to do with that. I'll definitely be watching out for them when it comes to scrims and coming into tournaments like Esports Arena. Oh my gosh, what a backsmack coming. It just flies at him.
Not stopping.
It's a double kill. Going in for the triple. You know what? I'm going to let my teammate handle my light work for me real quick. I'll go after Bravo, dodging the spike grenades. And it's so tough going up against Native Red. It's a different kind of beast. They march to a beat of their own drum. They play Halo Infinite their way. Almost like almost like it's Halo 5.
Yeah, I mean, hey, this is Strongholds, right? Oh my God, overkill by Sparty. Oh no. Yeah, this is a game type that these guys are so efficient at, because this is what they learned Halo on, is Halo 5, the Strongholds, the rotational style Halo that was developed in Halo 5, and they just continue pushing it in Halo Infinite. Everyone's getting a little piece of the pie, right? Everyone's doing their job. It's a very convincing game one, and now One Trick have to find a way to recover after getting massively outslayed, massively out-rotated in the Strongholds. They're gonna have to find a way to reverse the script on Slayer,
which is going to be really tough to do, because, you know, back in Halo 5, the one thing I said about Native Red is their Achilles heel was their Slayer. But going into Halo Infinite, Native Red have become a very good Slayer team, seemingly out of nowhere. So the way they played that Stronghold Streets was absolutely masterful, but they've also showed the ability, more specifically back at Worlds, that they can slow the game down to match a map like Recharge. I love One Trick, and I'm really excited to see where they go from here. Maybe another tournament, because Native Red win this too well.
Yeah, it's a tough luck of the draw, right? You get to round 3, you're one round away for playing for the top 8, and you're probably going to be seeing yourself go home right here, because Native Red is a roster that should probably win this tournament, right? Even though this is like they've had their rough go at the beginning of HCS Season 2, I think they're ready to show that they are a contender. They're upset, man. Like, Druck wasn't able to make that flight. He wasn't able to get in the United States and play and try to really keep that momentum that they had at Worlds. It's a devastating loss for them. They're playing with a chip on their shoulder.
Well, One Trick better brush their shoulders off. I don't know. They got to figure out something. Maybe they need 2 tricks, 3 tricks, maybe 4 to go up against Native Red, maybe more, because, man, he steals away that active camouflage. A 4-1 start coming from Native Red. Manny trying to decide how he wants to go after Big Teachers. Better be careful, young man. A couple whiff shots right there. That might be momentum that One Trick don't need at the moment. Native Red 7-2, and now One Trick spawning over toward the long haul on the seaside. They cannot get trapped here. They have to find a way to get 1 kill and break through that. And how did Druck fall off the map?
You know, sometimes you don't have to get the kill. Druck will figure it out for you. The problem is Manny's here to follow it up. He's got a shock rifle, but the BR shot's a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right. He's gonna fall down, and suddenly the power weapon is up for grabs as Druck is trying to make his best comeback right here. He said, "I'm sorry for falling off the map. I'm going to try to make up for it in spades." And, well, Native Red, they finish their collapse, get their shock rifle back, and Soul Snipe puts another player on respawn screen.
Native Red close to tripling the score line of One Trick. We're struggling right now to come off a spawn. Shock does open up with a big kill on the opposite side of the map, but Spartan follows it right back up. And while that happens, Soul Snipe is coming in for the meanest flank. One Trick have no idea. He does end up getting spotted, but deals with one with that shock rifle. Wants a bit more. Now the collapse is coming in. Look at the pinch that Native Red are able to figure out here, but 2 members die on the A side. Soul Snipe dies on the tower. Love the idea of that pinch, but wasn't executed at best. Native Red goes multiple down. One Trick have an opportunity to capitalize through that.
Camouflage up. One Trick has the better position, but the gunny has been on native red side. And look at these players in red swarming towards C. It's one alive and it's frag out. He's able to at least get one before this camouflage gets back into play, but he's not going to be able to get anywhere. Soul Snipe has been a machine with his BR thus far.
And Spartan not too shabby either. Whoa, where's the call out? My gosh, Spartan's able to deal with the one and even gets a back smack on the second one in almost the same exact position here. Bop off of spawn, feeling the long range shot of Sparty McFly. Looks like he's trying to figure out exactly what route he wants to take here. Helps his teammate over toward the long haul side, puts shots on multiple players. It's so tough for One Trick when you're playing up against a player like Sparty who just puts damage on every single player on the map, stays alive, just bees that nuisance, and allows his teammates to come in and pick up the pieces. And of course, double kill into the killing spree. Look at that scoreboard. It isn't getting any prettier.
Oh no, and I love how Soul Snipe just tries to get right back into this fight, right? You can see he wants all of the smoke, the long range stick. Oh, he's looking for 3. Oh my god, Soul Snipe, he was so far out of the fight, but he wills himself back into it. And Native Red, they do not play slow. Smarty's picking up 2 of his own. One Trick are constantly seeing the respawn screen. You don't usually see these recharge slayers move so fast.
Whew. Sparty showing why he's the leading slayer on Sentinels, 13-5 right now, 6 assists to go along with. And also Soul Snipe, normally that objective player, coming out doing well. I got to interview him not too long ago. He said he was going to start working on playing his life. And once he gets through that, just more kills will start to come towards him. Let the game come towards him as opposed to trying to force the action. Clearly, it's working for him against One Trick as Spartan is able to snatch up the active camo. It's going to be burnt right away, but Native Red are 9 kills away from taking this game.
Yeah, it shows you how the way you play the game can change depending on the game state, right? Because the lead is so big for Native Red, they're not necessarily trying to get the camouflage to play for kills. They're trying to get the camouflage just to play a keep away from One Trick. Soul Snipe, combo misses. You know, it happens. Tough fight. Bit teaches a couple times in this game, has really showed out his skill and has been able to out BR a couple times. I just think it's the macro presence from Native Red that's really won them this game. The individual talent is there for One Trick. We've seen multiple out BRs by Bid and Bop this game. It's just not enough to keep up with this overwhelming pressure that Native Red provides.
Native Red painting recharge red with the blood of their enemies right now. Look at the way he drunk his flood. He does not care. My man tries to swing off the map, get that final kill while falling to his death. It would have been better if we actually would have got the kill, but it doesn't matter. Sparty gonna finish it off 16-9 out of Sparty in that Slayer as they 2-0-1 Trick and move forward.
Hey, you know, you got to stun on them at the end. You know, make a statement, show that was your game.
You got to hit it,
Native Red look incredible thus far. I mean, it's the macro. It was still there. You know, I think there's always the worry when all 4 of them aren't playing, but I think you might be around to something, Tony. I mean, hey, Sparty, he's basically Talik 2.0. They're able to get the job done. There's going to be some stiffer competitions as the rounds go on, though, right? Round 4, round 5, that's when things start to get pretty serious because we had a lot of teams sign up and there's some stiff talent at the peaks.
Yeah, I want to keep it going. I'm not sure if we have another matchup here for Venture. Maybe Yeso has a couple words. Either way, really excited about what we've seen so far. That was Native versus One Trick. And tell me about Native's chances of going the distance here in this tournament. Like, do you have them as one of the favorites? Because there's plenty of other competitors that we have.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the bracket. I'm trying to look and see what's in their way. And it's the next round, in fact, Luminosity versus Native Red, that I think is a very interesting game. But I think at the end of the day, I would have to put Native Red right up there as one of your favorites, right? I think you just have to. The team is just so damn good when they're running the way that they are. And I expect to see them go pretty far in this tournament, Tony.
Well, we're going to jump into a little bit of a different side of the bracket. I want to show you guys multiple teams, especially one of my favorites, Incognito, which has one of your favorite players in Carmea, Ryan Noob, Piggy, and Nessie. I got to play a little bit with Piggy and Carbea back in Halo 5. We got the chance to watch them really grow up before our eyes, and then combining them with a veteran like Ryan Dubin and Nessie, who's been mentored by Ryan Dubin as well. This is an exciting squad to watch. They have speed, they have smarts, they have everything that you would need in a team. It looks like they're going up against Demise, who okay, so we have Kohler NJ, Port Stars, and You Boo Boo. I've seen Port Stars. I've actually played against them in some Z League tournaments, believe it or not. So, and Kohler NJ, I match in matchmaking quite a bit, and I believe they're captained by FTP Tigger. So, I'm happy they've made it this far. You know, round 3 is great. Incognito Dane Hayden.
Hey, I mean, Incognito, you might as well call them final boss right now for Demise, because this is going to be a tough matchup for them. This is going to be, I don't want to say a slaughter, but you never know. You know, people can come out. But this Incognito squad, they're a hungry squad, and these are the teams that they kind of perform the best against because they're grinders, right? They're not going to let little things slip by. It's usually the teams that also grind, that are playing at the top level, that kind of give them trouble. I think this Incognito squad is just going to be absolutely flying through. And the other tough thing for Demise is that we start on Stronghold Streets again, right, Tony? We've seen it multiple times now. Stronghold Streets can quickly get you in trouble. The trip cap pressure is severe on this game type.
By the way, guys at home, I don't want you to think that we're doing the same layout for every round. We're still in round number 3. We just happen to be showing you multiple different matches within that round number 3. So that's why it's the same layout from Streets into Recharge into Live Fire. And yeah, I mean, I never want to count anybody out. You know, like I said, I've seen the Demise players myself, and I've seen what they're capable of. And so this is not me taking any shot at them whatsoever. It's just me being realistic and recognizing who they're going up against. You know, Carbea and Piggy have teamed together at the top level. And for those of you guys who don't know, I'll give you a little inside information. Nessie was almost a 4th on E United alongside Ryan Noob and Rain. So they were running together. Eventually they ended up going with Suspector back then, but Nessie was legitimately running with them and almost their 4th. So these players not only are super talented, not only do their play styles really match with each other, but on top of that, they even have experience with each other as well. One of the reasons what makes them so dangerous. Either way, we gonna give Demise a fair shot. I'm excited to see what you got, Kohler, Tigger, Boo Boo, not Dubu, and Port Stars. Show me what you got.
Hey, you know, You Boo Boo, you're a little late with the name. I don't think I've ever seen any other esport that had a person named Boo Boo before. But now we have 2 in Halo. It's getting a little crowded with the Boo Boos. We'll have to see. You know, Tony, this is the way for you to make a name in the scene, right? You get matched up. You have a chance to be on stream against a very good team. How do you perform against this squad? This is how you get picked up. This is how you make waves. This is how you get noticed. It's time to perform, but already the trip cap from Incognito, and it's a dangerous position for the rest of Demise as they're about to see their demise. The push is coming through. 3 players go down. It's just Tigger last alive.
I mean, one of the most annoying players to play against. He plays on a high sensitivity, high FOV, and he just flies at you, puts down damage, and then just sneaks away strong siding. Most of the time you're watching his POVs and be looking down at the floor running away, and that's because he's just staying alive and allowing his teammates to pick up those pieces. As Incognito starting off with a trip cap right away. They're going to allow the Demise to spawn up over toward the PD side, but now you're seeing multiple members start to fly in and put that damage down.
They're not stopping anytime soon. Carmea, he's jumping right back into this fight. Can't get away when the rest of the players. 4 go down for Demise once again, and suddenly we might be on speedrun.com. Tony, how fast can you win a game of Strongholds on Streets? I think we're at world record pace right now for Incognito.
115-0 the trip cap still in effect. Destiny over toward the cafe side, blocking that spawn, so the spawner is going to be coming up over towards the PD, and they snatch up rockets. Finally, the Demise are able to put a point on the board, but you know it takes 2 to tango on Strongholds, and there's no shot that you could take a second Stronghold when you're giving triple kills away. Necessity Not necessary with that aggression, but the Rockets reign supreme here on the streets.
And Demise is going to try to get into C right away, but the problem is you're on a split cycle. The players are spawning at PD, and Necessity, he doesn't need no help. He's going to get 2 perfect kills, a double for him as he puts them on respawn screen. Demise, they just need to get all 4 players up on the map at the same time. You can't afford to let yourself get split over and over again.
Uh-oh. We got a problem here. Fools, we got a problem because there's somebody's scoreline on Demise that's matching the scoreline of their team right now. My man Kohler NJ's on Goose Alert, and Necessity is on Ripping Faces Alert as he put his 15th kill on the board, his 2nd triple kill of the game. All of Demise spawning over toward the seaside. Kohler ends up going down immediately. That's going to be Necessity's killing frenzy as he's not able to get away from that. But now, just less than 15 seconds, and the trip cap is still in effect. Somebody get Kohler a kill. This can't happen. No. Oh.
It's a tough break. It's a tough break. But Incognito, I mean, hey, that was like world record pace. That was like 3-minute and 15-second game of Strongholds, Tony. Just over 3 minutes to win a game of Strongholds.
Hey, look, my man's from Jersey. I seen the NJ in his name. I ain't giving no excuses right there. You got to come on this game number 2. And I know it's gonna be tough. You might end up losing. You might end up getting staked. But I'm gonna need you to come with double-digit kills. I'm gonna need you to bounce back. I believe in Cole. Like I said, I've matched against him in matchmaking multiple times. I've seen what he can do. It was tough in that game number 1. I know the mental's ripped to shreds, but you also got to realize if you have aspirations of becoming a pro, you got to press that mental reset button. You got to click it and forget everything happened beforehand and go into game number 2 swinging.
Yeah, I mean, but Tony, he's playing you in matchmaking. You know what I'm saying? That's a far step.
This is
you know
easier. I'm saying this is easier for him.
Hey, you know, you might be onto something, Tony. You might be on. I played you in matchmaking.
I promise I shoot better than Ryan Noob.
True. Okay, you know what? My bad, Tony. I'm gonna back up. I'm gonna pay the respect that you deserve, baby. I'm gonna pay the respect you deserve. But this is just the tough matchup, and like you said, you want to see him get double digits. You're saying, hey, they might get staked. Like, I was like, if you get staked, that's like you're averaging less than 10 kills a player on your team. That's a tough. That's
I'm
a
gonna
tough
need him to
task.
pop off. I don't care about the rest of the team. I need him to pop off to recover from that performance.
Okay, yeah, you know what? Fair enough. I think Stake might be on the menu once again. Necessity was the player that really popped off for Incognito the first time, and it was crazy to see how effective he was at playing in the middle lane, right? He was able to always stay between his teammates, and he was just listening, waiting to pick up the pieces that were left over. This time it's going to be Carmea who gets the shock rifle. Oh, tough first shot, and a second one that doesn't quite get the finish. The third will be just right as Goldilocks makes his way to the top of glass. He's looking to get more. Carmea trying to finish off this team.
Yeah, I play with Necessity quite often, and he's deadly, man. Not only does he have a big brain play for the game and really thinks about the macro at all times as an IGO himself, probably going to take a backseat to Raidu here in this matchup, but on top of that, he has the mechanics to match. The man can simply hit his shots and is always, I guess, I think, one step ahead. So when you have a player whose like thumbs are just as good as that brain, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know you have a dangerous player. Necessity right now. It's Carmea on screen showing us how dangerous this shock rifle can be. A 10-4 start here coming from Carmea.
Oh, Carmea not going to be able to keep that streak alive. A jump shot challenge will take him down, but Necessity is so confident, right? Takes the 1v2, does not care. Able to get 2 kills before he's taken down, and he's going to depend on the rest of his team to finish his fight. Demise are constantly getting cycled on this map, and that's what you don't want, right? Especially in the Slayers. You want to keep 4 players up at the same time. It can be devastating when you just can't all stay up, and we're starting to see it once again. 2 go down there. You're not going to see the immediate recovery for Demise as Incognito just keep the pressure up, and you're going to constantly see a player grayed out on the screen for Demise.
My boy Kohler already having 2 kills on the board, 1 assist to go along with it. I want to see 8 more. You got plenty of time to do it. I believe in my brother from Jersey as Pinky. Going down to 1 shot, immediately feeding Kohler right there. Excellent positioning, easy kill. Gonna continue a well-placed grenade. Not gonna quite find the kill for that, but Tigger should be able. Actually, Tigger goes down. The buys go 4 down. No. That was That was a little problematic. That should have been an easy one shot, maybe 2-shot kill for that Demise player. That's when you go 4 down, you're gonna feel the pain here from Incognito.
All right, he was going Soar. He doesn't care that there's 4 players alive. He's going to take down the first, and he's going back up. I can't make the Tarzan noise. That was so bad, Tony. I can't believe I went for the Tarzan. Can you make a Tarzan noise?
I cannot, but I also am aware that I cannot, so I'm not going to try.
Yeah, I don't know why I tried it. That was crazy. That was absolutely crazy that I tried it. I got to get down in the diaphragm. Here, let's see. I want to see someone swing again. The next swing, Tony, I got it, bro. I promise. I'm going to recover. Okay. I'm going to recover. I'm gonna watch some Tarzan tonight. You know, I got the Disney Plus subscription.
Okay.
I gotta make sure I put on Tarzan tonight. I'm gonna try it back once again. Do not let it fear. I feel like I was like a seal for a second, Tony.
Disney Plus is cool. I'm not gonna lie, but it just doesn't come.
Xbox Game Pass is better though.
I was gonna say it doesn't come to that value that Xbox Game Pass provides, man. It's just so many games. And let's be honest, we all gamers here. You know, I love Halo, but sometimes you need, you know, that chill game because, you know, you're tired of playing ranked and what I tired of losing CSR, and you need to come back and get that mental reset. And Xbox Game Pass is all the games that you guys need. So make sure you guys get some of that. Thank you, Microsoft, for supporting these tournaments. A 33-16 lead coming in from Incognito. Demise once again getting trapped over toward the A side. There's not really much you can do. Incognito won't allow you any space on the map.
Nah, I mean, Ryan was going for those long-range noob combo shots when you know things are looking dire, and Nestie's able to clean up the next. And honestly, what I'm looking forward to, Tony, I want to see Xbox Game Pass start putting some movies and stuff on there too. I want it to be my one-stop shop at the end of the day, because, you know, I can play whatever game I want, but I want to just have one subscription and forget about it. I think Game Pass is really that thing that's going to do it for me, dude. I love my Xbox Game Pass. I can play whatever game I want and feel it out. That's how I play all my single-player games these days.
And mind you, you got PC games now. You know, maybe you got something going with the movies, maybe some music. You know, you said one-stop shop, right?
Buy yourself something coming. Hey, you know, I just swinging it around. I'm ready, bro. Give me the ultimate subscription.
Download on your Zune. Remember what is it called, a Zune?
Dude, Zune was actually that. You're gonna make me do a funeral right now. That thing deserves a Viking funeral. The Zune was ahead of its time. I'll stand on that hill. You know, the iPod was awesome, but the Zune was greatness. Oh man, I don't think we're ever gonna see another music device like that one. Perfect shots from Necessity as they start to wrap the corner. It's just one more kill to go. The headshot not gonna connect, but Incognito are gonna get the job done. It's gonna be a nice medium rare steak on the menu.
Woo! And I guess that was the garlic butter on top right there. That perfect kill with the shock rifle coming out of Necessity. 31 kills between Necessity and Piggy in that matchup there. It was tough, like I said, and we knew it was going to be tough. Like, Demise did a great job making it to round number 3, which, by the way, is not easy to do in tournaments
not
like
easy
this.
At all.
So, you know, definitely want to give Demise their flowers to make it up here. But, you know, I say it all the time. There's levels to this. You know what I'm saying? And then Incognito, you're talking about 2 professional players and 2 top amateur players who I consider professionals at this level as well. Incognito, the real deal. They 2-0. They're going to advance forward into round number 4.
Yeah, Tony, and last time we talked, right? You told me about this cool thing called, let me see, I put a note on my phone. Anime? I feel like that's their anime arc. You know what I'm saying? You get bopped down. Everything is just, it's worse. You know, like you said, you're learning that there's levels to it, and now you're like, okay, let me get in my little training arc. You know, let me make sure that I'm ready to go on to the next one. So once again, Tony, thank you for putting me on to that anime thing. I watched a couple. It's pretty damn neat.
Oh, you only watched a couple?
Yeah, a couple. Yeah, for sure. I watched Kuroko no Basket, and I watched Attack on Titan. Those were the 2 that I watched.
Only a couple. I'm
only
sure.
a couple, bro. Hey, we'll have to see it in a couple weeks. I'm glad that you put me on it, Tony. I had no idea that it existed. It's a whole new world.
Well, we're gonna have Garrett lie to us a little bit more later on. But for now, why don't we send it over toward Jason and break down some of the matches that we've seen so far? Who, by the way, is also an anime enjoyer and not afraid to admit it.
I'm literally rocking the drip right now. All right, Jujutsu Kaisen, goated anime, one of the best first seasons, one of the best first episodes you'll ever watch. I mean, incredible hook, great characters, wonderful animation. I could talk about it all day. Tools, I hope you watched Attack on Titan and Kuroko no Basket, because those are two wonderful anime. If you're lying, we're gonna have a talk later, but we'll deal with that when it comes up. Great first few matches there, though. Great casting from my friends there. Why not? And Tools. Do want to, of course, just give another big thank you to Microsoft and everybody with the PC Game Pass and their continued support of everything we're doing here at Series E. Excited to bring Halo Infinite back into the fold, and that is because of those folks at Microsoft and their support of us. So thank you so much. Make sure to check out PC Game Pass today. A huge collection of incredible titles that you could play right now if you subscribe to PC Game Pass. So head over, do that, play some Sea of Thieves, play some Halo Infinite maybe, play something else. Honestly, you can find something you love in there. I promise you that. We're gonna head to a quick break right now. When we come back, plenty more Halo ahead of us. We'll see you in a few.
Welcome back, gamers, to your Series E Halo Infinite monthly events here. So far, we've seen a crazy $1,000 event so far. We've seen a bunch of round 3 matches, and we have one more round 3 matchup before we're able to decide who makes it into the top 8. Again, I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting. I got my man Tools with me. How you feeling, Garrett?
Yeah, I'm great. I'm in the winter wonderland right now. So if y'all don't know, I'm from Vegas. I'm visiting some folks up in Utah right now. There's snow everywhere. It's crazy, Tony. And then I came up, Tony. Look at it. Oh, you're not gonna see. I broke my glasses, dude. I'm struggling out here. But what's not struggling is some of this gameplay. I feel like we've seen some incredible performances thus far, from some very good teams, and this is going to be a tough matchup for Movement Fiesta, right? Breaking Shot, Gilkey, Posey, and Common. A very good team. Ignore the colors right there, guys. So the red team is Movement Fiesta, and the blue team is Proton Gaming right now.
Proton Gaming had an incredible run over at Charlotte where they were able to beat out 6 Karma to make it into full play, and then continued their run from there. However, they dealt with one of their players in Haynes retiring, and now they're currently looking for a 4th player. And I love the fact when I saw Proton Gaming's free agent post, because they said they're looking for a player that wants to fit within their system. It's not just about being mechanically sound. It's not just about being like, the best Slayer, but you have to be able to fit into Proton's gaming system, which, I mean, hey, you look at Chris Common and Haynes, back in the day, it worked with Oxford Esports. It's been working on Proton Gaming. So if I'm a player that's trying to take that next step and I know I have skill, I'd be willing to jump in and just learn from Chris Common, because he truly is a veteran within the scene.
Yeah, no, this is a great opportunity for some AM players who want to find a consistent team to run with. I think Proton Gaming is consistently shown that they're playing for those top 8 positions, and I'm really excited to see if they're going to be able to break that top 8 come these next couple events. And Tony, what's even better about today is that they have Gilkey filling in, because Haynes decided to retire. He's not going to be putting as much time into Halo anymore. They have Gilkey filling in, and Gilkey had a top 4 finish at Charlotte.
Yeah, Native White not only fought the open bracket just like Proton Gaming did, but they went on a crazy run. It was insane to watch what Native White, Native White were able to do. Breaking Shot, Gilkey, Posey, and Chris Common, or Pivman, as he's going by right now, holding on to a trip cap 117, Master Chief, to 0 lead in favor of Proton Gaming, and players lining up just so Proton can knock him down.
Yeah, the trip caps have been severe in this round 3 thus far. We've seen it time and time again, and Proton Gaming, they're not slowing down whatsoever. Gilkey gets the red gun, and man, Gilkey's so good with this weapon. I think he is in the conversation as one of the best stalker rifle players in the game.
As of right now, trying to stay alive with that stalker rifle and shotgun combination, able to do so over toward the C side. Meanwhile, his teammates off the screen, are getting kills that are necessary. Oh, Tyler spawning right in front of Gilkey. This is not where you want to be when he has all the power weapons in the game. Oh, what an awful spawn for him, as Gilkey's going to continue to push forward. And I've seen these Movement Fiesta guys. I've seen them in matchmaking. I've seen them in tournament play as well. They're actually really, really good, and I'm not surprised that they made it out to round number 3. Incredibly young, talented teams. I even saw the last shot, actually, Ninja, Eli, the Sensei, Eli, formerly known as Eli the Ninja. He ninja'd him in a 2v2 tournament literally just yesterday. So they can make exciting plays. They can go on these crazy runs. Obviously, it's going to be tough for them going up against Proton Gaming, but I'm really excited to see what the future holds for these young guns like Movement Fiesta.
Yeah, and so like we said before, these are the moments where you can really make a name for yourself. It's like having a great performance against a team that is leagues better than you. It's those moments that people start to recognize you. They go, oh damn, you're that guy that like held his own against Gilkey, against Ryan Noob, against some of these better players. And well, this is their chance. You better not blow it this game, though. We're starting to see Movement Fiesta. They have 2 caps at the moment, but you can see already Proton Gaming starting to put some resources towards B. It's going to be up to some big gunfights to prevent this from switching hands once again.
I love how Chris Common found himself in the middle of 3 different players on Movement Fiesta and somehow still comes out with the trade. He's like, you need 3 of you to take on me. 2 caps back in favor of Proton Gaming. We did see a nice little run by Movement Fiesta, but now the response coming right back in as Movement Fiesta find himself 3 down back to back, and the pressure continues to come in. Proton Gaming are bringing in the pain. Pivmon, 14 and 8, 3 assists to go along with it. Already trying to work on the last stronghold that Movement Fiesta have. Couple back shots over towards Movement Fiesta as he moves himself, or the party, or the Fiesta, if you will, over toward the A side.
Proton Gaming trying to get this hill, but the reset's gonna come in and the scoring continues for Movement Fiesta right now. I think putting up a stiffer resistance than Proton Gaming had expected, and suddenly it's just Gilkey and Common that are alive on the map, and they're gonna have to fight through the defenses of Movement Fiesta, who are starting to get some great momentum behind them. Tony, this like last 45 seconds has looked great from them.
Hold on to the double cap right now. They're going blow to blow with Proton Gaming, even able to trade out their lives. Tyler doing everything he can to stay alive here on the Beast Tree side. And now the rotation coming in over towards Charlie. As soon as Proton Gaming play for the Alpha, they perfectly out-rotate him. Loving the way Movement Fiesta are playing right now. Proton Gaming getting a run for their money.
It's a double, and well, Tyler, he was looking for a triple kill for his second. Tyler's been on quite the tear, Tony. I feel like we're seeing him approach killing frenzy levels. I feel like it's been a long time since he's died, and he's continuing to light up the scoreboard killing spree. But that was a killing spree that had multiple assists throughout that entire fight. A great effort from him.
We're not going to ignore the fact that you just gave him the hardest caster's curse there. At the moment you talk about his killing spree, my man gets a stray nade right to the kneecap right there. We're not going to act like you didn't just cast a curse, my boy.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do. You know, sometimes I got Proton Gaming winning. You know, I got some people that I said, hey, Proton's going to win. I'm making sure that that Movement Fiesta can't get back in. I'm going to hype up all of these boys. They're doing great. I love every single one of these players on Movement Fiesta. I think they can make this comeback a reality. But Proton Game, oh my God. Ghost, a great kill from him. Suddenly, I mean, Tony, you know, never say never is what I always say. This is looking closer and closer as time goes on.
Despite the fact that Garrett almost admitted to like a little inside trading, I guess,
a little
over here.
Insider trading, yeah, right?
But yes, I mean, obviously Movement Fiesta have been playing quite well here on Streets, especially a map as punishing as Streets, where you expect Proton Gaming to go on these huge runs like you kind of saw Native Red do earlier, and you've seen plenty of teams do time and time before, but eventually Proton Gaming able to stabilize, able to equalize the situation just a bit, and now we're talking about just a few more seconds before they come out with this win, especially with Gilkey shooting like that, even one shot, continuing to apply pressure, tagging everybody up on the map as Proton Gaming take game number 1 win away from making it into the top 8, which, by the way, that's when double elimination begins.
Yeah, double elimination when we get to that top 8. So everyone trying to get to that point today. I think we've seen I thought we saw some great moments from Movement Fiesta. I think Proton Gaming was expecting to take that like a 250 to 50 game, you know what I'm saying? But none of that here today. We saw some great moments, and now it's time to take those moments and build consistency, right, Tony? That's what they're going to need in the Slayer on Recharge if they're going to take a game away from Proton Gaming.
One thing I would love to see Movement Fiesta do is maybe do a little bit of film review, like go back in and find out where your strengths were going up against Proton Gaming, like where were your downfalls going up against Proton Gaming? Because the fact that you were able to go on these runs, the fact that you were able to look competitive within that matchup multiple times shows that there's real talent there and there's a real future there for this very young squad. So do that film review. go in, you know, go over these strats and find out what your team is looking to accomplish, you know, both as individuals and as a whole, and try to align those two things together, because maybe with a few tweaks to their gameplay, maybe we see Movement Fiesta come out with the win on that. Wouldn't that be a huge upset against Proton Gaming?
Yeah, the improvement grind never stops, right? It's about getting better time after time. It's a slow and steady buildup, but it's so satisfying when you start taking games off teams that you weren't able to even sniff close to victories before, right? When you start feeling yourself just getting better at the game. And we saw a lot of that improvement for some very important players in Halo 5, right? That native red roster, that's what they did, right? It was about playing together for a long period of time, building those repetitions, doing film review when no one else was doing it, getting better. And then suddenly at the end of the game cycle, they're taking games off of some of the best teams in the game. And then when Halo Infinite comes out, they're ready to take championships. They got top 3 out of the worlds. They're playing better and better. I think the improvement grind is really satisfying when you're seeing those improvements. And right now, I think there's a lot to look forward to from Movement Fiesta with how you performed in that game 1.
And just to remind you guys at home, we're trying to find out who's going to be that final team to make it to the top 8. You have, you know, GBX, who was made up of Falcon and Frosty, Renegade and Tusk. Who would have thought they'd be in the top 8? You know, you have 6 Karma, who we saw on screen not too long ago. Palm Villains, the triplets, alongside Boo Boo Dubu. Native Red, we saw them earlier. That was Spartan filling in. Luminosity Gaming, captained by Drift, another Mexican team already in. Incognito, we saw them before. And Aloha, which is captained by Bo. I'm gonna have so much fun if we cast them. That's Bohm, Precision, Nirvanical, and instead of Monster, it looks like they have Huss coming in, who was on that Leftovers roster.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah, that's a very fun roster. Maybe harkening to Precision. I believe Precision lives in Hawaii, right? So maybe harkening towards that. But right now, Proton Gaming looking to just speed run through game 2. Look how aggressive Breaking Shot's being on this push towards long haul, getting so much damage downrange. Movement Fiesta struggling to get their legs beneath them, but all it comes down to is getting a couple vital kills, and they can stabilize this position.
Breaking Shot are only 5-1 at the moment. Meanwhile, the entire team of Movement Fiesta as a unit haven't been able to put 5 kills on the board here. As I say that, of course, I'm going to curse him. Breaking Shot ends up going down. That's not on you, Breaking Shot. That's on me. But the response from Movement Fiesta coming right back in. A little bit of pancakes coming in. You know, I'm hungry. I'll eat breakfast anytime.
And well, yeah, I love the pancake medal in this game, Tony. It's one of the more satisfying ones to get. The only thing I wish is that it was easier to tell when a kill would be a pancake. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes I feel like I'm just sending people into the wall hoping that it becomes a pancake. Oh, no. He tried to send one back to sender. Instead, he got a little ninja that just didn't go onto the screen, jumped over the head. Proton Gaming gets the next kill, but Movement Fiesta having their moments, but they just need to be a little bit more consistent.
Looks like Breaking Shot able to steal away that active camouflage, and it looks like Last Shot wasn't able to provide that last shot to put him down and burn it. So as of right now, Movement Fiesta must be seeing ghosts. Proton Gaming able to navigate the side of the whole map. Breaking Shot not being located, able to take down one, puts one down to one shot. That's going to be half the team of Movement Fiesta on the black screen. The other half being chased down. Well played by Breaking Shot, avoids that grenade, and he's still going.
Oh my, the kill feed starting to light up red though. Breaking Shot, he's trying to stay alive, but we're seeing a bit of a response from Movement Fiesta. But right when we see the response, Gilkey lights up the kill feed too with the shock rifle. And what we've seen from Movement Fiesta is they just haven't been able to get out from home, right? They've been trapped at sea, and Proton Gaming haven't really overextended themselves to open up any split spawns, and it's been hard for Movement Fiesta to push forward more than 20 feet before they start feeling the action of Proton Gaming.
Wasn't sure if that was Tyler or Last Shot that got that big stick, but that was a huge one at that. That slowed down the momentum of Proton Gaming. But as I say that, Yoki's still able to rotate the shock rifle all the way toward the tower side. Now gonna grapple all the way toward the A side to play his life here, and nobody on Movement Fiesta able to stop Gilkey from moving at the moment. Nades going in. Gilkey just staying alive and just allowing his teammates to continue to put damage here. And once that damage becomes overwhelming, Movement Fiesta gonna go multiple down. They need an answer to the aggression coming out of Proton Gaming, because here comes the pain.
Gilkey's able to get two. Look at Gilkey going all the way back. He wants to try to force a not the split, but with camouflage coming up, he just couldn't quite get back to elevator. But I think he did enough influence to prevent that spawn. Gets the camouflage, and he's going to get right back to work, looking to put up more and more kills.
It was the last life where Breaking Shot was able to show us what he has with active camouflage. Now Gilkey gets a chance to show off just a bit. Meanwhile, off the screen, Posey able to get himself a clutch double kill, putting his 14th kill on the board. Good to go along with that 7 assists. Breaking Shot and Pivmon dropping back-to-back kills. Gilkey now chasing the remaining players of Movement Fiesta over toward the A side, trap them in there, get right back into action. Proton Gaming 10 kills away from taking this game and ultimately the series.
Separation's been crazy towards this end game. Proton Gaming just cannot be stopped, and Gilkey's looking to put the exclamation point with this shock rifle. Expect to see him swing through and get some big old kills. Just missing the head. Does a follow-up hit? No, he's straight to the left. Come on, Gilkey, finish these kills. Able to get one, but Movement Fiesta find a couple in the kill feed to answer back, but Gilkey's swinging in, trying to find these finishes.
Gilkey currently 9-3, 7 assists to go along with it. Of course, a shock rifle as well, which has been Movement Fiesta's bane, the pain that they've been going through because of the shock rifle. As you see a killing frenzy pop on the board, Gilkey's been absolutely going off. Looking like just a few more kills needed here for Proton Gaming. Breaking Shot takes down Tyler off the screen. Gilkey advancing forward. Doesn't have any time for clambers. He's going to repulse right back up. There's one more player. Bounces him against the wall. Allows Breaking Shot to finish him off. And just like that, Proton Gaming only need one more kill. It might be coming here soon.
Yeah, and I love, Proton Gaming was playing fast. They were swarming, but they also showed great restraint when it was needed, right? Didn't try to overextend themselves and play lanes that they couldn't cover. Made sure that they kept the spawns that were important to them, and they were able to take down a convincing victory 2-0. And that's our last match of round 3. So I promise you guys, no more strongholds on streets, no more Slayer on recharge. I think we saw like 5 of those, Tony. But we're going to be going on to our next match, which is going to be a top 8 match of Incognito versus your favorite team, Tony, Aloha.
Yeah, I don't know if I would go as far to say my favorite team, but I will say...
You said it.
I will say I'm going to have a lot of fun saying their name. I'm also going to have a lot of fun watching these go at it. In case you guys didn't know, Aloha again made up of Bohm, Precision, Us, and Neuronical, and they're going up against Incognito, which is Carbea, Rhydoob, Piggy, and Nessie. I'm pretty sure we've seen Carbea have he's had to have a run-in with at least 1 or 2 of these members. I'm pretty sure. Did Carbea team with Neuronical back in the day? Maybe. Boom. I'm trying to piece together. I know there's been some crossover in teams there.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy at the beginning of season 1. I think I feel like I remember what you're talking about, but I can't quite put my finger on it right now. But I'm excited that we're finally in the top 8. You know what that also means, Tony? Top 8, double elimination. We're going to start seeing teams have a second chance. You got 2 lives now. Make sure you use them to your best of your ability. And we have some great teams here today. I'm really excited to start getting into this top 8 action. I've been looking at the bracket, and it's going to be a tough matchup for some of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, all of these matches, I mean, you're looking at some of the best of the best. You know, not only are you talking about players that are accomplished online, but also accomplished on land across the board. I think GBX probably would be the favorites to make it out here, but you can't sleep on Native Red, especially with Sparty filling in. You can't sleep on Incognito, even Aloha. We saw that's 3/4 of that, I believe, the hype roster that got 4th place during the first qualifier leading into Charlotte. So they're very comfortable when it comes to online gameplay. There's so much talent here in the top 8 right now. It's going to be exciting. And guys, go on Twitter right now. Go on Reddit. Let everybody know what's going on. Get everybody in here, because this is going to be really exciting over the next few hours. We get to double elimination, top 8 of your Series E Esports Arena tournament.
And it's this is going to be fun, man, Tony. Top 8. We're gonna have so many teams. It's gonna be a ton of action. Right now, guys, we're just waiting for our observer to make their way into this lobby. I'm checking out the rest of the bracket right now, Tony, trying to see what other games are gonna be interesting ones. I'm looking over at that Native Red LG game. What are you thinking about that one, Tony?
Big fan of Luminosity Gaming, but as we kind of alluded to before, the exit of tapping buttons really makes it tough for the number 1 team in Latin America. Normally, Luminosity Gaming and Native Red would go at it. It'd be an absolute war, but also Tapping Buzz was involved there as well. And not to say that, you know, Drift, and I'm sure Atso is still on that team. And I want to say maybe the final player might be Magical, I want to say. Yeah, no, so it's no, I'm sorry, it's Noble, Bullet, Drift, and Magico. So I know the talent that they have. I just feel like Native Red have already been able to get the best of them back when they're tapping buttons on the squad. So I feel like it's going to be the same thing here. Give me Native Red, and I'll say 2-1. I'll say LG could win a game, sure.
Okay, I like that. A 2-1. On the upper side, right, we got GBX versus 6 Karma. So the other Mexican team, the second place Mexican team, going up against GBX, and that's Huska's team. I believe he's teaming with Frosty, right? So that's going to be a tough one over there, Tony. You know, always going up against Frosty is always going to be a tough task.
Yeah, and then you combine that with Renegade and Falcated. So, yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm pretty sure, like everybody else in the chat, I have 6 Karma 2-0ing.
Yeah, same.
Oh, no, sorry. I don't have my glasses on either. 6 Karma get 0-2'd by GBX.
Let me show the people this, bro. Like, these people, you know, look at my poor glasses, bro. I was just driving. I touched my, I'm like this, right? I got my, so if you guys can't see my glasses, they broke. I'm sitting here. We're driving down. I go like this to take off my glasses, and pop, just pops off. So now I'm in a place that doesn't have my doctor. I need to go find an eye store tomorrow to go get new glasses, Tony, and that's a pain in the butt. That's a pain. Do you ever do contacts, Tony?
I have way back in the day, and I wasn't a fan. I tried them for maybe a month, and I had to get rid of them ASAP.
I bet, you know, maybe this is the opportunity for me to switch to contacts. I mean, I gotta think about it. But here we go, Aloha versus Incognito. We're into game 1. It's Argyle CTF.
And since we kind of alluded to the bracket a little bit, I do want to let you guys know there were some updates. GBX did in fact 206 Karma, and Native Red did 2-1 Luminosity Gaming. So I don't want to say I told you so, but I predicted that exactly right. Even down to the game time, I even said it was gonna be 2-1 for Native Red. I'm on it today. I'm on one.
Damn, you are on it today. That's impressive, to be honest, Tony. But here we go. Already, this is a map that you're going to expect it to go to time, right? You're not going to see 5 caps hardly ever as Necessity starts to go off the map. That's a fall that you are going to take forever to get off the map. It's also funny how this map, the kill barriers are very low as well. So when you fall off the map, it takes a long time for you to die. It's like you're off the map for like 12 seconds.
Just carry some nades with you. You know, start chucking some nades by the time you end up falling to your death as an Aloha. And they're going 3 down, but the final player in Precision gets a huge kill onto Piggy, but he's looking left, right, center, trying to find anywhere safe to go, and sadly, there is nowhere he can. Aloha ends up going 3 down. Incognito running this flag. Huss, the final player alive, gets himself a kill on the flag carrier to slow them down. They may still be in the base here, but that's going to be a huge kill by Aloha.
Kill. These trades are coming in. The pressure is being felt, and Ryanoob's gonna take the flag away. The grapple is just enough for him to get it towards that half line, and he might try to grapple it again. I love how he leaves the flag back because he knows he has a grapple to get it right back. He's gonna get better position for one fight. Unfortunately, there was one more player on the follow-up. The nades from Necessity are enough, and the flag continues forward for this Incognito squad.
Necessity doing everything he can to stay alive over toward the low side, but there's multiple players on the high side, and a flanker comes in. Wasn't quite ready for that one, and Precision always precise with the BR shots. Carmere coming in quick, end up getting the melee kill, but still half the members of Incognito are on that black screen. We did see a reset come in. Incognito weren't able to get that flag halfway through, but Aloha responding right away.
Piggy yet to get a kill, but Necessity has been phenomenal for this squad. He's basically filling in right now for Mental. And well, he's been mental with the way he's been playing. Remember, he was the one that was like 16-2 in the previous series, and right now he's leading the charge 8-5 thus far, as Incognito are really relying on Nessity's slaying prowess. But Aloha, they'll take the opportunities when they come. Boom, running this flag away, and there's no one from Incognito to stop this one.
The counter pull is in, but looks like that return is almost done here. So as this flag is coming in, so does the return. Aloha might mean hello, but it also means goodbye, as Bohm says goodbye to the base of Incognito, caps that flag number 1 in, and Aloha take control here on Argyle.
Yeah, Aloha basically 3/4 of that believe the hype roster monster not playing with them today. They didn't have quite the performance they wanted to on land, Tony, but I'm really keeping my eye out on Neuronical. I felt like he had a great tournament. Unfortunately, it didn't result in the placing that he wanted, but I think Neuronical really turned some heads at Charlotte, and I expect to see him do the same in today's Series E tournament.
Neuronical's the real deal. Firepower, intelligence as well. Normally will be the IGL for most of his teams, or at least have taken at least half of the play calls. So watch out for Neuronical. Has a bright future ahead of him as he gets a huge kill onto Nessie. Looks like there's multiple members of Incognito that are going to come over toward this long haul side. You even see the ping start to come in here. So Neuronical quickly slows the game down just a bit. Throws a bit of a denial grenade. His teammate coming out of nowhere, banks that off the wall. Hope you called it, Tim Duncan, as Neuronical gets the stick. Now there's the opportunity for them to start to push in. Incognito find himself weed down. That flag is moving for Aloha.
Oh, Neuronical's doing with everything in the sandbox. The sniper's out. They're coming around the corner. They're seeing the respawn screen. Neuronical gets the first, and the other players just can't push forward. Aloha are going to put a second flag on the board, and Neuronical is terrorizing the rest of Incognito.
And he's not done yet. Able to take down Piggy. Right back up to the vents, staying alive. If you're playing this map and not using the vents, you're doing something wrong. But off the screen, Ryan Duke and Carmea able to get back-to-back kills, taking down both Precision and Bohm. Neuronical comes in with that sniper rifle, and looks like his teammate has one as well. Double snipers, but doubly go down, and Incognito now pushing forward.
This is a chance for Incognito to start cutting into this lead, but problem is it's hard to capture 2 on this map, right? I think it's like the average flag caps you see on this map in total are 3, so you're gonna have to break the average. But Ryan, I mean, look at the blazing speed this guy's running this flag in. They're gonna be able to secure this one, but there's no follow-up play for now. They're gonna have to find reslays and get themselves back in a position for another pull.
2-1 lead coming in from Aloha. You see the sniper rifles and active camouflage coming up at the exact same time. That's Ryan Noobs. Key to pop right back up towards the vent. Get over here, he says, grappling that active camouflage to himself and now dodging nades left and right. Ryan, who needs to stay alive with his camouflage. Disruptor out. Multiple members of Aloha in front of him. How is he going to break down the defenses of Aloha?
I'd like to see Ryan Noob just maybe not even try to break down the defenses, but just get behind everything. He's going to stay at the midline, feeling the pressure that Aloha has towards his back base, but he's just not quite able to get the damage I think he wanted to get down on the map, and now suddenly his position's known, and he's going to have to make a fast play to try to recover his shields, but Bohm has him to 1, and Precision finds the kill.
Able to snap on his target with the disruptor, but it's a 1v2, and sadly it's not the numbers that he was looking for. Destiny coming in a bit late, but finds himself a kill. Looking for another. Destiny over toward the halfway side of the map, but he had to stay alive, and that's going to be devastating here. Ryan going to be the next one to fall for Incognito. If they continue to die staggered like they are right now, Aloha may have a free avenue over toward the base of Incognito, already up 1. A third flag cap could be devastating for Incognito.
Yeah, this is not looking great, and it's gonna get worse. Boom. It's the sniper's shot. He's looking to hit another one. Carmea sees the respawn screen as well, and now there's a flood of red players moving into the base. The spawn coming out towards Sniper, but Nessie really doesn't have an opportunity to challenge because of Bomex's line of sight. He's gonna stop everyone from getting through. It's one last push for Incognito to try to stop this flag carrier. Huss just moments away from getting a 2-kill lead once again.
Great job by Bohm and Aloha to keep Incognito back. Nobody able to get a sideline or even a kill on that flag carrier. Bohm, one of the better back players, very similar to Gilkey. Low sensitivity, centered shot, always hitting it and always making sure he covers his teammates back. Carmea flying into a bit of a 1v2 right there. Not the exact fight he was looking to get into. Precision somehow getting away with the sniper rifles. So not only were Aloha able to cap that flag, but they were able to stop Incognito from getting the counter pull. And Incognito now just looking for that perimeter kill, looking for that opening that they need.
Precision's been precise with this sniper rifle, and Piggy's about to feel the hurt of that. He goes down as well. Necessity not going to be able to survive, and things just keep looking worse and worse for Incognito. Time is running out, just 3 minutes on the clock, and you have to fight through sniper rifles that are looking down into your base. It feels like an impossible task.
2 sniper rifles in play right now, and yeah, it's getting tougher and tougher. 2 minutes and 55 seconds for Incognito to make something happen here, and mind you, Ryan Noob of Incognito is a fan of this map. He talks about how often many of the players were judging it a bit too soon without scrimming on it. He was scrimming on it early, so this is a map that Ryan Noob feels comfortable on, but not looking comfortable in this game as Aloha once again put them 3 down. Ryan now going to try to stay alive over toward the mid side, wait for his teammates to come up. Necessity the first one to advance forward toward that 50% portion of the map, and this could be a huge flank for Ryan until he gets spotted and dealt with immediately. That's going to be the kill awarded by Precision. Precision then takes down 2. Necessity trying to throw a couple grenades to stay alive, but eventually Aloha will be saying hello here real soon.
He's trying to do his best to stay alive, but there's just too many players in red that take him down. With camouflage coming up soon, Ryan Noob's gonna have a last second push to make this a reality. Ryan Noob stays alive, and this is the opportunity that Incognito have been looking for. But the problem is, Tony, Father Time against their side with just 1 minute and 40 seconds to make this a reality. Things are looking bleak.
But the camouflaged Ryan Noob walking over toward the street side, but Huss was in front of me, had to drop and go for those shots, and now down to 1 shot, trying to figure out what he could do here. Time winding down, multiple members of Aloha in the base. He's forced to now pull out of that situation completely here as the return comes in. Ryan now going to find a much different route here, but runs into yet another player. Right, left, up, down, center. It doesn't matter. No matter where that flag goes, Aloha are hunting it down.
I thought you were about to say the Konami code ABAB. You know what I'm saying? That was about every direction you could think of, and Huss is trying to stop Carmea from getting through. Just 1 minute left, and we're nearing the impossible amount of time. It's about to be mathematically impossible, still improbable for the moment, but Huss is playing some stiff defense at the door, and he's going to send Piggy off the map. He says, "Now I'll finish you with my commando instead." Perfect shots, and this is the last day that these players are going to be able to use the commando rifle in its current state, getting a massive nerf after tomorrow's update.
Really excited for Season 3 and all of the possibilities that are coming in. Oh my gosh. Halo Infinite Competitive is back right after Charlotte. I was starving for some 4v4 gameplay, and we are getting it right here, right now. And Incognito, though, getting the tail half of it as they end up going forward down. Precision doing some celebratory grapples across the map here. Not sure if he was trying to go up the vent, but he is failing on that one. Either way, didn't fail on the win as Aloha take it 3-1. Game number 1 against Incognito.
You know, shout out to Precision and Neurotical. They played phenomenal, combining for 50 kills that game and showing why they had such a strong performance before Charlotte. Neurotical kept that momentum forward, and I think Precision can do the same later on into his Halo career. I think there's a lot of potential here. I think there just needs to be a little bit more LAN experience for these guys, and once they get that, they're going to be a scary team come a year from now.
What I'm really curious about is that it wasn't too long ago that Precision tweeted out that he was a free agent. So
Yeah.
you're talking about two members of that Believe the Hype roster. I didn't know if there was a situation where he was dropped or just decided to leave voluntarily, but now you see him playing with two of the members and Huss coming in. So is he going back to Believe the Hype? Is there going to be a total team change? I wonder exactly what's going on. And Huss, formerly of Leftovers, alongside King J and Piggy, by the way, who he's playing against right now, which is really curious. I wonder where he goes. Does he fill in for that spotted monster? I'm really trying to figure things out. You know, I like to be a little nosy when it comes to the competitive.
Get your journalist pad out.
I do my thing.
You're right in the beat, Tony. You're right in the beat. You know what I'm saying? You're keeping on with the line. I love it. You're out there in the trenches trying to figure out what's going on with these teams, because when you're watching these ESA tournaments, it's like, damn, like what does the implication of these players playing together mean, right? Because I think a lot of times it's not like, oh yeah, they're gonna make a change, but a lot of times players are like, oh, let's play this tournament together. You know, depending on how we play, like maybe we have a conversation down the road, a change comes here, a change comes there. There's plenty of time before the next LAN for these teams to really solidify out these rosters. And the esports arena tournaments, these monthly tournaments, are going to be a great chance to try out new rosters.
You know, my two players to watch out for going into this next matchup are going to be Piggy and Huss, and kind of for the same reason that you kind of highlighted. You know, everybody else so far in this lobby was in pool play, except for Piggy and Huss. You know, on that Leftovers roster, they played well. They have the talent. You know, Huss plays like a veteran trapped in a hungry top amateur. Meanwhile, Piggy has one of the most exciting gameplays that we've seen, and we've seen him go on these crazy swing momentum-driven moments. So I'm looking out for Piggy and Huss as those two players. I'm very curious on what the future leads for them, because I think they really are talented, and I definitely there's a place for them in the HCS at the top rank.
Yeah, I think there's really potential for these guys, and now it's about, can you finish off this game 2-0 against a very strong, I mean, this Carmea, Ryan Noob team, like these are very good players, and it's an overkill immediately in this game. Precision, he is on a hair, Tony.
I'm getting mad that Precision now on everybody's radar, because I was already singing that man's praises back towards the tail end of season 1, and now everybody's starting to recognize how nasty he is, and it's really about his name. He is precise. You put him in open field and he simply hits his shots, does damage, and he's able to open up so many lanes and so many avenues for his teammates because of that. You know, he can cover his teammates back, he can put him by himself in a 3-1 split. You can do so much with Precision. Starting off with that overkill, 6 and 2 along with 2 assists, absolutely going off, and Huss is right behind him.
Yeah, I love how this Aloha team's been playing. They've been aggressive, they've been fast, and they've been confident, right? And I feel like that was probably a big question mark for a lot of these players after their performance. I mean, for all these players, right? None of them had the performance that they wanted at Charlotte, and sometimes that can get into your mental, make you not play at your highest level. But Huss is able to survive the 1v2, and Huss didn't make it out of an open bracket, just one series away, but right now he's finding his way into a top finish in today's tournament. I'm loving what I'm seeing from this Aloha roster.
And on the opposite end of things, you know, Ryan really struggling right now, 0-5 with 4 assists. I love the 4 assist part, but I would love to see some kills to go along with that as well. And even in the game before this one, you know, if not really standing on the stats department. Obviously, we know Ryan Noob is that big brain player, that IGL player, but it wasn't too long ago that he was a free-for-all phenom as well, and he can stuff the stat sheet. What's going on with Ryan? Is he exactly where he needs to be, or what's going on here, Tools? I need your analytical brain.
I just honestly, Tony, I don't know what is the future for a lot of these players. Like, I feel as if there's a lot to be left on the plate for a lot of these guys, and I'm wondering, what does today's tournament tell you about everyone? You know what I'm saying? Like, Incognito, this should be a team that's able to take down Aloha with some pretty easy, not easy, I don't want to say easy, but I feel like these guys should be able to be going blow for blow, but right now Aloha just seems a little bit better, Tony. And I don't know, is that concerning to you? Like that Aloha is like playing just like a step above Incognito? Like what does that say for that Incognito roster to you?
You know what? It's a really good question. I feel like I don't know if this is so much of Incognito not playing up to their potential or Aloha, you know, playing above, you know, I'm going above and beyond, or maybe it's a little bit of both right now. Maybe it's Incognito trying to shake off the rust with a little bit of break. Since Charlotte, I wouldn't be mad at that. Aloha grinding and putting in the work right now, because I feel like Incognito haven't played bad. Aloha have just been able to answer every one of their pushes. Like even back at Argon, you're seeing the same thing right now as Bohm jumping over players and showing off. So it might be a little bit of a combination of both. I'm not going to use the word worried yet, because you already know I'm a big fan of everybody on Incognito, but I'm gonna show some respect to Aloha and say they were already having momentum leading up into Charlotte, and now once you taste that success, you know, you always go back for seconds, you know, you always go back for leftovers, I guess Huss would say.
Oh, I see. But you know, I think that's a really good point, and they did have a lot of momentum for them, and then I think it kind of got stifled at Charlotte, and now I feel as if they're showing, look, we're going to learn from our mistakes. We're not going to let that affect us too much, because they performed incredible online, and they're performing incredible today, especially Precision. I mean, shout out to Precision right now, right? He lives in Hawaii. He's going to deal with a lot of connection issues, but right now 15-8, just about double positive in our game, doing everything he can. Let's make it double positive, as he's going to be able to get to that 16 kill mark, and he's right back into the fights. He wants that smoke. He wants to get in every engagement possible right now.
But I'm loving the response at Incognito. I questioned Ryan Noob for a moment, and I'm eating my words, because from 0-5-5 to now 8-9-9, a respectable scoreline now coming out of Ryan Noob, as Incognito answering right back in that fourth quarter. When you need that clutch team, that clutch player, it looks like Incognito are here to answer the call. But Precision Veronica right to back kills over toward the tire side. That's going to slow down Incognito quite a bit. They're 2 squad wipes away from taking them down here in this, not only this game, but also the series, and Rockets are about to come up. This is a very important rocket for both of these teams. Incognito desperately needed.
Oh, I think Ryan, you've got way too ahead of himself right there. Didn't check the corners. There was no numbers on the map at all. Thought that he could just run up and get those rockets away, and now all of a sudden it's becoming a brawl at bottom middle, and whoever wins this might be able to get the rockets. Looks like Ryan Noob was able to reclaim the rockets that he left down, but it came in a huge trade out, right? And it's like every kill that goes against Incognito is one step closer for the door being shut on a potential comeback. You have 2 rockets, but you only have 4 lives as a team right now. And it looks like we might have had a... do you think that was maybe a crash, or do you think that's just a mistake? I think he just stuck him by mistake. Oh, no.
The betrayal comes in, Necessity goes down, that leaves Carmea and Rhino by himself on the B side. Luckily, Rhino has rockets to defend himself, but that is a devastating blow to the comeback that may have happened here for Incognito. You cannot choke the bag like that, looking like John Morant right now. 3 kills away. Aloha slowing the game down just a bit. Ryan who goes for the long range rocket. It's gonna connect. Necessity comes right back in, but looks like Husk comes out with the double kill. A little bit of a 1v1 action, but finally 50-43. Aloha able to end it there. And man, I don't want to say that Incognito would have guaranteed come back if it wasn't for that betrayal, but I will say it could not have helped one bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? And then there's added implications. It prevents the rest of your team from moving forward because you're down numbers. And I think there was a real chance that they could make that comeback happen, right? Because they had rockets, but just it never came in. And then I love the counter rotations that we saw from Aloha against Incognito, playing around those rockets that Ryan Noob had. Never really gave him the opportunity to really use those rockets in the fight.
Man, I'm really surprised that it ended that way. But I also want to give a huge shout out to Aloha. You know, the run that they started off with against the likes of Incognito definitely bit Incognito in the butt, because that momentum that they were able to gain with that team shot and the overwhelming pressure they were able to create on the map definitely translated. And toward the end game, they closed it out well. Aloha simply played better and earned their spot moving forward. Would love to see Incognito over toward the lower bracket, see what they do, because I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up coming back. But now it's time to talk about a couple of new teams. A little Proton Gaming action, a little bit of Palm Villains. I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, back to Argyle once again. So this is another top 8 match. Proton Gaming took their sweet time getting here, right? Had a rocky road, and now it's against Palm Villains, a team that's very good, right? This is going to be that Palm Villains is that team that is led by Diagram, and I believe that's like Boo Boo Doo the triplets, right? It's Boo Boo Doo plus triplets, right, Tony?
Yep.
Yeah, so we've seen these guys win Series E tournaments before. They oftentimes find a lot of momentum in these tournaments, and it makes me kind of regret that we never got to see the triplet squad at Charlotte, right? At the last second, they all got parsed out to different teams, but I'm excited to see what they're able to do today.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the triplets plus Bohm going into Charlotte, and I'm not sure exactly what happened, but Suppressed ends up on Complexity in place of Septify. Avenue ended up, I believe, teaming with Envor and Tony Two Turned. Diagram filled in for Native Red as they competed with Open Bracket. And, you know, Boo Boo Doo has obviously always been on G1. Right now, I would say the captain of G1 as well. Really excited to see Palm Villains playing together. I've seen them actually take like these crazy challenges, not even like 8 lobbies. Like they'll just challenge other teams into like scrims or money scrims, and they look good together. I got the chance to coach the triplets plus Swish back in Halo 5, and the talent was there, man. They're high damage dealers. They're smart players. If only they didn't fight all the time. It probably would have been really good, but I can tell the talent way back in Halo 5 that all of them are destined for greatness, and I'm excited to see them teaming together, and I'm excited to see Boo Boo Doo leading the helm.
And I got an older brother and a younger brother, right? So I got my own 2 brothers, and I can tell you, man, we always fighting. So you know, now combine that with all of them being the same age, all of them playing competitive Halo, it's just those fights have to be fierce. You know what I'm saying? They got to be arguing, and you know, it feels like Boo Boo Doo sometimes a dad. I feel like that's why they play really well. Boo Boo Doo is he handles that pressure well. I feel like he's quick to shut him down. He's also quick just to laugh, right? He knows when things are absurd when they start fighting, and I really love watching these guys play. I think it's really fun watching the triplets play together. I think it's a shame that we didn't get to see the roster come to fruition at Charlotte, but shout out to the ESA team, right? Series E allowing us to see the triplets play once again.
And on the other side, you have Proton Gaming. You have Common, Posey, and Breaking Shot. Haynes fresh off of retirement now, so you have Gilkey filling in, coming off of that native white roster that got top 4. Proton Gaming went on one incredible run over at Charlotte. We kind of talked about it. There's always like teams of a tournament that you pick out. I think it's easy to choose native white, but you gotta really give flowers over to Proton Gaming, because they were the underdogs in so many matches in the late in that open bracket, and then come into pool play again as underdogs, and they continue to just prove everyone wrong. And really excited to see them go up against this roster. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know who the favorites are. Like, I guess I want to say Proton Gaming, just because it's 3/4 of that roster that made over towards pool play. But honestly, I mean, I'm pretty sure triplets speak telepathically, so I can't they like see what each other see at the same time? Like, I'm pretty sure Palm Villains have some kind of weird triplet mojo going on here.
Yeah, I mean, I went up to Tashi. He said there's nowhere in the rulebook it says triplets can't play Halo, and I was like, damn. I feel like there's an unfair advantage for sure. No, I can understand twins, you know, because that's half a team. But triplets, we're talking about 3/4 of a team, Tony, that have that cynetic connection with each other, bro. That has to be illegal on some sort of level.
For my Naruto fans, there was an enemy called Pain, and he had like multiple clones of himself, and they all had the same eyes, the Rinnegan. And so if one of the clones saw something that was in their point of view, the other one saw, so they could like watch each other's back. It was actually crazy, and that's why I feel like it's like when you play against the Palm villains, they see what each and every one of the other one sees. As the early run coming in from Palm villains, Proton Gaming find themselves 3 down. Palm villains starting to push up into Proton's base.
I love how fast and aggressive they're being into these bases. Suppressed wants to get right in the face of these 3 players. They're all weak. Unfortunately, Nate will take him down, but his brother's right in the back. Unfortunately, they all see the respawn screen at the same time, and Boo Boo Doo Boo just is going to have to recover. And well, recover he does. A perfect kill for Boo Boo Doo Boo as he awaits the triplets respawn.
And he's going in for more challenging Gilkey right afterwards. Eventually, Boo Boo Doo Boo falls. Looks like Gilkey does end up getting cleaned up in Avenue, trying to find his way into the fight. The grapple art isn't up. He wants to play for that active camouflage. Little does he know it was snatched away in his own vents. That's really tough to deal with. Player actually trying to get away. It's Posey. Not only able to snatch away that active camouflage, but gets himself a huge kill onto his brother there. So Posey just roaming around the map with active camouflage. Palm villain struggling just to stay alive.
Posey with his camouflage, he's waiting for his opportunity, right? They can get a couple kills, they can get this flag away, and he can start making it towards that half line. Unfortunately, Palm villains are just making themselves hard kills. They're constantly playing back towards this flag, and Posey's camouflage runs out, and it looks like maybe their opportunity to pull this flag is going with it. As Posey's being pushed down into this corner, he's not going to be able to progress forward, and now it's just Common, and Common sees the respawn screen. It's 4 down.
Palm villains offense working really well against Proton Gaming's defense, and it continues to go as their spawners are being identified and being addressed right away. You actually see them moving that flag over toward the mid-side. Avenue puts a couple shots into Posey. Now starts to work onto Chris, damage onto multiple players, but it's not going to be enough. Avenue down to 1 shot, and I thought he was going to go down, but somehow gets the retouch.
Oh, suppressed. Able to finish that assist, but this flag, they want to keep it going. The problem is they just don't have the numbers to fly forward. They're probably going to have to let this one reset, play for that middle line once again, and try for a reslay. And you see that so often on Argyle, right? It's so tough to get into a base, pull the flag, and get it away. There's a lot of reslaying, very similar to how Bizarre played back in Season 1 of HCS.
My gosh, Avenue finding that sniper rifle and putting it to work immediately. Somehow wasn't going to be enough to allow Palm villains to snatch up that active camouflage. It's actually stolen right out of their palms. I believe it was Posey once again of Proton Gaming that might have been able to get away with it, and Posey already advancing forward over toward the enemy base. He knows he has 4 players alive to deal with, so he's going to have to take this really slow, and Diagram's already shredding with the sniper rifle, takes down 2 of his teammates. That's going to be tough. Posey, despite having the active camouflage, he's the only player alive here for Proton Gaming.
Posey gets impatient, believing that a player saw him. He shoots, and there's a player with a sniper rifle right around the corner. They take care of the camo immediately, and Suppressed wants to keep this flag away, but he has to win the long-range fight. He backs him down, says, I'll take this. Try to get around the corner. They're past the half-yard line. It's time to push this one all the way in. As Suppress is wrapping the corner, the damage is coming from behind. There's 1 player in front. The nades are good enough. It's going to be up to Av and Diagram to get to this reset, but the base is swarming with players from Proton.
Not able to stay alive. Avenue not even able to stay on the map, and Boo Boo Doo Boo almost punches that one in. Suppressed seemingly coming out of nowhere. It's a 1-0 lead for Palm villains. I thought Proton Gaming were able to deal with every player of Palm villains, but they just kept coming at him. Relentless pressure onto that flag. The first flag cap goes to Palm villains.
Honestly, I'm shocked that they were able to get that in. There were so many players in red just waiting at that back base, but they get the flag in. They go up 1-0, and we've seen games end 1-0 plenty of times on Argyle. It's so hard to push that flag in, and Palm Villains did their best to get their first flag on board.
Well, luckily for Proton Gaming, theoretically, they do have enough time, but like you said, it is not going to be easy. One thing that makes it a little bit easier would be having that active camouflage. One thing that makes it harder is dying with that active camouflage. Breaking shot, gonna find that out the hard way. Posey bouncing right back up to the computer side, right into a nade. This man doesn't know where to go with one shot, so you know, why don't you go to the black screen, take an 8-second break.
This flag needs to be pulled out. Breaking shots trying to do his best to push his way in, gets that first kill, but Palm Villains are starting to tighten up their game, right? They're just making sure that there's no holes, no gaps in the armor for a potential Proton overextension. And now Gilkey suddenly is having to deal with some defensive plays of his own as the pressure starts coming. But that was probably one of the better nades you'll see out of a player today. Gilkey able to take down the aggressive player on the sniper. But now it's suddenly Proton Gaming are going to have to fight for map position once again. And I think that's where Palm Villains has really won the fight, is they just had better positions on the map time and time again, Tony.
1-0 lead still for Palm Villains as Avenue slows the game down. And Posey speeds it right back up. What a shot by Posey from across the map with that sniper. And Suppressed going Call of Duty mode, hiding in the corner, gets himself a double kill, now tries to work in for the triple. He's done damage onto 4 different players, and that allows Palm Villains to just clean up house here. Avenue continuing to get kills off of screen. Eventually, this flag will be pulled here by Proton Gaming. Well played to clear out that base, but as I say that, I guess it's easier to clear out your base than it is to cross the map, and Diagram finds that out the hard way. Active camouflage comes up. Who's going to be the one to grab hold of it?
You just get a spotter medal? How do you get that, Tony? Is that like multiple spots?
I guess multiple marks. I don't ping enough to get that.
Yeah, I feel like I've never seen that. I mean, that Boo Boo Doo is spamming his spot button. He's finally going to get taken down as Gilkey will be the player that puts him on respawn screen, but camouflage is up. Gilkey's gonna head his way there, but Suppress is ready for this fight. Suppress not able to take down Gilkey. A huge live, and that's gonna be able, I think Gilkey died and then gave the camo to Breaking Shot. So heads up play by Gilkey not to even put that camo on his body right away. He just wanted to get it back for his team, and suddenly Breaking Shot looks to have a clear lane to get to this flag.
As much as I love the sniper rifles on Argyle, it's the camouflage that really is the most important utility that is on the map. And as of right now, Proton Gaming and Breaking Shot have it, but he turns right at the wrong time, finds himself suppressed. Now that player that was on the backside gets involved in the fight. It's going to be Boo Boo Doo Boo. He thinks he's in a 1v1. It's a 1v2. Not exactly how we planned. It looks like Boo Boo Doo Boo and Diagram continue that bait and switch action. The double push, too much out of them. Proton Gaming find himself 4 down once again. And there's less than 3 minutes on the clock. When this 1-0 lead started, wasn't there 6?
Yeah, Tony, I think that was some of the best defensive Halo we saw from Palm Villains right there. Maybe that's where the triplet connection comes in. You know what I'm saying, Tony? Where these guys just know exactly what they're going to do. Boo Boo Doo Boo swings back up. He's going to be able to find himself a finish at the bottom of the base. I mean, hopefully find the finish. There we go. Gets the kill. And Palm Villains don't really have to worry about getting this flag in. More just keeping Proton Gaming in the back of the base. And Boo Boo Doo Boo, I think he's seeing that, hey, maybe the line is clear. I'm going to get into the very back. Unique angle from him as he can fight for the sniper rifle that comes up in just a couple seconds.
Yeah, I feel like the one good thing for Palm Villains to cap this flag in is and make it a 2-0 lead is that then Proton won't be able to force like a sudden death. But like you said, it's not really like super necessary for them as Boo Boo Doo Boo. Just being a nuisance back in the base, that Walshy or Pistola-like player. Like if your opponents are always looking behind you, there's no way they can get in front of you to pull a flag. But somehow, Posey of Proton Gaming finds that flag suppressed, providing that suppressive fire, cleans him up real quick. Should be a backsmack come in, but just barely misses. Oh my gosh! Pivmon puts him on a poster right there, and that's going to be the open that Proton Gaming need to grind right forward here. You got to hit that back smack. Chris Common might make you pay. Luckily, Diagram says, you're not going to embarrass my brother like that.
Yeah, he comes back. I guess that's everything. Every time he's killing one of the brothers, they're coming back with a revenge story for themselves. But yeah, that could have been a massive kill by Common, but they just let Boo Boo Doo grab the return right away. And once that flag gets back to home, there's just no follow-up potential. And now Boo Boo Doo starting to knock down heads. Oh, he wraps back. Are you kidding me? The 180 shot from Boo Boo Doo.
Surprise now trying to stay alive here. It's just him and Diagram alive on the map. Puts a shot onto Posey, but that's going to let them know exactly where he is. And now you see multiple reticles being trained onto Suppress. Tries to do a bit of damage to allow his teammates to clean up those kills. It's not going to happen as Gilkey starts to flag. Breaking shot. Misses his final shot with that sniper rifle. This flag needs to move forward here for Proton Gaming, and they're 3 down. Breaking shot's gonna be the final play. Tries to grapple it back. Instead, is gonna be sent flying off the map, and nobody in position to relay that forward. Looks like game number 1 going to Palm Villains.
Yeah, and I mean, that's Argyle for you, right? Sometimes it's just one flag that has to go in. That's the death sentence, and it's a flag that Proton Gaming probably should have been able to stop from going in the first place, Tony, that ends up costing this team.
Proton Gaming, I would probably argue the favorites going into this matchup, because like I said, that 3/4 to that roster that did so well over at Charlotte, and you bring in Gilkey from Native White. Meanwhile,
Say that again?
Native White. And meanwhile,
checks out.
Meanwhile, Palm Villains, they're kind of a ragtag team. They have played a bunch of matchmaking before. They have played scrims before, but we haven't seen them play at the level where Proton Gaming were on land. We haven't seen them play in tournaments like this and consistently win like we have. So I gave the favorites over towards Proton Gaming, but Palm Villains open up so well right there, and I think I'm ready to jump ship. I think I'm ready to say Palm Villains take this, if not 2-0, definitely 2-1.
Yeah, it just feels like there's been a huge momentum shift, right? They let a flag go in that probably shouldn't have gone in, and from there, it felt like there was no real attack from Proton Gaming. We never really saw a flag that got away that looked like it was going to go home. We got nervous for a second when Common hit a shot that he wasn't supposed to after a missed melee, but they're just, I feel like the attacks from Proton Gaming were just too inefficient at the end of the day.
Well, looks like game number 2 is going to be on Streets. We've seen plenty of Streets so far, but we haven't seen much. We haven't seen any Street Slayer on stream, so really excited to see how that's going to change things up. I mean, you still have the same sandbox that you're on there. The Bulldog and the Stalker Rifle are 2 of the weapons that come to mind that just have so much ammo in them. Coming into Season 3, that's going to be nerfed big time. So, I guess, this is going to be the last time we're going to see, a Stalker Rifle last for a good, 6 or 7 minutes worth of ammo. Same with that Bulldog, because coming in after tomorrow, there's going to be some massive changes really in that ammo capacity that both of them are able to hold.
I'm actually super excited for that, right, Tony? I'm curious as to how much they reduce it, if it's going to be half. I imagine it has to be half, right? It would be cool if they did half, but then they also made the shotgun hold 4 bullets. I don't know. I think there's a lot of cool things that are going to change. I'm excited for Season 3, to be honest. I'm excited for the future of the Halo game. I think Season 3 is going to put us right on track. And the shotgun is so powerful, and you don't want Gilkey to get that red gun in his hand, right? This is where Gilkey's dangerous. You give him both the weapons, he starts to light everything up.
11 shots at the Bulldog, 75% ammo in this Stalker Rifle, and that's going to spell trouble here for Palm Villains. He puts it to work immediately. Boo Boo Doo, the first one to fall. The second one will follow, but both weapons hit the ground here. Luckily, Chris Common able to steal them away.
Yeah, that's almost half the battle, right? It's where do you leave the weapons when you die? Are you giving them up? Or are you letting your teammates refill and grab the leftover goodies? Giving Common the red gun's a great combination. The problem is it's a sentinel beam that gets right in his face. and Suppressed able to steal this red gun away.
Mind you, this is a best of 3 series, so Proton Gaming really need this win right now. Suppressed really needs to stay alive. Proton Gaming finds himself 3 down. Stalker Rifle and Bulldog combo in the hands of Suppressed. He makes his way back over toward the tire side, right back into play, shredding the shields of Posey. Boo Boo Doobu wants to clean that kill up, so he's going to get aggressive here. Diagram off a screen gets himself a kill. Now there's one more player to deal with, and he's going to fall as well. That's 3 down, making 4. Full squad wipe going in favor of Palm Villains. And yeah, like you said before, you may be able to out of ammo. You may be able to beat twins, but triplets, I don't know if it's possible.
I don't think it's fair. I think we really have to start a petition for Tashi to ban triplets from competition. They're just too good, Tony. They're just too good. Suppressed, he doesn't have a backup. It's only the shotgun, but he just doesn't care. He's still marching forward. He's going to be able to grab the rockets, but the back smack right away from breaking shot. Rockets are down at the bottom of B stairs. Who will grab them and get away?
Big rock come out of Gilkey right there to take down Diagram. Down to 1 shot he goes. He knows he needs to stay alive here. Now there's some pressure coming over toward the purple side, so he takes a mid-angle right away. Long-range rocket going to connect onto Avenue. That puts him in a 4v3 situation. They're going to get aggressive with it. Palm Villains may have started off really hot, but Proton Gaming coming back with the response. And as I say that, Boo Boo Doobu gets the double kill. That will slows him down, gets the 3rd one as well, so takes down 3 out of 4 members by himself, does Boo Boo Doobu.
And right now, Suppress is the most important player on the map, right? This red gun, they have to get out of his hands. And all he's trying to do is survive, let his teammates spawn up, and when someone overexposes themselves, get the kill. Just 1 shot short, and now suddenly he's in trouble, but he bails himself out. A great BR shot from Suppressed. He's able to leave, and his teammates are starting to pick up the slack. Diagram gets 2, and Posey's left all alone as the red gun is coming back to finish its original fight. A great live by Suppressed, although it wasn't clean, right? It's getting the job done, and it's a devastating result for Proton Gaming.
Between Suppressed and Boo Boo Doobu, I don't know who Proton Gaming don't want this Stalker Rifle in the hands of. They both have those incredible centered shots and simply don't miss. Eventually, Suppressed does get spotted, but Avenue coming in hot with the Bulldog. Gonna put a muzzle on that one. Avenue ends up going down, breaking shot, earns himself an assist, and now is rotating here over toward the B side. Proton Gaming getting that map control, which is so important, and it's translating into the scoreboard as well.
These are some big kills from the side of Proton Gaming. Oh my god, that's about as long range as you can get with that Sentinel beam, but they are able to get the red gun and the rockets away at the right time. Now it's an even game, and they have all the power weapons in their possession. Proton Gaming starting to make their comeback a reality.
Reyes coming in hot. His teammates able to take down both Boo Boo Doobu and Avenue. It looks like Suppressed is going to fall as well. So now Palm Villains should be trapped over toward that C and red room side of the map. Proton Gaming creating a choke point here and going to squeeze Palm Villains off his spawn. Tied up at 35 apiece. Boo Boo Doobu somehow going to stay alive over toward the mid side. No Suppressed and Boo Boo Doobu are coming in. Luckily, he is able to trade out his life.
Gilkey's been phenomenal this game. 13 kills, the most in the lobby. He's going to build it to 14 as he looks to push this game into a game 3. His teammates bail him out after some shaky shots. But Palm Villains are in trouble. They're trapped over at the back of C, and Gilkey's knocking on the door. Gilkey's breaking it down. But unfortunately for him, there's some strong defensive measures in place. It's 40-all. First to 10 will win this game.
He's coming in from Posey, trying to deny access over toward the driveway side, coming in from Avenue. And of course, he wants that Stalker Rifle off the screen. Suppressed was able to get away with that Bulldog and also was able to get a kill with it too. Oh, what a flank coming in from Posey. Easy kill for him. Boo Boo Doobu now stuck. He wants to try to get involved with the fight, but he gets shredded down to 1 shot. Boo Boo Doobu somehow able to stay alive over there. Diagram comes in, but he's in another 1v2. Proton Gaming overwhelming every one of these gunfights with sheer numbers. It's a 46-44 game. Rocket launcher is coming up. All of Proton Gaming are surrounding it. Breaking shot ends up getting away with it. This is going to be bad for Palm Villains.
And this is where you lose the game, but Diagram's able to get one. These Rockets need to connect. The first one does. The second one's a team kill. Oh, no. He sent himself to the respawn screen. It's only 2 kills needed for Proton Gaming, but this is not free. Common goes down. 1 kill needed, but Palm Villains, if they can get this kill on Posey, they can definitely make this comeback, but the red gun gets away. Proton Gaming starts to shrink back. They want to get to each other. All they need to do is make sure they trade.
There's 1 more kill needed. They're sending a 3-man push over to the purple side. High risk, high reward. It looks like it's gonna pay off. Proton Gaming sending us into a game number 3.
Proton Gaming not unfamiliar with the game 3s today. It feels like they've been going to the distance multiple times, and it's going to be recharge. Tony, 1 second. I don't have my glasses. I gotta get up and close into this thing. Ready?
You got this.
Strongholds to get the job done. Oh my god. I know, bro. Hey, you know, it's yeah, I read with my forehead, Tony. But recharge strongholds. So I mean, who do you think gets the advantage in this? I feel like we saw a clean end of game for Proton Gaming, but at the end of the day, I feel like Palm Villains had control for most of the game that last time.
I really like what Palm Villains bring as far as objective efficiency, and obviously you're able to take game number 1, which was an objective. However, I like the way Proton Gaming are very comfortable with muddying up the game. Like, Proton Gaming are a team that can thrive off of strategic play and off of fundamentals and off of a clean game. But if things get muddy and things get scrappy, they need to start really coming in for these crazy trades and melees and very uncomfortable positioning. They're down with it. They're down to get dirty. So I'm gonna give Proton Gaming the win on this one, but it's gonna be just a really scrappy game. A lot of out rotates, a lot of last second fights, and I say Proton Gaming come up. We'll call it 250 to maybe 222 game in favor of Proton.
I think it's going to be a fight between the Slayers, right? I think it's going to be Gilkey and Boo Boo Doo who performs better. If Boo Boo Doo performs better, I think Palm Villains gets it. If Gilkey does, I think Proton will take it. Right now, I would probably put my bets more towards Palm Villains. I feel like they played a more consistent game through the last 2. But when we see Proton Gaming get control of the power weapons, when we saw Gilkey get the red gun in his hands, that's when things were scary, right? So if you shut down Gilkey, I think you can win this game. If you let him run free, I think this is all Proton Gaming.
What I'm trying to find out, did you just go like full Ash Ketchum on us? Like, I feel like you had your hat forwarded for the beginning of the screen. At some point when it got to game number 3, you just pulled it back, like pulled it straight Ash Ketchum and just
I gotta catch them all, man.
Like,
I gotta catch them all.
Who are you, bro? Like, what?
I'm an 11-year-old from, dude, what's the town that he's from called?
No, Johto is the region. Paladin?
Pallet-town?
Pallet-town, yeah, I think so. That
yeah,
sounds right.
I'm an 11-year-old from Pallet-town. I have an electric mouse in my pocket ready to fight for me, but it doesn't like to go in my pocket, so it stays out. It's like Pokemon's kind of a wild story, huh? I wasn't really a Pokemon kid growing up. Were you a Pokemon kid, Tony?
I like the games. I had Pokemon Red, Pokemon Blue. I didn't watch.
See, I never had the games. I think that's the difference. Like, I never played the Pokemon game, so I feel like I never got into it. So I was all Yu-Gi-Oh because of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's pretty clear. Like, once you turn 10 years old, you're automatically expected to leave the home and to explore the entire world, by the way, regions undiscovered, and catch pocket monsters. You know, it makes perfect sense.
You know what I learned about? That goes kind of hard, but I learned that in the Japanese version of Yu-Gi-Oh, there is no Shadow Realm. They just die. So it's not about banishing people to the Shadow Realm. They're literally death matches, and I'm like, wow, Yu-Gi-Oh kind of goes hard. Like that's insane. It's just this high school kid just killing people through a card game. So I don't know. I always like seeing the Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon debates throughout my youth, and I feel like Pokemon has definitely won the general debate because my God, Pokemon's massive.
Yeah, you can't really come after Pokemon when you got somehow this high schooler saving the world through a child's card game and also has another grown man living inside of him.
It's an adult's card game. I feel like most of the people in the show are adults, right?
This children's
It's just
trading.
Yugi and Kaiba.
Children's trading card
I
game.
don't know. Children's trading card. I don't know, man. They're dying over there. Pegasus was not a child. Well, I guess that is kind of weird because he was like inviting children to come play card games on his island. I don't know. It's a very weird situation with the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. Also, nothing made sense at the beginning of that show. Also, nothing made sense in the beginning of Pokemon. Oh, actually, Pokemon kind of made sense.
Nah, Yu-Gi-Oh definitely did it. There was like no tributes and whatnot.
Nothing
like,
made sense, bro.
There was no tributing at all, bro. We just making up the rules. And by the way, because we're on ground, my Blue Eyes Sky Dragon gets plus 9,000. Like, wait, what?
Dude, I was hyped. Honestly, I was so hyped. Like when they go and it's like for the first time there's these holograms and it's like, well, I'm playing in the mountains, so my wind monster's getting crowded. Like that's hype. That's what's up. That's what's up. I like the one where Kaiba has he has his blue eyes are there, but he puts himself on the edge of the cliff and he's like, if you kill me or if you kill my monster, I'm gonna fall. You have to kill me if I'm gonna lose. And then like he can't do it. It's like, damn, dude. Let's see if that sort of arc remains. I think these players are gonna be playing for their hardest. I don't think they're gonna show any mercy in this game 3. Strongholds, here we come.
Which one of these teams will trust in the heart of the cards? Would it be Proton Gaming or Palm Villains so far? The early lead in favor of Proton Gaming. Early trip cap, Palm Villains answer right back with taking away Alpha, but Proton Gaming still sitting in their setup, and Gilkey sitting high with the shock rifle.
And Gilligan wants to push in and try to stop C from transferring hands, but he just can't quite get that reticle to land, and suddenly things are looking concerning for Proton. Although they're not really down a ton of numbers, the pressure just keeps mounting from Palm Villains. You can tell that Palm Villains really wants to push for a trip cap, and Gilkey's going to be the key player here. He's going to push his team out through C, and he's not stopping anytime soon. He needs to get this kill at top control. He's able to do so. There's one more. Gilkey can shut them all down, but his shot just a little bit shaky as Boo Boo Doo eventually takes down the Slayer of Proton Gaming.
Somehow, Boo Boo Doo coming out with that kill and snatches up the shock rifle because of it. Meanwhile, Palm Villains didn't have the numbers they were looking for, but a couple clutch kills earned them a double cap. And right as Proton Gaming played for the alpha side of the base, Palm Villains simply going to out-rotate them and hold on to this lead. Proton Gaming, they're going to have to change up some kind of strategy here. They're not keeping up. Even when they dive into Bravo, Boo Boo Doo coming right back in. That's not going to work around here.
That was clean. That was confident from Boo Boo Doo. Straight line. Knew exactly what he wanted to do. Got the job done. And now he's out rotating the opposing team. While they're capturing C, he'll take home A. And now suddenly the fight is for camouflage. And Boo Boo Doo has a great angle to play for this fight.
Like Garrett, Palm Villains have to catch them all. They're just going from objective to objective. Active camouflage sitting over toward the mid-map. Proton Gaming once again find himself 3 down. Palm Villains overwhelming Proton Gaming at every single turn. Dying staggeringly every single time. We need some clean slays in favor of Proton Gaming. Will they find it here? Apparently not.
I love what we saw from Boo Boo Doo that entire life. He's playing fluid on the map, right? That's someone who knows exactly what he wants to get done, and he's being able to manipulate everything into his favor. And then we're seeing the triplets work around him extremely well, right? Taking advantage of all the open spots, suppressed with the camouflage, able to find his couple kills. And now Proton Gaming are playing a dangerous game right here, right? They're 2-2 split, and if Palm Villains can find an early pick and push down, this is how you get yourself into a trip cap situation.
2 members over to the long side, 2 members pushing the A, and it looks like it's going to pay off for them early as Suppressed and Diagram go down for Palm Villains. A bit of a high-risk, high-reward play. Chris Common finds himself over towards Bravo. Boo Boo Doo was going to try to get involved with that. Boo Boo Doo ends up getting chased down. Chris Common makes it out alive, and just like that, a triple cap for Proton Gaming.
Yeah, you said it perfectly, right? It's high risk, high reward, and we're seeing the reward for Proton Gaming. It's a trip cap that keeps on coming. They're getting point after point, and this is how you get yourself right back into the running. Posey wanted that repulse, and they just took it away from him. I felt like he was a little sad, like a little deflated when he turned around. I said, oh, I guess I won't get it.
You know what? I'm going to take out my anger on Boo Boo Doo. doesn't matter about the active camouflage. He wants to put pressure and really distract the enemy team and allow his teammate to steal it. So unselfish play coming out of Posey. Ends up with no equipment, but ends up, but Palm Villains are the one who end up 3 down. Another trip cap going in favor of Proton Gaming as that C player ends up being dealt with here. Another reset comes in. Proton Gaming have woken up here in game 3.
Yeah, it's been suffocating, the pressure that this Proton Gaming has been able to provide on the map, right? These devastating trip caps, but it just shows you how much distance Palm Villains put on in the beginning of this game, right? They're not out of this. In fact, they still have the lead, although it's going to switch hands relatively soon. Palm Villains they had all this time to find their opportunity once again, but Breaking Shot was lurking in the back, and Breaking Shot wants to get more. He's getting right into the action. 2 players. Boo Boo Doo falls to a perfect nade, and Breaking Shot is feeling himself back at A.
The second half may have belonged to Proton Gaming, but it looks like Palm Villains really stepping up here in the third quarter, taking up another double cap. Breaking Shot and Posey at the black screen. Booba Dooba's long-range shots connecting just a bit. Gilkey's connected a little bit better, but he's the one spotted out of no man's land. He's going to be taken down. Breaking Shot now being left alone without a duo over toward the bottom mid. Looks like that bottom mid push not going to work. Palm Villains hold on to their dub cap and continue to add to the already decisive lead.
The cross-map shots for Boo Boo Doo aren't going to result in a kill, but he's so effective at feeling timings out, right? Knowing when to push and when to take advantage of players not looking in the right spot. And Av is able to get the reset at the last second. Av's looking for more, not just the reset, but looking to get a kill. Unfortunately, just couldn't track that reticle down. Camo gets burned as Chris Common gets this kill, but suddenly things are starting to look dicey on both sides, Tony. We're seeing a real back and forth in this third quarter.
Proton Gamer playing Halo Infinite. Avenue is playing parkour right there, doing everything he can to stay alive, and apparently it's going to work out in Palm Villains' favor because they're already pushing towards that C side of the map. Actually, oh no, actually it's Proton Gaming, actually. Proton Gaming with the response coming in, and that's going to be a double cap for them. Down by about 30 points here. Proton Gaming holding on to the AC setup. Palm Villains immediately pushing through A. Proton either have to headbutt them or rotate out. Instead, they're going to go 2 down.
Oh, they're not able to capture the hill. Boo Boo Doo wants to get back, but the spawn's at A for Proton Gaming, and he's not going to be able to get that back in their possession. Still trapped at the back of B. A devastating blow for Palm Villains.
Shock rifle in the hands of Boo Boo Doo. Makes his way over toward the gold side of the map. Off the screen, his teammate gets himself the first kill they were looking for. The remote detonation right back out of Posey. Boo Boo Doo taking height with the shock rifle, just barely missing out on those shots. Gilkey will end up making him pay, and now Gilkey not done. Wants to support over toward the Charlie side. Easy shots onto Avenue. That's going to be 1 kill. Has to deal with a second one. It's Diagram. Nades start to go in. Diagram takes down 1 here, and Gilkey forced to back out of the situation. Luckily, Proton Gaming are still holding on to the AB setup, so it's Palm Villains that are on the back foot. Palm Villains the one to go 3 down. Proton Gaming in control.
Gilkey, Gilkey had a great spot right there, trying to clean up the rest of those kills and just keep the pressure forward on the home base. Instead, he goes down, and Palm Villains have a little bit of breathing room, but it's the cross shot from Posey that could be devastating for the rest of Palm Villains. Posey wants to get into every fight. I love the positions that Posey's been taking. Although he's not going to stop C from transferring hands, he's been able to get so much damage downrange, and Palm Villains just can't get the numbers that they want to get a firm grasp on this game.
The moment that Palm Villains steal away that trip cap, it's answered right back, and somehow that stick is going to connect before the repulse ends up activating. BC setup being held here by Proton Gaming, but Chris Common, the only player alive here. That's going to allow Palm Villains to immediately push over toward the Bravo side, and with no numbers, there's no chance that Proton are going to be able to stop that. They need a kill. They find one on Diagram. Chris Common pushing forward. That early nade gonna warn him exactly where they're coming from. Cross map shots. Avenue takes down one. Chris Common comes in for the cleanup, and just like that, should be able to take A. But here come Palm Villains.
All right, last alive is Chris Common, and he needs to defend this base with all he's got. He's gonna be able to get the kill. There's no one from Palm Villains to have an immediate follow-up towards A, so A stays in the hands of Proton. They're able to capture B at the same time. So Chris Common, although he didn't get the kill for himself, he was able to trade, and the timing just not there for Palm Villains. A great effort from Chris Common to stifle the push, at least for now, but nothing seems to be able to keep this Palm Villain squad down. They just keep surging time and time again.
Double cap for Palm Villains as Gilkey tries to nade his way over toward the gold side of the map. Plaza pistol in hand and charged up. Boo Boo Doo caught over towards gold. This is an important battle right here. It looks like Gilkey gets the melee and ends up following it right up. But as I say that, Proton Gaming momentarily going forward down. Diagram gonna steal away that active camouflage and immediately does damage. Cross map shots. Suppress takes down one. Diagram gonna defend this A side. Proton Gaming a 3-man push.
That's huge from Palm Villains, able to get these kills, and they just keep coming forward. And this is if they're able to keep this pressure on, they could potentially start forcing some massive splits. And who is that at the bottom? That's Ab that stays alive. He's keeping B for his team. Oh no, Tony, this is devastating. Palm Villains have them 3 down, and in the trip cap, they're starting to find the stranglehold.
There's no way you can fall 3 down and also fall all 3 objectives at the same time. 8 seconds off of respawn is just too much time here. Palm Villains just looking decisive on the map. Nobody able to slide in, and just like that, Palm Villains gonna take game number 3. They're moving forward. Proton Gaming are going down to the elimination bracket.
Oh my god, I am just absolutely blown away by how effective those pushes were at the end of that game. Palm Villains getting that trip cap. Like you said, Tony, you can't go 3 down while the 3 objectives go the other side. 3 plus 3 or 3 minus 3, whatever you want to do, it's no good, right? It results in 0 wins. So that's a tough one.
And just like that, looks like Palm Villains going to be able to go up against GBX over on the top hand side of the winners bracket. Native Red going up against Aloha over toward the lower side, and we still have a couple matches over toward that lower bracket. Again, guys, we're in the top 8. Once the top 8 began, so did double elimination here. And as the rounds start to get closer and closer to that winners finals, the matches get harder and harder. So again, let everybody know, go onto the Twitter, go onto the Reddit, let all your friends know that there's some top-notch Halo Infinite 4v4 action going on. $1,000 on the line. Yay, so why don't you break down what we saw so far?
It's been a little bit since we've seen Halo Infinite here at Series E, and it's awesome to see a ton of familiar faces coming back into the fold. Palm Villains, a team we know very well. A lot of players all up and down this bracket. Good to see Native Red here as well. So that's awesome. And they have all delivered great matches, round after round after round here. And things are starting to get really down to the wire here. So it's going to continue. We're going to have some awesome sets coming up here very soon. Tools and Wynut will have all of that action for you coming up. But as we come back here, again, just want to say another continued thank you to everybody over at Microsoft, their support of us here. Big thank you to Game Pass, and want to let you know that you can go sign up for Game Pass today. You can play awesome brand new titles like Hi-Fi Rush and Atomic Heart. They have a ton of titles that come out day one on release on Game Pass that you can play. Classic titles that you may love. We're big fans of Guilty Gear Strive here. You can play Strive on Game Pass today. All other incredible titles, Age of Empires 4, I'm a big fan of. They've even got the definitive editions of 2 and 3. So if you're a big Age of Empires fan, check it out. Everything you could possibly want to play, it's over on Game Pass. I highly recommend you go check it out. We do have, probably next time you see me, a very special announcement coming up. And of course, it is courtesy of our friends at Microsoft and Game Pass. So make sure to stick around for that. But as we go to a break, take a breath, grab a drink, do what you got to do, but don't go far. When we come back, more Halo Infinite fun.
Home sweet home.
KDA, should we show them how we do it every day?
Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali don't stop, Kali don't stir, Kali got the job, Kali got the word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 든 a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my hotbed, 그문 열지 마 that's a rock day. I'm giving you more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시간들 다 보이네, but all of my numbers are talking back. 부르마 뭐 message monopoly. 눈종이 돌리나 물건이 필요 없대 너네들이 만든 내 거 get it, go get it, go get it. permission 눈을 못대 못해 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so easy. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, it never
Only 4 teams remain here in the winners bracket, and we're going to see 2 of them duke it out. The winner of that makes it into winners bracket finals, and it might be 1 series away from making it to the grand finals. This tournament coming down to the nitty gritty, but as a reminder, I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting. I got my man Tools with me. Garrett, how you feeling so far?
I'm feeling great, man. We've seen a lot of Halo action in today's tournament. Like, I think it's been surprising at how many games we've actually been able to see and get a feel for all these teams. I feel like we've seen just about every team in the bracket right now, except for like GBX, which I expect will probably make it to the winners final. If I had to guess, Tony, we're going to be eventually seeing that team on our screen.
It would be surprising not to see GBX making it to the winners finals, and if not even the grand finals through the winners bracket. They're going to be playing against Palm Villains, though, who we just saw not too long ago, and Palm Villains pulling off what I thought to be an upset on Proton Gaming. On the lower half, you have Native Red going up against Aloha. Native Red captained by Sparty, filling in for Talik, and Aloha, 3/4 of that Believe the Hype roster, and Huss filling in for Monster on that roster. So really excited to see you guys go out, $1,000 on the line. So obviously everybody's playing and trying to put their best foot forward here. Not bad of a turnout for a Monday night. I think we saw almost 50 teams signed up here, man. Halo community, they coming out.
Out on Monday night, it's like, that's insane, right? Monday is usually the night where everyone's kind of not wanting to do anything. It's work or they're tired. Nah, we got passion. We got the Halo players coming through today, and it's been awesome to see their dedication to the grind. Said Aloha has been they've been surprising people throughout this entire tournament, but Native Red's going to be a big task, right? No Talik, but Spartan replacing him for 3/4 of this team plus Spartan is a tough task to overcome.
Yeah, really excited to see what Aloha have been able to accomplish so far, and even going in but before Charlotte during the qualifiers, that Believe the Hype roster, got me believing the hype, and kind of mentioned it before, maybe didn't hit exactly where they wanted to over at Charlotte, but now coming in for that second win here in Esports Arena. I'm excited to watch Native Red. I talked about it before. I think, Talik with his low sensitivity, hitting every single shot, winning every single piv, really kind of plays very similar to how Spartan does. Again, puts his shot, stays alive, low sensitivity. So I feel like Spartan is a really good fill-in with his Native Red roster, but the ultimate test is having them play a best-of-3 series against Aloha here in the winners semifinals and ultimately make it into the winners finals.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very hard task at the end of the day for this Aloha roster, because Native Red, although they didn't have the performance they wanted at Charlotte, that was missing Drunk, who's an important piece to this roster. And then, it's no shade at Diagram. Like, we saw Diagram play incredibly well with Palm Villains, but he just wasn't able to fill in that role. And I think that's the important part, right? You talk about how you have to fill in the shoes of the player you're replacing. I don't think Diagram was a Druk style player, but Spartan is definitely a Talik style player, and we're seeing that they're able to gel a lot better because of that. And I think you're spot on with your analysis, Tony, about this Native Red roster.
Street Stronghold's gonna be game number 1, and although I'm excited to talk about what the match was gonna look like right now, because we obviously talk, Rocket, Stalker Rifle, Bulldog, and all these weapons that absolutely run Streets. Is as small as it is, it has so many power weapons on the map. What I want to talk about more is what this map's going to look like starting tomorrow. You have the AR and Cafe being replaced by the Bandit Rifle, the weapon looking very similar to a DMR, close to a Halo 5 Magnum. In the Pulse Carbine room in PD, there's going to be an Assault Rifle there. I love me some Assault Rifle action because I miss most of my shots with a precision weapon. And then the Thrust being replaced with a Shroud screen on Streets, which I think that's the most interesting move for me. Like, I really love the Thrust on Streets, and I think the Shroud is to add a lot of value to a lot of maps, but I didn't think they were going to add it to Streets. And think about how many game types there are, especially like King of the Hill, Strongholds, dropping that Shroud and stealing away an objective, disguising where you are can be really powerful. I'm very interested to see what the Shroud's going to look like on Streets.
Yeah, I think it's going to be used a lot to disrupt line of sights towards rockets when they're coming up, right? And maybe making, like, baiting people into throwing nades earlier, or not being able to have that clear angle from bottom C, which has been super powerful, especially on King of the Hill, right? I think King of the Hill is going to be really important because you shroud screen the middle of that hill, and then you can maybe try to get into it from the A side. I think the only problem is, like, where the shroud screen spawns is towards C, so it might just give more advantage to the C side teams. We'll have to see. And then I'm surprised that they didn't put 2 bandit rifles on the map, right? Only putting 1, so we have 2 commandos and 1 bandit rifle. I think I would have liked to see maybe 2 bandit rifles on the map, 1 on either side, for equal opportunity for both these teams. Because if the bandit rifle proves to be really good, Tony, it's going to really skew the favor to one side of the map.
Really excited to see what Streets look like, not only today but also tomorrow. And again, we also talked about the Stark Rifle losing a bunch of ammo, same as the Bulldog. Streets is going to play a lot different going forward. But as of today, we play on the current settings, and it's going to be Native Red going up against Aloha. And looks like Native Red get the first hands on that Rockets, but Boom gets his first hands on Native Red. Easy 3 down. Boom already working on the Alpha side base.
Yeah, quick to get towards that home and not even trying to keep that capture. You want to put pressure right on the PD. Unfortunately for him, he goes down right away, and Huss is going to have to try to come save the day. Neuronical said, I didn't need your help anyway, though. Finds that kill, and these Rockets eventually find their mark. It's the last player that goes down as well. Native Red playing very fast, very loose to start this game, and it's costed them dearly as it's a trip cap. And now Neuronical seeing player spawn in front of him. This could be a devastating trip cap.
What a start here by Aloha, and they are not done. The trip cap turns into a 3 down for Native Red. There's only 1 more player who's trying to play his life, and it's not gonna happen. The trip cap defense comes in. Native Red now spawning over toward the seaside. Now the question is, do Aloha overwhelm this? Because Native Red might end up being trapped here, but 1 member spawns over toward the sea. The pressure might have came a little bit too quick. A little bit of split spawners coming in, and that forces Aloha to end up going 3 down. Neuronical being left by himself.
Neuronical's trying to do his best just to get his shields back and fight for this hill. He is going to get those opening shots, and Huss is there to get the help. The problem is there's a trip cap that's in favor of Native Red right away, and Neuronical is going to try to get into B. The question is, do Native Red get here in time to try to stop this push? The nades aren't going to reach Neuronical in time, and it's a quick recovery from Aloha after Native Red gets their temporary trip cap. And the Neuronical still putting more pressure down. That's a massive kill by Drunk.
I honestly thought when Native Red got the slays they were looking for, they were gonna run through it and ride that momentum. But like you said, the recovery comes in. Even I can see, even Garrett with his no glasses self squinting can see that Aloha has come to play, and they are looking good. Neuronical takes down 1. That nade might have done a little bit more damage to himself than the opposition, but Huss follows it right up. I think it looks like there's 1 rocket left here, and looks like they're used right away.
Huss is trying to finish off these kills. I mean, he's had a great start to this game. 10 and 4, over double positive throughout this game, and it's just the slays that are overwhelmingly in favor of Aloha right now. Native Red just need to be able to get unanswered kills if they want to get back into this game.
And I'm really happy for Huss, like he was left off of that TSS roster, like maybe like a week, if that, before the qualifiers started, and left without a home and forced to play on leftovers, dropped for Septify. So he if I'm Huss, I'm playing every tournament after that, just mad, just angry. How dare they drop me a week before the event? How dare they make me scramble for a new team? And as of right now, Huss looks like he is playing angry. 11 and 5, 2 assists. About to get a nasty back smack. Love the veteran play. Patience is a weapon. He uses it against Native Red, but Native Red still somehow able to put Aloha 3 down. Precision forced to back down and play his life.
Yeah, Native Red get real scrappy right there for a second. Although they're down in position on the map, they're able to get the trades that mattered, get the trip cap in for a second, and now They have to try to stop Precision from ripping them apart. He's got two. Finally stuck between a rock and a hard place. He goes down, but Soul Snipe's the last alive, and he has a decision to make. Do I fight for B or do I play for Rockets? He's going to leave the rocket pad open and try to stop B at the last second. He's going to be able to get the kill, but not before B transfers hands.
Love that Precision showing how precise he can really be by shooting that nade pad and pulling off the remote detonation. Soul Snipe, though, staying alive with this Stalker rifle, which where the B side now has the help that he was looking for. The B side being controlled by Native Red, and so with both of these caps, Aloha may have the lead, but they better be careful. As I say that, 3 down go Native Red. Soul Snipe takes 1 down with them, but it's not going to be enough. Aloha break through not only the Bravo side, the Charlie side as well. That's going to be a triple cap. Native Red spawning all the way on the opposite side of the map, and Aloha continue to put the pressure on. They are playing light years above the way they should be. Aloha are literally on another level right now.
Yeah, I love how aggressive they're being for these trip caps, right? Constantly pushing for them. And although they aren't really able to hold them for extended periods of time, they're getting the damage done, right? They're buying enough time, and oh, those spike grenades do so much damage. And Neuronical finishes the next with the BR. Sparty didn't expect a thing, and now he goes down to the respawn screen. Trip cap pressure in once again, and Neuronical is just frying the entire lobby. There's no one that can shut this guy down.
Another double kills and allowed Neuronical to snatch up that Bulldog, and the Charlie side being controlled by him. Meanwhile, Huss and Precision pushing up the purple side of the map. One does end up going down, but Aloha's still in great position. Neuronical with the flank with the shotgun, able to now add to the spree that he already had here, going in for more, but that team grenade that his teammate left behind ends up doing the damage onto the Neuronical that makes him go down, and Sparty gonna thrive off of that by stealing rockets.
Sparty wants to break into this back and see his teammates are starting to find the kills that are necessary, but the follow-ups from Aloha equalize the numbers for just a bit longer than Spartan wants. Does the back rocket hit? No. Remember, you have to be careful when you shoot rockets into B because they can slip through that back gate. And I believe that's what happened to Spartan. There was no splashback damage on that player at B because it phased through the wall.
Sparty with 3 thrusters to work with. Not aware there's a player literally right behind us, so have to go in for a crazy ego challenge right now. Does well in the damage department, but Bohm comes with the cleanup. Soul Snipe trying to find the one shot, and Bohm ends up finding 2. Double kill out of Soul Snipe. Precision ends up being hunted down, and just like that, Native Red gonna turn the double cap into 3. There's only 1 more player left in Neuronical, and he tries to do enough damage to take down 1. Not gonna be able to do so. Boom gets the God Spawn over here, the trip cap for Native Red. They seem to be on a run. Aloha now spawning and dying 1 at a time. They need to slow things down just a bit.
I was gonna say this game's not over yet, but I believe it was Neuronical once again that gets behind enemy lines, gets the back smack, and now Huss is just inside B raising terror. And well, you're running out of time. If you are this Native Red roster, you're gonna have to find a solution right away, but there's just nothing to do. C's transferring hands. Suddenly, as the game is slipping from your fingers, you're under a trip cap, and I don't think there's a way for Native Red to recover.
I'm gonna have to agree with you. 240 points almost being accomplished here by Aloha. The Charlie side is gonna change hands over towards Native Red, but there's still 2 caps in. Native Red find himself 3 down. Precision firing off a couple of warning shots with the Stalker rifle. His teammate gonna finish that player off, and the boys in blue say aloha to the series by taking game number 1 over Native Red.
I mean, what a performance from them, right? They played masterfully throughout the entire game. They were aggressive for trip caps, but they didn't get too caught up on maintaining the trip cap, right? All it was about putting that pressure on board and then not overextending themselves, not overexerting their position. They were able to play that extremely well, and it results in a free win for them in game 1. I mean, a convincing win, right? And now going into game 2, you have to feel that all of the momentum is on their side. Native Red just got outplayed.
And with how quickly that Believe the Hype roster came together, again, Monster not here, Huss here instead, by how quickly they came together. Only 2 sprints before the qualifiers, so not much practice. What tells me the fact that they're on the same page like that is their communication's on point. You know, that you must have multiple players, you know, eye-gelling and making in-game decisions. As soon as they die, they're able to really see the map as like a third-person point of view. The small talk is there. The team is on the same page like that because I believe their communication is so effective. They know what they want to do on the map at every given time, and they execute so well. Aloha definitely are the real deal. Watch out for them.
Yeah, and now it's Aquarius Slayer. I feel like this is a map that plays very similar to Street Strongholds. It's going to be fast. It's going to be aggressive. It's about team wipes and forcing the spawns that you want. I expect that this Aloha team is going to keep that momentum. I have this being a 2-0 at the end of the day, Tony.
And Aquarius also one of the maps that are getting the least amount of changes going into going into tomorrow. The only thing coming out is the Pulse Carbine, and to replace it is a battle rifle, which obviously already starting with. So just trying to limit the options on Aquarius and really make it more of that just pure.
I'm surprised they didn't put a bandit rifle on it, right? I feel like you'd expect a bandit rifle.
Well, I feel like every map in Halo has had like every game in Halo has had a map that was like pure starting weapon, kind of like I think of almost like Onslaught was to Halo 3, where there's very limited other options and the game is played and won through that starting weapon. So I think they want Aquarius to be more of that, although you still have equipment to deal with, like the camouflage and obviously the thrust on each side as well, which are very effective. So I guess they want it to be like main starting weapon heavy, again similar to Onslaught. That's my thought process. I don't know.
No, I mean I think you might be spot on with that analysis there, and I was just thinking for sure they would put a bandit rifle on it, and I thought it would be really interesting. Maybe we'd see some bandit rifle pistol combinations, right? Sidekick combinations. I would have been maybe in favor of trying the bandit rifle over the commando, right? I just want to see probably more of that bandit rifle make its way into competitive.
Well, what I find it more amazing is the fact that we're not, I mean, I guess I'm surprised the bandit rifle is not coming into Aquarius, but I find more amazing is that you can't see your monitor, and I hear that you just visualize what's happening on the screen in your own head, and everything you're casting is just what's going on in the mental. I hear that you most of the time you cast with your eyes closed, and so the glasses breaking don't affect you whatsoever.
They don't affect me. I gotta pull out this chat and see this. You guys are gonna see my forehead for a second. Oh my god, bro, this is crazy. Y'all are too much. Let me tell you what. Dude. You know what I do during the games that people don't see this? I go like this, put my glasses on. I have to be able to see, but I don't want to wear the glass. Like, I guess you can't even tell, can you?
You know, stick a pen there, you know? Like,
yeah, dude, imagine you put like a really long stick in there. Oh my god. Here we go. Boom. Able to find his opening kill, but it's just trade outs from both sides. Really what's going to happen is they're going to try to fight for the top mid position and then wait to get a 2-3 down, and from there it's working on the cycles, right? Trying to put everyone in the right spot, finish collapses, and provide separation on the map.
It was a sobering game number 1 for Native Red. Little knockback coming in from Aloha, and now we're gonna see if Native Red can wake up here, bounce back in game number 2. So far with the early lead, but Neuronica with the early P-side control. Just as a teammate over toward the car side, but multiple members of Native Red are flooding that side. Love the flank shots. Easy shots coming in from Neuronica, doing damage onto multiple players here. Now staying alive over towards the mid. Neuronica, he's putting shots on everybody, staying alive, doing everything. He might as well be selling tickets at this point.
Hey man, start up a little home ownership, you know, HOA. Make that your home. Make everyone pay your fees. Be the worst enemy of the average American family. I feel like if you can play Halo and make players feel the way that they feel about their HOAs at home, then you're doing a good job. You know what I'm saying? You just got to be annoying. You got to make sure that they can never really feel as if their home is their home. and just keep the pressure on. And Aloha is doing a fantastic job to start this game. Druck is the last alive. He's going to try to get out towards the utils. His teammates spawn up just in time, but Precision, he gets that damage down, stays alive, and he's still working with his teammate. I love to see how aggressive he is. Not quite able to get the second, but I really enjoy watching this Aloha squad work right now.
I love how I said this map being more starting weapon heavy, and obviously the commandos there as well, but forgot about that giant heat wave, that Promethean shotgun that you can't forget about over toward the P side. So you know what, Tashi, if you can hear me, we need some bandit rifles on Aquarius.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm ready for the bandit meta, but us gonna be able to find the finish. Manny with the immediate trade outs, and we're gonna see the trades continue on for now. Trades that work in favor of the side of Aloha. Solstice needs to find this finish, but he's getting pressure from both sides. Bohm gets to kill the nade from the back. Huss able to take him down, and that's a massive swing for Aloha. Native Red could not afford a death right there.
That has to be so frustrating. There was limited options for him to go. He's going left, right, doesn't know where the nades rain down, and Soul Snipe ends up going down. And now with that numbers disadvantage, the rest of Aloha able to push through and simply trade out their life. Huss finds himself another double kill after that crazy grenade. Aloha continue to add to their lead here as they dominate here on Aquarius. Complete map control, and they're not done yet. Neurotical finds another one.
I mean, Huss has been playing unreal as well, right? We see him just so fast on the draw. He's quick to pick up any weapon on the map that can give him an advantage. And the second he smells blood, he is circling the water. Two more go down for Native Red, and they just can't get together. And Huss has a devastating flank, but Precision just doesn't need the help. Neuronical finishes the kill, and everything is going right. Aloha's lead rapidly grows to double digits.
And this is the Aloha squad that we saw during the qualifiers leading up to Charlotte. This is the Huss that we saw on that leftover squad as well. They are absolutely dominating, even against a team as well versed and as so good as Native Red. Switching gears over towards Huss, taking a lot of damage, almost able to turn that corner, but ends up going down as the rest of Native Red getting chased out. It looks like a 36-29 lead in favor of Aloha. Now Native Red might have to slow the game down. This next round of slays, this next squad wipe that goes in favor of Aloha, might just be their last and might just put them way behind the 8-ball.
The pressure keeps forward, and Aloha just can't seem to die. Soul Snipe is the last player alive, and it's playing a dangerous proposition, staying so high and close to these players, but it's going to work out for the first kill. The trades are in, and that's the thing, is Native Red just can't afford traded kills at the moment.
Yo, Precision, Manny had an easy one-shot kill in front of him. Precision just comes out of nowhere with that back smack. Oh, but just everything. That's just a perfect like example of what's been happening in this game. Everything Native Red do, there's some kind of counter going on there. Even when you have a one-shot player in front of you, back smack out of nowhere. Smarty almost able to get the kill. The thrust puts him on skates. Easy kill coming out of Precision, taking down Soul Snipe, and now just 5 kills away. Aloha trying to pull off the upset here. Druck follows it up with a big kill onto Neuronical, but all that does is just a call out for the rest of the team to fly in there. Precision playing for yet another trade. Huss now going in. That player should be weak. That's another one. Now just one more kill.
And what an extremely fast game that Aloha has played time and time again throughout this tournament. They are just rolling through this game, looking for their final statement to make as they are punching their ticket into our winners finals match. And I mean, a convincing victory against a very good team in Native Red. Aloha continue on.
Aloha might mean hello, but it also means goodbye, as they're saying goodbye to Native Red here in the winners bracket, going all the way down. And like you said, Aloha in the winners bracket finals. Now, no matter what happens at this point forward, they're guaranteed a top 3 placing and a piece of our $1,000 prize pool. Congratulations, Aloha, moving forward. That's a big win by Native Red, and now we just wait for GBX and Palm Villains to go at it, because the winner of that will join Aloha in the winners finals. This has already been one hell of a tournament. What, we're about maybe just halfway done. We still have plenty of Halo action ahead of us.
Yeah, there is a ton of Halo still to be played. I'm taking a look at these brackets just to see what's happening. And then down in the elimination bracket, we saw Luminosity beat Incognito. So Carmea, Ryanoob, Piggy, all gone from this tournament. And then Six Karma and Proton Gaming still playing on that side. So Native Red's going to play whoever wins between Six Karma and Proton Gaming. Then obviously we don't have an update on GBX versus Palm Villains yet, but it looks like, I think we're going to get into that game. So it looks like we have another one on our horizon right now. GBX versus Palm Villains. Let's get it, Tony.
Hey, I'm ready. It looks like we might have been holding this matchup. I'm assuming we're going to be coming in game number 1. This is a matchup that I know a lot of people wanted to see. GBX, a star-studded roster. I mean, you got the Renegades, you got the Falcateds, you got the Frosties, and when your least, I guess, known players by just like star power alone is Tusk, you know you're in a good position because Tusk is a damn good player. Actually, currently on that Complexity roster, they did amazing at Charlotte. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, you have Palm Villains, the triplets, Diagram, Avenue, and Suppressed, joined by Boo Boo Doo, currently teaming with Falcon at the moment, so that's gonna be fun. And I will say, how many times in these types of tournaments, whether it be Esports Arena or other tournaments around, have we seen where star-studded rosters, they get upset? Sometimes chemistry beats out firepower. So I wouldn't go hand in GBX the 2-0 win right off the rip. Watch out. Palm Villains have something to say about that.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if there is an upset here. Like, that is absolutely on the table. I'm trying to make sure, Tony, I'm looking back. I want to see exactly who is on this GBX roster, because I know Frosty is there with Renegade. It's Falcated and Tusk, and that's the player I'm really curious about right now, Tony, is Tusk, right? Tusk has been performing at the highest level possible for his Complexity squad. They made some changes at the last second to add him to the roster, and what I've heard every single time I talk to someone from that Complexity side, they're like, man, I can't believe Tusk is this good. I can't believe he's been under the radar all this time, because he's been playing phenomenally. And he for multiple tournaments now has had the top KD. He's always there running in the top half of the tournament.
It's funny, when I hear Tusk has one of the best long-range shots in the HCS right off the rip. And like you said, it's a little crazy to think, because not too long ago, Tusk was coaching that FaZe roster. So to see him coming in fresh off of coaching, and then, toss the clipboard aside and say, you know what, I'm tired of teaching you how to do it. Let me show you how to do it. And to come out on top is absolutely amazing. And on the other side of things, I will say, I've been really proud to see where the triplets have gone in their individual careers, including Suppressed. Like, when Suppressed joined that, by the way, that very same Complexity roster, he had big shoes to fill in Septify. Septify was their main slayer, was their main damage dealer, and when they dropped Septify, I'm not gonna lie, I was confused.
Same, absolutely the same. I was like, wow, I can't believe they let him go.
But then you bring in Suppress, who's another high damage dealer, another main slayer, again, teammates of Tusk. So you guys have another interwoven team going up against each other. And once I saw, I was like, okay, I would love to see Suppressed and Septify on the same team, but I ain't mad that any team bringing in Suppressed. You know I'm a big Suppressed fan, and I'm sure you guys will be too after the series. It's winners bracket finals right now. Winner bracket semifinals to find out who makes it to the winners finals, and this is going to be one hell of a matchup.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how Palm Villains stacks, because on paper, right, this should be just an easy win for GBX. No offense to the players on Palm Villains, but when you have two players from the top 2 team in the game who are arguably both of those players are in the conversation for top 3 players in the game, right? I think everyone has the consensus that it's been really Lucid, Frosty, and Renegade as the top 3 throughout Halo Infinite thus far. It's always going to be a tough task, right? Because at any moment, one of those players can take over the game.
So let's go back to Stronghold Streets, and we talked about Streets quite a bit. So I want to move over to Oddball Live Fire, because so far we've seen Stronghold Streets, we've seen Slayer Aquarius, but we haven't seen too much of Oddball Live Fire. Something tells me that we will see a game number 3. Talk to me a little bit about what you want to see from both of these teams going into Live Fire. What's going to be able to really put either team over the edge?
It's always going to be a battle of attrition whenever we're talking about Oddball, right? You can't rely too much on individual plays that give you a little momentum boost. It's about putting a body of work out there that prevails over a 20-minute game. On average, a game of Oddball is going to last 16 minutes. And then on top of that, when I was talking to Mr. Snow, my stats guy that feeds me all this stuff, he said, yeah, not only is the game averaging 16 minutes long, you also have a standard deviation of 4.5 minutes, meaning that it's not uncommon to see 21 minute games of Oddball. And it just shows you how hard it is to fight that long. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you are in a lobby playing a game, like a 20-minute game can be the equivalent of 3 games if you're playing the right game types. Remember back in Halo 5, Tony, when we'd see best of 3s be over in 7 minutes, because you could play Flag 3-0, you could play a Slayer and get staked. It was that easy. And now all of a sudden we have one game that's lasting for so long and is testing these players time and time again, and it's going to show that whoever's the most consistent team will win.
Now, when I think of Streets and Aquarius and even Live Fire, you know, what I immediately think of is 3 of the most punishing maps that we have in the HCS League, and especially Live Fire. I think Live Fire is a game type that is very easy to manipulate spawns, and once you're able to identify where those spawns are coming from, you fly at them, you punish them. Like 4 down turns to 6 down, turns to 8 down real quick, and I almost thought maybe a shroud screen would be able to help out a lot in that situation, but I then look at where the shroud screen is being placed again, starting to maul. So when I feel like most of the teams are getting punished, it's over on the green side of the map, over onto the A corner. You can correct me if I'm wrong about that. Where they're putting the shroud screen is where the drop wall spawns. I feel like that's like the strong side of the map. So I feel like kind of similar to what you said on the Streets, the strong get stronger or more versatile with getting a hold of that shroud. Do you think the shroud screen is going to help teams when they're getting punished off a spawn on like a Slayer or I guess maybe even an Oddball?
Yeah, that's the question, because like shroud screen, it doesn't feel like an offensive tool, right? It feels like something you would use to set up a push on a cross that they try to break out of a setup, right? And I'm interested to see the theory crafting that some of these teams do, because we haven't ever had anything like this in Halo before. We haven't had smokes. We haven't had to think about the theory of how do we use these effectively. Do I hold on to this until I'm in a spot where I need to flash someone, treat it like a pseudo flash to get out of the gunfight? Do I treat it as a line of sight blocker to put all our numbers towards one side? Do you use it as a surprise tool, right? Like you could throw a shroud screen down at top mid, send all 4 players to top, and fly out at the same time, and it could probably catch plenty of teams off guard. I'm honestly, I haven't seen any pro gameplay of it yet. I haven't seen any testing of it yet. Really, we saw it used in that showcase during HCS Charlotte, but even then it didn't feel like we were getting the competitive experience out of it. I honestly, it's the biggest question mark I think Halo's had for a core game mechanic in the last probably 5 to 10 years. I don't think we've had anything that's been this unique in the game before.
Yeah, I'm trying like I can see a world where it's offensively. Like I feel like it's say you know what, on Oddball Live Fire and a team is holding on the A side of the map. You know, you spawn C side, you grab hold of that shroud, and almost similar to like a Bangalore smoke on like Apex. Like you could use a Bangalore smoke to get out of a bad situation. What you could also do is just smoke your opponent's current situation and block their line of sight and make it easier for you to push up over to them. So when I think of Live Fire being that 3-lane, you know, highway, most time we push up over 2 or try to surround and make it 3. But once you smoke out 1, that draws like the enemy team's, I guess, attention to that one side. and now you can use that as a fake. You can still use that as a feint and go like over towards mid instead of over towards window. You can go over, or you can just play right through it because you're blocking the line of sight, and then throw a couple nades with it. It's gonna be fun. I guess it's the only way I can see it being used offensively. But again, that's if your opponent's holding A side, which most of the time they want Charlie's side of the map, which they get a smoke.
Yeah, right. It's gonna be so interesting. I'm excited to see how pros play with it. See some scrims when that shroud screen is up. But right now, it looks like Palm Villains did a great job getting these opening kills, and they're starting to put pressure down. And GBX, they go 4 down. Tony, Palm Villains starting out extremely strong in game 1.
22-0 coming out of Palm Villains. Couple grenades that'll put Falcon down to one shot immediately. That's gonna be easy cleanup out of him. Back smack from Boo Boo Doo onto Renegade, and just like that, numbers advantage going towards Palm Villains. Boo Boo Doo will get cleaned up, but Frosty does as well. When somehow it's Palm Villains that, despite having that early numbers advantage, they go 3 down, and now GBX are pushing straight over toward the Bravo side.
GBX trying to get this before any help can come. Boo Boo Doo and Avenue able to get the kill, and the resets in. Av's gonna get a double, and he's not satisfied yet. He sees Frosty's rotation, and he's gonna go milk his way back towards Commando. Looks like he decided to opt to go for a different route. Avenue, it's been surprising at how open he is on the map, but how GBX really hasn't been able to take care of him yet, just being a pain in the side of Frosty at the back of C, and he's eventually gonna probably pick up these kills as his teammates come to help.
And that's one of the things Avenue does so well: put down damage, stay alive, and like you said, just be a nuisance and buy time for the rest of his teams to get into position. And now you give an annoying player a rocket launcher. He goes from annoying to an absolute pain here. But eventually Avenue goes down. I didn't see him fire a single rocket off of that one. That's going to be troublesome. GBX go 3 down. Palm Villains fighting for the rocket. Frosty finally emerges from it with the double kill. There's 1 rocket on the ground, and Boo Boo Doo says, my name's all over that one.
I feel like we just saw, oh my god, it's still not over yet. I think we've seen the rockets change hands 4 or 5 times in this single fight, and it's going to be Palm Villains who eventually end up with it in their possession, and they're just on an absolute tear. 100 unanswered points from them, and these rockets are going to be able to help secure C. Still suppressed, able to just get around that corner, but wanting to be patient with those rockets. But sometimes patience can kill. You don't want to make sure, you don't want to accidentally give up power weapon.
And while all of these fights are going on over the rockets and the thrust and the bulldog, which obviously is so important, look at the scoreboard. 126-4 run. GBX, they're trying to get the utility, they're trying to get the advantage, they're doing everything right, but Palm Villains are holding on to the double cap while all of that happens. They're gonna have to dig themselves out of quite a hole. Avenue flying out with the bulldog, not quite able to find the kill. GBX going 3 down once again, making 4 down, and this is what I talked about before. It's not names that win series. It's not names that win tournaments. It's performance and chemistry. And as of right now, Palm Villains are performing out of this world, and the chemistry clearly there.
The Sentinel Beam can be absolutely deadly, and we've seen specifically the triplets love to use this weapon, and they're going to continue frying the opponents. And oh my, it's an easy double kill, just shreds in that close range, and it's going to prevent GBX from really getting themselves a second hold. And Boo Boo Doo still has the rockets. This has been a dominating performance.
Diagram only 14-6 at the moment. Native Red watching, saying, well, where was this in Charlotte? I'm absolutely joking. This man is absolutely frying right now. Suppressed, coming out hot with the Stalker rifle as GBX find himself 4 down once again. Boo Boo Doo dropping the people's elbow real quick, and the lead continues to grow. GBX are getting outclassed at the moment from Palm Villains. It is just teamwork on top of teamwork on top of teamwork, and it is working here for Palm Villains.
Still trying to get those shots down range. Av not going to be able to survive, and for the first time, it looks like GBX is going to start putting some points on the board and be able to have a hold where they have control. And now the question is, how many points can they get that are unanswered? And I love how aggressively they are pushing for a trip cap right now. They know to get back into this game, it's going to take more than just getting a couple kills and holding 2 strongholds. They have to control the pace of this game. As Renegade ran out of weapon ammo, he's able to find a BR on the ground. But even then, Sieg's going to get transferred, but Renegade's not letting them get away for free. He's going to keep putting the pressure on.
Looking for Renegade, he found a phase BR, so clearly he's comfortable with this one as he finds himself yet another kill. Is 12th on the board here, defending the B side. Finally, GBX getting the map control that they were looking for and playing through this double cap. Looks like they're not happy with it. Looks like they want to go in for the trip cap. Diagram with the defense trades out his life there. Renegade gonna do damage all the way across the map while simultaneously taking C at the same time, multitasking at its finest. Palm Villains 3 down. GBX hold on to this double cap here. They're looking to come back in this game.
Right, they're holding this double cap, but they're waiting. They're looking at the map and saying, the second you open up a lane for us, we're going to push for 3. Boo Boo Dubu's the last alive, and while a rocket will be enough to deal with that, and Falcade had said, hey, my teammates are spawning here, I can come back and play defensively at C, and then depending on where the rotation comes from, my rockets are going to go wherever I'm needed. Great rotations from Falc. Although he's out of the fight, he's making the impactful play for the rest of his teammates.
First triple cap that we've seen here for GBX. When they get the control, they hold on to it. At least normally, but Palm Villain's playing abnormally right now. Wow, Falcade having to work for that kill. I said it before, Avenue. He is a tough kill, Falcade, finding out the hard way here. But the lead really starting to be diminished here. GBX fighting hard right now. Falcade is pushing all the way over toward the B side. Meanwhile, Palm Villains trying to out-rotate over towards A. GBX will hold on to their double cap. That nade will connect. Diagram finds himself the kill. Frosty coming in with the Stalker Rifle, and Palm Villains once again going 3 down. They're going to have to fight off a spawn, which is not easy to do against GBX.
We talked about how at any moment Frosty and Renegade can take over the game. It felt like they did just that. They took over the game and said, hey, we're not going to go out like this. Able to get themselves just about 160 seconds of unanswered time, but finally Palm Villains get control once again. So we're gonna have to see a break from the side of GBX if they want to secure this comeback.
Suppressed doing everything he can to stay alive. Rocket launcher coming up real soon here. Diagram goes down and Suppressed just picks up exactly where his teammate goes down here, filling in the gaps, and because of that, GBX don't find any avenue to push through. There is no opening on the map. GBX once again going 3 down, and the same level of dominance that we saw in the early game is exactly what we're seeing right now. Suppressed gets away with the rockets. GBX can't get away with their lives. The PD spawns are coming in, and here comes the meteor strike, airstrike out of Suppressed for the killing spree, and that might be the finishing touches on this game. Palm Villains pull off the upset against the #1 seeded GBX.
And it was really the tale of 2 stories, either winning really great or losing really bad, right? It's when they had control, it was firm control. It was beautiful Halo. When they didn't, they found very hard to find the breaks. And both teams played that way. A very interesting game of Street Strongholds. There really wasn't a back and forth. It was, I'm dominant, they're dominant, we're dominant again. It was literally a tale in three phases.
It's crazy to be, because like leading up to this, we kind of set the table up for saying that, how many times have we seen star-studded rosters lose to a team with just superior chemistry and superior teamwork. And going into that game #1, there is no doubt in my mind. You must be as blind as Garrett without his crooked glasses if you tell me that Palm Villains weren't the better team going into that game #1. That teamwork was absolutely incredible. It was no man left behind mentality. And if they bring that same energy to Slayer Aquarius, this is going to be a 2-0. GBX are the ones on their back foot. GBX are the ones that have to have the claws come out and make something happen here, because Palm Villains have all the momentum.
Yeah, they have to be concerned, right? How do you fight back into this game? And, Palm Villains, they're not just a team, they're a brotherhood. And I think it showed off in that game. That, like you said, it's better communication. It's it's better gameplay between those between them as a unit, right? It wasn't about their individual skill this time, but it's always scary when you're going against stars like Frosty, Renegade, and the Slayer, but Palm Villain's not paying them any mind to start this game. 4-0 off rip.
I don't know how true it is, but I heard that Boo Boo Dubu and Falcated are not only teammates, but they're also roommates as well. How awkward is gonna be that walk to like the the bathroom or like the common areas like the kitchen or something after you just beat your current teammate in a $1,000 tournament? Like I swear on everything I love, if I won and Falcon comes up to me like, hey, it's your turn to do this, I'm like, what was it your turn to win in the winners bracket finals or not? Because I'm confused. Maybe your calendar is wrong. Like I swear I'm talking so much junk.
Hey, bro, I'd be pulling out a wad of cash, be like, hey, you know how much, bro? I just won this tournament. You might have heard of it. It's the Esports Arena Series E. I have a little bit extra cash to give you. You can do the dishes tonight. But I love that. I love that this Palm Villains team is just playing so well. This is like, I think 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 people would have been like, yeah, GBX is just gonna run through this roster, and that's just been the exact opposite of what we've seen thus far.
As of right now, Triple is playing for that G1 contract right now.
Right?
They look at the same spots. I mean, hey, G1 underperformed over at Charlotte, and shoot. Hey, Palm Villains coming in. 15-8 lead coming out of Palm Villains at the moment. They're suppressed, doing his best ability to stay alive from the P over to the car, bringing that Promethean shotgun. Gets himself a double kill. 3 down once again. Go GBX. They are struggling. GBX are in trouble.
Yeah, there's just nothing that's going right for them, and you can't let this game get too far out of hand, and Suppress just is on fire. Feels like he can't lose a fair gunfight, and finally, after getting peppered by 3 different players, he's taken down. But is the damage done, right? Is this too much to overcome? Already a double-digit lead, and Diagrams keeps pushing forward with this camouflage. He's not letting anyone get away from him. Killing spree. GBX just cannot get together.
Palm Villains have already got 25 out of 50 kills. Meanwhile, Tusk hasn't found his first kill at the moment here. This is the level of dominance that you're seeing out of Palm Villains. They are everywhere at the same time, just putting down damage after damage. GBX can't even just take a breath at the moment without Palm Villains immediately hearing and flying at them right now. They're getting absolutely dominated, and it is tough to see. But GBX might be going down to the elimination bracket again as your #1 seed going into this tournament.
I don't think anyone would have saw this coming, at least not in the... I think a lot of people could have been like, yeah, Palm Villains could make the upset happen if like things went right. They could scrape away 2 close games. But these games have been anything but close. They've just been domination from Palm Villains thus far, and it just continues on. They are just putting them on the respawn again and again, and Tusk finally opens the doors to Olive Garden, gets his first kill on the breadstick, but it's too little too late. I just do not see a path forward unless something drastically changes in the next 30 seconds for GBX. This game is all Palm Villains.
You looking for a table for 1 and 10?
Ooh,
Tusk struggling. Palm Villains thriving right now, just 14 kills away from sending the #1 seed over toward the lower bracket. Frosty had the active camouflage in his sights, but had 3 reticles trained on him, gets shredded immediately, and active camouflage finds the hands of Palm Villains. Nothing going GBX's way. Clearly, GBX stands for good boys get executed, because that's exactly what's happening right now.
Wow, what?
I don't know. You ever walk yourself into a sentence? How do I get out of here?
Good boys get executed. I would have been like, goodbye, ex-pro players. I don't know. Holy, that's a dark lane right there, Tony. Honestly, we should be doing the death games in Halo, right? You lose, you get eliminated. We don't even play for cash anymore. It's a bunch of death games. How hype.
Well, that's what's happening right now. GBX are being sent to the Shadow Realm at the moment, suppressed. Pushing up over toward the utility side. Wants a piv, but ends up running into a 1v2. And the last thing I want Palm Villains to do is get sloppy here. Hey, trust your numbers. Fly in as 2. Play for those trades. Don't want to accidentally keep running into those 1v2s and give GBX any kind of momentum because the game is not over yet.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen crazy comebacks happen in Halo before. You can never let up, especially when there's players on the other side of the caliber of Frosty and Renegade. But the problem is it's just not them. You just don't have deaths to give up. If it's a stray nade, a random bullet being exposed for just a half second too long, every death is so punishing from this position.
One squad wipe away from coming out with the win here. Frosty down to 1 shot of the back all the way down, but he has 2 members of Palm Villains that are pushing up their full shields.
Wow.
So 2 members of GBX for 1 shot somehow get away with that kill. Actually back-to-back kills, so seeing some life coming in from GBX, but like you said, they don't have the lives to work with here. They have to play damn near perfect Halo, and Avenue already finding the kill onto Tusk. Frosty ends up getting caught over towards the P side here. They're looking for that one more after Suppress takes down Falcon, and Diagram flies in. Double melees. Okay.
Ooh, okay,
Watch out.
Watch out. This one's not. Okay, there we go. Boo Boo Doo gets the nade kill. My God. I mean, hey, it got closer towards the end, but I mean, the separation that Palm Villains put in the beginning of that game was just too much to overcome. And we see a swift 2-0. It wasn't really close in those games. We saw moments from GBX where it looks like, yeah, this is the team that should be winning, right? Remember when they went on the crazy streak on in game 1, when they started to slowly come back into game 2, but they just allowed too much separation at the beginning of the games.
Well, good boys find the exit. GBX.
Yeah, oh, that's a good one. That's a good one there. I like that
obviously
one.
starts with the E, but we're going to ignore that as they exit the winner's bracket down to the lower bracket. Palm Villains going to be going up against Aloha in the winner's bracket finals. The winner of that makes it to the grand finals. Both of those teams guaranteed top 3. And I'm still trying to figure out. GBX just lost that. It's just crazy. I mean, I don't want to, I'm not trying to, talk down on Boo Boo Doo Boo and Suppressed and the triplets. I know and love them. You already know, but damn, that's crazy.
Hey, it's crazy. I don't think anyone saw that coming. Everyone's brackets all goofed up at this point. Tony, I'm not sure what person had this being the result that we were going to see, but it certainly wasn't me, Tony.
Well, we already know who's in your winners finals. We know there's just 4 teams left in the lower bracket at the moment here. Why don't we send it over to Yeso to break down what we saw, because me and Garrett still at a loss for words.
We'll let those gentlemen collect themselves for a little bit before we jump back into the fun. Of course, winners finals on the horizon here, and still plenty of action to happen on that lower side of the bracket. As they just mentioned, 4 teams still alive on that side, so decisions to be made and the field to be whittled down just a little bit more before we can crown our Halo Infinite champion here for tonight. Of course, let's talk once again about my friends at Microsoft and everything going on with Game Pass. I mentioned at the top of the show that we had a little surprise for you guys, a little something special that I wanted to show you. So let's take a look at that real fast.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Now, with us partnering with Microsoft, everything going on with Game Pass, League had to come back into the fold. If you haven't seen recently, Riot has partnered with Microsoft through Game Pass, and with not only all of the wonderful games that you can play through Game Pass, but you also get some amazing rewards for your favorite Riot titles by being signed up for Game Pass. Champions, Agents, Little Legends, and more across all 4 games: League of Legends, Wild Rift, Valorant, and TFT. All kinds of awesome stuff that you can get through Game Pass and through that partnership between Riot Games and Microsoft. And it's so awesome, and we were so excited about it that we're bringing League of Legends back into the fold. If you know me, you know my heart, my origins, my roots in casting are in League of Legends. I still cast it to this day, and I'm so excited that League of Legends is coming back to Esports Arena and is coming the first time under the Series E umbrella. You saw it, $1,000 tournament coming very, very soon. We still have some details to iron out, so we still have to announce a date, a little bit more about the format and everything that's going on with that. So stay tuned for more. It won't be coming here tonight, but very soon. So if you want to know what's going on, make sure you're checking out esportsarena.com regularly, as well as our Twitter account at Esports Arena, because we're putting out a lot more details and news about that in the coming weeks. But we're excited to announce that we're working with Microsoft and Riot to put on an awesome tournament, and we're looking forward to it here very, very soon. So I hope you're excited as we are here. But we're going to go to a quick break right now. Looking forward to Series E League of Legends here very soon. When we come back, though, we still have things to be decided, results to find out for Series E Halo Infinite.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad to reach video game nirvana through PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game Pass has PC games. Nirvana awaits.
Series E Halo Infinite is back, and it's better than ever. And of course, we got our winners bracket finals coming up. It's going to be Palm Villains going up against Aloha. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casted. Garrett, how are we liking the tournament so far? You know, there's plenty of high octane matches, game threes,
Right.
and even some upsets. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling like we're seeing a ton of potential players make big waves in the scene. This has been incredible what we've seen from like Palm Villains taking out GBX, what we're seeing from Bohm and the crew over there with Neuronical. These guys have been playing at a high level. I don't think anyone saw this being our grand finals today, or I mean our winners final.
I know we just saw Palm Villains, Boo Boo Doo Suppressed Avenue and Diagram. We refer to them as the triplets because they actually are. Suppressed Avenue and Diagram are triplets, which is still crazy to think about. And then Aloha, which I know it's been a while since we had them on screen. 3/4 of that, believe the hype roster that was at Charlotte being Bohm, Neuronical, and Precision, along with Huss, who was a member once of TSS, The Strong Survive, but most recently was playing alongside Piggy and King J under Leftovers. Aloha absolutely pulled off the upset going up against Native Red with Sparty, and like you said, Palm Villains just beating out GBX, which was that Falcated, Frosty, Renegade, and Tusk roster. So upset after upset led us here to the winners bracket finals. One of these teams will be making it to the grand finals.
One thing to note about these teams is that they are guaranteed to be in the cash today, as it looks as if Palm Villains puts in the first flag cap. And look at this, Tony. They're not satisfied with one. A second one already on its way.
This is absolutely insane. The teamwork, the coordination, the quickness in which Palm Villains are playing at right now is absolutely unmatched. Somehow, Neuronical, they're able to pull off that return despite 3 members of Palm Villains almost able to get the touch, but Palm Villains continue to apply pressure. Aloha find themselves 3 down. They also find themselves spawning over toward the fridge side, which is exactly where Palm Villains want them.
See Boo Boo Doo Boo ready to take another flag to go down. Huss is the last alive as Boo Boo Doo Boo gets us all the way to the half line. His teammate gets camouflage. Everything's going right for Palm Villains. He just needs to get around this corner. It does not seem as if anyone's going to be able to stop Boo Boo Doo Boo from punching this flag in.
This might just be the quickest capture the flag game that we have seen in the winners finals here in Series E. Already starting off 2-0 as Palm Villains, and right back to where they started. Into their utility they go. Boo Boo Doo Boo is one shot and still holding that W key. Precision over towards utility side, so gonna have to battle this out just a little bit, or just put a couple of shots and let his teammates do the dirty work, because Boo Boo Doo Boo's behind enemy lines. Bit of a 2v2 situation. Aloha needs to get Boo Boo Doo Boo off their side, and I don't know if anybody's calling this man out, but he's done shot 3 different players before getting shot back.
Yeah, he's 9-1 thus far in this game, and Aloha just hasn't had a solution for him. And Palm Villains are just having their way. They're getting into the base. There's no one to provide resistance on their way to the home. And look at how they're collapsing in. It's 2 that go down. Neuronical and Precision, they're in trouble at the back of blue. The pressure's coming in. 1 goes down. The trades are there, but it's still Boo Boo Doo Boo waiting for an opportunity to pull this flag in. And Boo Boo Doo Boo might be a little bit worried about his stat line right now. The way he's playing, he's very methodical on how he wants to push into this base, not over challenging at all. And although it could look like he's playing for his stats, I just think he's in that flow state, Tony. I think he just can't make a wrong play.
And you talked about his 9-1 performance, now 10-1, but let's talk about the 8 assists to go along with it right now. Palm Villains, and it's about that teamwork, because it's assists across the board that are leading to Palm Villains every single slay. It seems like everybody that's getting shot is weak, and the killing frenzy now coming in for Boo Boo Doo Boo, touching the flag. My man playing for the stats, playing for the flag, but now with his team 3 down, needs to play for his life, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. He has himself some dynamo grenades. I'm not sure if I saw the active camouflage up If it was, Aloha should have it.
Oh my God, he can't be stopped at the moment. We're starting to see maybe a counter come out, but Boo Dubu is still just wreaking havoc on his side, and he's gonna pull out another flag. Although these ones aren't going in, he's lived on this side of their base this entire time. He's about to have a triple double before he even gets to his second death.
And this is the Boo Boo Dubu that we saw late in season 1, you know, over in that phase roster early in season 1. You know, he was really forced to be that objective player, and even on this this roster that he's on right now, you know, he's really a more of an overall player, but still also manning the objective when he's able to really shine as a slayer. This is what you see. Boo Boo Dubu literally does it all. Whatever his team needs him to do to win is exactly what he's looking to accomplish. Aloha finally putting their first cap on the board. A little bit of a 3v3 situation. All of Aloha pushed up over toward the Palm Villains base, but as I say that, Palm Villains go 3 down, make it 4. This might be yet another pull coming from Aloha. The recovery, the answer back is coming in. Aloha look to tie up this game.
Yeah, and sometimes you can burn a bit too bright, and then suddenly your candle starts to flicker after you use all that gas in the beginning of the game. They've been relying on Boo Boo Dubu at being in the back of the base, harassing Aloha for this Palm Villain squad, but just as things were starting to look maybe a little nervous for these players, they start to recover, they get the kills, they're getting camouflaged, they're getting back to their rightful spots on the map as Neuronical's doing his best to work with his teammate to get that kill. Avenue is the last alive. Avenue able to stay alive. That camouflage helping him out, but he eventually goes down.
2-1 lead in favor of Palm Villains at the moment. This has been one heck of a start to a winner's bracket finals. Aloha versus Palm Villains, and man, am I not disappointed whatsoever. Neuronical makes his way over toward the P side. Long range shots onto one leads to a kill off another, an assist onto the first. There's 2 members left of Palm Villains who are now being forced back. Aloha now pushing in heavy right now. If all they have to do is deal with 1 or 2 of these players, and this flag will be pulled. And of course, Huss has himself a heat wave.
Yeah, Huss is breaking down doors and taking names, but they had to give up the heat wave for just a second longer. Neuronical stays alive, and it's 2 players from Aloha who just are one shot. They get away, and this looks to be a game-tying capture that's on its way, unless the Palm Villains are able to find some miraculous slays before Precision punches us in.
Palm Villains tried to overextend over toward the P side, but Aloha perfectly cutting off that angle, finding the kills that they're looking for. So not only does a cap go in, but Palm Villains continue to go 3 down, and you see the relay from Neuronical drops that flag off, changes Palm Villains' point of view right now. Now they're just looking for every single member of Aloha surrounding them. Finally, Precision goes down on the P side. Palm Villains might have just alleviated some of the pressure that was coming in because things were looking dangerous. Tied up at 2 apiece. Little over 4 minutes on the clock. Watch out for active camo.
Huss is lurking, right? He's hoping that they don't think about him as he pushes in. I don't think they know he's here. There we go. Huss is going to be able to get an easy kill. And now in the coordination, pulling this flag while camouflage is coming up. It gives a dual dilemma for the other side. Boo Boo Dubu's last alive. Boo Boo Dubu's at the base, but Huss knows exactly where to fire. He takes him down, and now there isn't really anyone to stop this, but Diagram just gets to the corner in time. Suppressed is running. He needs to sprint into this back base, but it looks like they're going to play for the counter cap instead. The beginning of this game all nullified, as suddenly it's Aloha who has the lead.
What a heads-up play come out of Huss right there to be able to drop that flag, deal with the Boo Boo Dubu, and then curb slide that flag over towards the Shroom side of the map. That was easily relayed in by the rest of his team, but really started and ended because of Huss' 3-2 game. Going towards Aloha, Palm Villains started off red hot, but it might be cooled down now.
Yeah, and this is an emotional team, right? We talk about the triplets, how they fight, how they have that brotherly love, but sometimes when things are going right, everything goes right. When they start to go wrong, they go drastically wrong. Suppressed was able to get that triple kill, but is there any follow-up? Boo Boo Doo-Boo's in the utility, but there's plenty of players around. That might be one of the grossest two taps I've ever seen, Tony. And they're going to be able to use that momentum to get themselves in utility, and Suppressed wants to get some opening fire down range. This could be a game-tying capture on its way.
If I'm Aloha, I'm 2-man or 3-man pushing my utility every single time, because there's too many times that Boo Boo Doo Boo ends up in utility and just putting down damage. Even when he's not getting the kills, he's still just in there surviving, being a nuisance. You can't let Boo Boo Doo Boo in utility like that. He is just too good with it.
Shock nades come out. Neuronical wants to get right into the spawning players, and this flag could be the dagger that breaks the back of Palm Villains, and there's just nothing they can do. They had all their routes are covered, but it's a rogue shot. I don't even know who got that one off. It was across the map. Bohm's gonna try to clean this up, but the shots are still going down range. He's made one. Can they stop this before it gets in?
Flag goes over to the mid side, down to one shot, gonna still thrust and put that one in. Heads up play coming out of Bohm. Active camouflage is up. And of course, the player in their utility that they have to clear out. Bohm struggling, finds the shots he was looking for, tied up at 2 apiece. My question is, what happened with that camouflage? I'm gonna assume it was picked up and burned. Nope. Bohm just found it on the ground.
Yeah, and that camo is probably gonna make this job 20 times easier. Now he just has to wait for a player to pass him, get an easy kill. As long as they can keep numbers in their possession, they will win this game. And what an incredible comeback from Aloha to win this game in an emphatic way, right? A 2 capture a lead when you had such a horrid start to this game. Being able to answer back and be resilient is key, but there's still a little bit of time on this clock. That flag's on its way, Tony, and it's going to be up to Precision to find the stop. I think this flag's going in. You have 30 seconds to get a second one on board. Can Palm Villains get this comeback?
Palm Villains not out of it just yet. Multiple shots going in. Precision the first one to go down from Aloha. Avenue and half of Palm Villains struggling here towards the P side of the map. They have to get in there. There's only 10 seconds. I'm not even sure there's enough time, so a little bit of stat padding there. They weren't able to get the clean kills they were looking for. Nobody in position to pull this flag just yet. And I was about to say, literally a split second too late there. It looks like Aloha are gonna take game number 1, and to kind of bring it back to what you mentioned before, it says so much about Aloha's mental right there, and where they at in their young careers. We're talking about very young players to be down like that and to be punished the way they were. Palm Villains, let's not mince words here. They manhandled them. They dominated them, and literally were clearing house over towards that first half, and for them to just say, oh, hold on, okay, no problem. They have momentum. Let's just answer back, take it one step at a time, get the slays, push forward, slay again, hold that flag forward. Just regular fundamentals, nothing flashy about it, but Aloha able to answer back. So not only a big game number 1, but also shows where they are mentally as I would say, no longer like, top amateur players, but like, veterans in the making on this Aloha squad.
Yeah, and I mean, just being able to have that fortitude in the game to not let anything bother you, right? Because if it's me, Tony, I'm checked out the first minute. When I see Boo Boo Doo Boo's like, what, he was like 14, 8, and 1 or something like that at the beginning of that game. Like, how do you even start to figure out how to come back, right? Because shutting down Boo Boo Doo Boo is one thing, but it's not like the rest of the team was lacking behind. It was all Palm Villains to start that game, and eventually they start chipping away. Then they take the lead, and it was 4 back-to-back flags for Aloha. And now suddenly all that momentum that Palm Villains had at the start is non-existent, right? That they're not going to benefit from the crazy early game that Boo Boo Doo Boo had. They lost the game, and they lost it by giving up 4 flags in a row. Now you go to Slayer, and you have to figure that all the momentum's on Aloha's side.
I would think so, but again, Slayer Streets really favors a team that's not afraid to get like messy, not afraid to get the muddy. I kind of talked about this a little bit earlier on in the bracket, and I feel like Palm Villains showed they are down to get they are down to get down and dirty. They're down to make this an ugly battle, and that's really where they thrive. They're flying at you. You're getting overwhelmed, and it's really hard for you to stabilize. And eventually, Aloha were able to do that, but on Capture the Flag Aquarius, because it's such a little bit of a longer game type, it allows you that time to do so. On Slayer Streets, if Palm Villains start off like that, they're running away with it. There's no coming back. Like it's a Slayer is not that long of a game like a Capture the Flag or an Oddball is. So they better come in a lot more awake than we saw early in that game number 1. Otherwise, we're seeing a game number 3.
Yeah, and I think it's important for them not to use all their gas at once, right? I think Palm Villains has this problem where when they burn really bright, but then once the wick burns out, there's nothing to follow up, right? There's nothing to keep the flame alight, and they kind of look lifeless towards the end of their games. And I think during their game versus GVX, they were just able to put enough separation at the start of the game. But we do see Palm Villains struggle to put together a perfect game, you know, like keep the same amount of energy, the same amount of pressure for the full 50 kills, for the full rotation of flag. And they need to fix those problems if they're going to be consistent enough to beat every team here and win the grand finals.
Well, we're going to find out if Palm Villains like to empty the tank early on. Hopefully it has enough to last them the entire game. So far, a much better performance here from Aloha on the early side. We're tied up at 3 apiece right now. Avenue staying alive here with that Sentinel beam. Plus on the other side was able to take down Suppress, so now it's a 4v3. I can imagine Aloha want to get aggressive towards that, but apparently so does Avenue. Puts the Sentinel beam to work, gonna trade out his BR for a Stalker rifle and continue to bring the pain, but Huss ready for that.
Yeah, Huss was able to find the answer right away, but oh no, it's a drive-by. As they go down, Neuronical was able to stay alive. Tried to hit that pre-fire. No one was there to take him down, but he was nervous after Huss went down. This shotgun's so important for this fight, but he just can't quite get it to land down range. Palm Villains able to get away and stay alive. Boo Boo Doo Boo so effective at that, but Neuronical with this shotgun only gonna manage to get a trade out right there. Palm Villains playing their life masterfully in this beginning game.
It looks like the help coming a bit late. I can only imagine when Veronica saw the first 3 players coming in purple, he must have been screaming that to the rest of his team. But eventually the help does come, and eventually Palm Villains end up going 3 down. That's what you want to see. Rocket launcher, easy grab coming in out of Huss, and that's going to be bad for Palm Villains. You're already down 0-1 in the series. The last thing you want to be doing is giving Aloha free rockets.
Did anyone get away with those rockets, or are they still down bottom mid? I believe Palm Villains trying to pick them up right now. And here we go. These next kills are going to be very important to this game. This is going to be where the momentum can shift, and Palm Villains putting a lot of resources towards Cafe. They're going to wrap this corner. Are they ready for this fight? Here we go. Aloha coming around. It's a 3-on-3 battle. Avenue's coming around the corner, but he just can't get the kills. Huss gets 2. Diagram's trying to stay alive. Suppress able to buy him enough time, but it's a failed push. But Diagram's not done yet. He's saying, I want more. He's coming back for seconds, and he's going to be able to take another one to the respawn screen. Killing spree for Diagram.
And Diagram still holding on to that shotgun as 3 members of Palm Villains just standing over toward the mid-map. Seaside now being controlled. Boom trying to get involved in the fight. You have no business there. Puts the shotty to the body. Aloha end up getting squad wiped, and this is where Palm Villains are at their most dangerous. When they're flying at you, when they're overwhelming you, you're always on your back foot, and eventually that Achilles heel just ain't that strong.
How much support is there? This shotgun from Diagram has been backbreaking, but they finally take him down. Palm Villains, though, are all seeing the respawn screen. Suppress is the first one to come up. His brother's up next, and Boo Boo Doo Boo is the last to respawn, but he spawned so far away from his teammates. He'll be suppresses the first one to go down, and suddenly Aloha, if they can keep this pressure up, they can keep the split spawns and cycle, and that's how you start to pull away in a Slayer game. Palm Village just can't get together, Tony.
Aloha just keeps saying, you know what, if you send all your speed demons our way. Native Red weren't fast enough. Palm Villains weren't fast enough. You're gonna have to come in with strength or firepower, because speed is not enough to take down Aloha. Neuronical 10-5 with assist going in. Precision. Doesn't have to be too precise with his rockets. It just does the work. Same with the Bulldog, and Huss gonna be awarded the kill for that one as Aloha continue to just patrol the perimeter here from streets. Rockets easy into the shotgun. That's gonna be the last shotgun to swap both weapons out here, but Palm Villains end up losing the lead here. Aloha continue to push forward.
Oh my, you're starting to see this get out of hand for Palm Villains. They just haven't been able to find their trades. Suppressed his one shot, and he was not he's not going to be able to get away. They go down, and suddenly Palm Villains, they're trapped at the back of C. Now at least they have all their numbers together, but if they give out an early pick, it could be devastating. Precision finds the first, Neuronical gets the second. They're trapped at the bottom of C, but it's going to be Suppressed who comes up with the big kill, but boom is there with this Sentinel beam shredding apart the opponents. And Palm Villains had the early lead, but once again, Tony, they might have burned just a bit too bright, and suddenly there's no fuel for the fire.
And the lead is starting to grow here for Aloha right towards the end game. Palm Villains once again finding themselves 3 down. Aloha 9 kills away from not only coming up with the game, but also 2-0 sweeping Palm Villains, who just took down GBX. It is upset city right now. You know what? I ain't upset about it. I'm pretty happy.
This is it's insane. The upsets that we've seen thus far. I think if anyone had a bracket, I don't think anyone saw it going this way after the LAN at Charlotte. I think a lot of people wrote off this Aloha roster, but I think they're just getting themselves started. They're very young players who don't necessarily have a ton of LAN experience. Precision has some in Gears of War, but Neuronical, very young to the scene, same with us. And now suddenly I think this is a team that you're starting to see the ceiling for, right, Tony? You're starting to see what they're capable of after a 2-0 finish right here. This might be a team that's similar to like how Eco and the rest of the crew started providing separation in 2017 in the Halo 5 cycle. This is the next generation of Halo players that we're starting to see that can really put on performances.
I guess I'm gonna tell you what these villains what they can do with their palm. So take your palm,
okay,
face the monitor, wave it side to side, and say aloha. Not hello, but goodbye to the winners bracket. They're being sent down to the lower bracket, and it is Aloha that have stamped their ticket into the grand finals, not only beating out Native Red, but also taking down Palm Villains, the very team that took down GBX, the #1 seed in this tournament. And it is Aloha that is one series away from being $600 richer, $1,000 Series E Halo Infinite tournament. And man, it feels good to be back.
A shout out to the Xbox PC Game Pass. I mean, they have been supporting a ton of these tournaments. They're going to support more. We saw Yasuo talk about how League of Legends is coming back. There is no better time to buy in to Esports Arena, get your game on, and just like how we're going to get our game on in our elimination semifinals. Native Red going up against GBX. Tony, what are you thinking about this next matchup?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know what to think here. I mean, 4 teams remain, Native Red, GBX, Palm Villains, and Aloha. And if you would have asked me before the tournament, I'd say GBX make it through the grand finals, through the winners bracket. The fact that they lost to Palm Villains and that very team didn't even make it to the grand finals, like my power rankings are all screwed up right now. There is no way I'm getting this right. This is the equivalent of like reality check winning a tournament or something. Like literally my whole bracket is literally just tossed in the wind. I want to give GBX the advantage, especially because, you know, remember when Native Red came up, you know, they came up on that Funk 4 at these Esports Arena tournaments. Renegade was their fourth before they eventually brought in Manny. So, you know, Renegade always been kind of like that older brother. And again, that firepower, that star power. It's so hard for me to bet against the Frosty, the Falcon, even Tusk can hold his own. And of course, Renegade, that main slayer. It's so hard for me to bet against them. I'm going them. I'll go them 2-1. But I wouldn't be surprised. At this point, I would not be surprised if Native Red won. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody who already got knocked out of the tournament somehow gets back in and wins the tournament. There's nothing that makes sense right now. And I guess when we come back, we'll try to make sense of it all. Only 4 teams left. Let's find out who wins it. losers bracket semi-finals, and your top 2 seeded teams are going at it here. One of them will be exiting in 4th place. The other one will be one series away from making it into the grand finals. It's Native Red going up against GBX.
Now, GBX was able to get an early flag out, but they weren't able to have any sort of follow-up towards it. And now Native Red starting to get control of the base. It looks like they're waiting for an opportunity to pull this out, but they're just losing numbers. They're not able to win these fights. Renegade's going to be able to take another kill, and the push from Native Red, it's gone, and it's out, Tony. It's 4 that go down, and suddenly it's a flag that's being pulled. GBX looking to put the first one on board.
Something tells me GBX are not happy about their early exit from the winners bracket, and they're about to take it out on Native Red. Excellent damage going in, but an even better grenade by Sparty to take down Frosty, but nobody in sight to take down Falcated. But what an angle. The counter pull comes in. We got a fight here in this standoff.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal. It was all Manny that started that one from the start. He was able to get to the overextend in time. And then from there, the rest of his team just followed up. They get to that flag, they get the kills, they get the return. And what looked like a surefire flag that was going to go in just never reaches home. And Manny, he stayed alive. He's still alive after making that big play. He pulls out a flag of his own, and Frosty, he's saying, please, come for this. I'll take you down.
Manny pulls out that flag. Frosty was looking to bait it out, but now the question is, where did Manny go? There he is. The back smack almost connects to the side. He's going to be able to finish him off. Renegade has to finish the kill, and now he's going to be the one to advance forward here. Native Red find himself 2 down once again, and with that numbers advantage, GBX already controlling the car side, and now look to push up into Native Red's utility.
That was great heads-up plays by Manny. Unfortunately, he was just waiting for the rest of his team to get there, and they just never arrived. And Drunk trying to go for a wild play, pushing right through bottom middle, but Renegade's ready for both of these players. He takes down 2, and he's ready to put shots down on the 3rd. You can't get away with doing too many goofy things against a player like Renegade. Pushing down through the bottom mid of the map with no numbers is going to result in easy kills for him 95% of the time.
And you know that Renegade knows every last one of these players very well. He is actually teamed with everybody that's on this Native Red squad at the moment. Most recently, Sparty on that phase roster here. Tusk able to make it away over toward the Dynamo side. He's going to have some supportive fire towards the rest of his team. That's going to be an easy kill onto Soul Snipe. And Tusk still pushing forward. The rest of GBX controlling the P side. That flag will be pulled, and now he's just already chucking those dynamo grenades over towards the fridge, trying to get some extra value here. The second one's gonna connect onto Soulside, the very player he already killed. Thus, just staying alive over towards the util. Everybody that crosses has to run through the reticle of Tusk.
This is the 3rd flag that GBX has pulled that potentially might not get home. Native Red, though, they go 4 down, and finally, for the first time, there's no one here to stop this one from going on in. Tusk cements the first flag of this match. But it's been a very rocky game thus far for GBX when it comes to the efficiency of getting that objective in. They need to be able to find the follow-up slays after the initial pull. They did a great job on that one, but it took trial after trial before they were able to get the job done.
Tusk doing a great job of getting behind enemy lines and over from the P side right over towards Car at the exact time where GBX are starting to find the frags onto Native Red. So that's an easy pull by them, the first slay for Native Red. And it looks like he's going to drop that flag off. Doesn't feel comfortable enough to keep moving that flag forward. So a couple dynamo grenades going off. Couple nades gonna go right back over towards him. Frosty chasing down Soul Snipe. Not gonna make it in time to relay the flag, but he does have the opportunity to take down Mandy here on the car side of the map. Oh, what?
Oh, he's alive? Tony, can you explain that one? How is this man alive? It felt like they had him dead to rights. Instead, he's alive, and there's a flag that's coming in. Renegade looking to put this one 2-0, but there's 2 players from Native Red trying to put a stop to that.
One player does go down, but like you said, the second one is able to pull that flag out, and the player just runs right in front of Renegade. You can't give the main slayer free kills like that. Return coming in. P side already being addressed here by GBX. There is no opportunity for a counter pull for Native Red. That's a 2-0 lead for GBX.
GBX just continually trying to push that throttle forward, but finally there's a response from Native Red, able to get the slaves, but they need to get away with this camouflage, and Tosh just whiffs. Manny gets away with the camo. This is an opportunity for some counter pulls from Native Red to really start to get themselves back in this game, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They lost their camouflage. One player left is Tusk. Sparty needs to get around this corner before there's a response from GBX, but he goes down. Tusk was able to get a kill. Soul Snipe, I don't think he has the timing anymore.
Soul Snipe putting that flag in. No counter pull in sight. And it looks like some way, somehow, Soul Snipe gonna slide that one in, putting the first cap on the board for Native Red. Not done yet, though. He wave out. That's going to be a killing spree before being taken down, but GBX still having the numbers advantage they're looking for, so GBX on the offense, Native Red on defense.
Still plenty of time left in this game for this Native Red roster. They need to clear their base, and Druck's doing the first step to that. He finds the opening assist, and he's going to be able to help with the second as well. And I like how he just gets right back into the battle, right? He's instantly trying to put down shots anywhere down range and just provide space for his team. Druck always going to be very aggressive on trying to get to the enemy side.
One of the best movement and shot combinations is Druck. This man is so unorthodox and throws so many players off guard, and also willing to do the dirty work for his squad. Druck, an invaluable member. Native Red finding that out, having to play through that Charlotte open bracket without him, and weren't able to make it out into pool play. Sparty on the top mid side, excellent shots onto the flag. It looks like Druck somehow going to be the one to get the double kill, so assist across the board for Sparty. P control now coming in. He's not done doing damage, able to take down yet another one. Camouflage is up, and Sparty literally damage onto 3 out of 4 players. Ends up getting that final kill onto the third and snatches up Camouflage because of it. This is going to be bad for GBX.
Yeah, this could be the game-tying flag capture as long as Sparty's able to get forward. The flag is out. Kills going in favor of Native Red. But Falcated starts to be annoying. It's just up to Frosty to make the stop, and I don't think he's near enough. This is going to be a game-tying flag capture. And now with 3 minutes left in the game, you have to feel as if the next flag that goes in is probably going to win this game.
Druck trades out his life onto the P side of the map. Manny tries to throw a Hail Mary grenade to pick up some of the pieces that Druck left behind here. And now you see Manny flying over towards the mid-map. Shots onto Frosty. That must be frustrating. Now working on the second one. 2 players weak. Soul Snipe cleans up one off a screen, cleans up both of them. Native Red in the base of GBX. They are in enemy territory right now. A flag could be pulled, but it looks like on their side, GBX members already doing the same.
Yeah, GBX getting this flag pretty far, and I think it's because of Renegade's Heat Wave able to provide so much space, but there's just not the kills to keep facilitating that flag run. Frosty's left by himself trying to pick up the leftover pieces, but Native Red putting down some heavy damages. The nade's not going to stop this flag. Suddenly this one's looking like it's going in. Can Renegade get the goal line stand? No, the damage is in, but the kill is not. 3-2, the lead in favor of Native Red.
And now as GBX backs against the wall, gonna have to respond after 2-minute drills that they practice. Gonna have to be put into work here. A little bit of a 3v3 scenario, fighting over the active camouflage. Excellent cross-map shots coming out of Soul Snipe, tagging up one, even able to trade out with the second one. But Native Red are still the ones that go 3 down, so GBX should be able to grab a hold of this active camouflage along with pulling off the return here. Renegade on the car side, Frosty on the P side, and 3 members of Native Red stuck in their base.
They're knocking on the door. This is a game-tying flag capture if they can get this one away, and Renegade's just waiting for the support. The camouflage is coming in. He's able to get the first. Can he get the second? No. Soul Snipe shuts him down, but the help is here. Frosty looking to find the next kill, but he has to back down. The numbers just dissipate before he can do too much. And now he's waiting to find the opening pick, but all of Native Red spawn up once again. He'll be able to trade out one, but there's just no player from GBX to follow up the damage that Frosty was able to put down.
Less than a minute on the clock, and Soulsnipe gonna be the first one to fall here for Native Red. Sparty was able to get away with that heat wave and literally controlling the car side seemingly by himself. Doesn't know where to look here. I seen him spin in circle doing 7-20s right now, but hasn't fired a single shot yet. Finally has made it over toward the enemy utility. GBX pushing forward. Sparty, the flanking player. Both teams are 2 down. What does Sparty do from here?
Sparty's going to just try to get his BR onto these long range shots. The second he has the opportunity to pull the flag, he'll use it as bait, but there's no reason for him to necessarily run this flag. What's important is for him to be like a black hole, right? Pulling players away from the objective on the other side while staying alive and swallowing up anything that comes into his gravitational well. And you can see him just putting down all that damage while his teammates come up for the help. And, well, in reality, Spartan's play wins them the game. The damage he was able to do from so far outside of the engagement was just enough for his teammates to follow up.
Despite his teammates being 3 down, Sparty, that nuisance player over towards the back base, able to distract long enough for the rest of the team to come in, and eventually GBX simply running out of time. Now going into Slayer Streets. Game number 2 here. We know how much Sparty hates the map Streets. Actually, Sentinels going, I believe, 0-5 over at Charlotte on this very map. Native Red, though, they like a little bit of Streets. So I wonder exactly how that's going to go here. Are GBX going to be able to answer back, send us into a game 3, or will GBX get swept out of this tournament as the number 1 seed in 4th place?
I think it all comes down to how patient these teams are going to be, right? Playing their spots in the right timings. So often I think we see teams get caught up on trying to push and trying to force things too often on Slayer Streets, when you can just kind of wait, know where the spawns are, and then you can oftentimes set up powerful enough positions that you don't have to be the engager so often, that if you just hold back, you wait and play stiff defenses but forward up on the map, it can oftentimes lead to really swingy games. And then you try to use that momentum, you try to use the timings of being able to push without numbers after those pushes. But I think that's the biggest thing I see when teams go wrong, is that they'll have a dominant control on the map, but then they try to push it one step too far. They push into a well-coordinated team in the back of the base, and it ends up failing for them, giving up rockets to GBX early in the game. Not going to be a recipe for success for Native Red, as they're down 4-1 early in this game.
Sometimes it's slow and steady that wins the race. Let's not forget it was the turtle that ended up beating the hare. So don't get a little bit too ahead of yourself, and maybe you may come out on top. GBX trying to send us into a game number 3. Native Red trying to pull off a sweep here. Manny, the first one to go down here for Native Red. Truck answers right back with a double kill. Has a Sentinel Beam, Stalker Rifle, and the BR trade on him. Truck didn't stand a chance in that engagement, but Renegade, Stalker Rifle, and Bulldog combination, and plenty of ammo to work with.
Yeah, he's just on a spree, killing spree, and he's looking to continue that on. And that's just something that we've seen develop as the game has continued on, is giving all of the power weapons to one player because of just how dominant they can be. Having that long range precision weapon that has close range capabilities with high skilled players, but then also having that shotgun as just insurance if players start to crowd too early. It's a deadly combination, and they're going to let Renegade really dictate the pace of this game.
Renegade working on a perfection right now. 7-0, 7 of his team's 12 kills at the moment, and nobody on Native Red able to get close to the subway side of the map. Rocket launcher coming up in 10 seconds. That's going to pull both of these teams out of their current position. Or Renegade might just sit right up here, long range shots with the Stalker Rifle, because as of right now, Native Red do not have an answer for it.
The rocket's going to result in 1 kill. Renegade's reign is finally done as Druck gets into the back. He finds 2 kills, but you get rid of Renegade, now you have to deal with the other Slayer and Frosty. He jumps up ready for a fight. The thruster going to be enough for another kill. Reversal as Frosty goes on a tear for 3 kills.
Renegade and Frosty, the duo on FaZe. Falcon, formerly of FaZe, and Tusk, actually former coach of FaZe. So it's a FaZe reunion that we're seeing right here. Renegade, the one being awarded for the double kill. You see 2 members of Native Red trying to bust through the driveway side of the map. Nades are going to connect onto one. Falcon ends up going down as well. Frosty now just going to try to stay alive on the back subway side with the Stalker rifle. He's met with resistance right away, but ready for it. Beautiful melee kill by Frosty. C-side is cleared out. Now GBX can play through it.
Now it's time to start the stopwatches, right? Because that red gun's out, so is the shotgun. It's important. I'd say it's even imperative for both these teams just to be aware of when they're coming up in a minute, doing a minute time and getting those weapons in your possession. That's why GBX has such a strong lead right now, is because of what Renegade and Frosty have been able to do with the power weapons in their hands.
Frosty has a teammate over toward the A side of the map. Looks like he's going to give up that position and try to cut off these B side exit players here. Native Red trying to find the exit from the B side. Frosty looks to cut it off, always thinking one step ahead. However, Frosty was the one taken down. Renegade follows as well. Tusk not able to connect with that melee, so that's back-to-back kills unaccounted for, going in favor of Native Red. If a comeback comes in, it's on the back of that.
Yeah, remember what I said? Sometimes you don't have to push. Sometimes it's about playing slower, and Native Red knew that they were stuck at B. They waited for a push. It was Frosty who tried to get just a little bit too aggressive, and although he was playing for that trade, the trade never came in, and then suddenly GBX, they have to push forward to deal with the numbers. Like, they want to finish off those kills, but there's just no trades to be found, and suddenly this game gets closer and closer. Rockets at least go back into the hands of GBX, so they're able to get the power weapons once again, which I feel like is a really big missed opportunity for Native Red after making such a steep comeback. They gave up some very important pieces of utility on the map.
GBX finds himself 3 down. Falcon, the final player, looking to fend off 2, and not the equation he was looking for. Overwhelmed on the B side of the map, C side tied up at 32 apiece right now. It looks like Manny done found himself one of the most dangerous combinations in the game. Stalker rifle and Bulldog. Renegade ends up going down. Frosty looks like to be stuck onto the arcade side, but he breaks out of it. And Manny just watching every single angle. He's gonna have to push up here with Soul Snipe. They're gonna have to try to make something happen.
This is the first time in the game that Native Red has had this combination of Stalker rifle and shotgun, and I don't think it's a coincidence that the second they get it, they start taking the lead in the game. Remember what I said, it's so important for you to be on top of when these weapons respawn. That's the difference in the Red Rack update, is that you can't just run out and then slowly play your position for another 10 seconds for the next respawn. You have to be ready in a minute's time to come back and retake what's yours. And Native Red, they're able to go on a bit of a run, but GBX get their weapons back. Sparty's expecting a push. He's going to be able to find one, but the follow-up is there, and it's going to be the shotgun that gets the kill. GBX with a slight advantage going into this endgame, but with the power weapons, you have to expect them to walk away with this one.
Game has been neck and neck, and going down to the wire. This rocket launcher going to determine who wins this game. Half the shields are Druck depleted. Still going in for the fight. That's a big pivotal kill onto Renegade. The rest of Native Red trying to find those rockets. It's Tusk that steals it away, puts his 13th kill on the board because of it. GBX having a 2-kill lead, looking to send us into a game number 3. Long-range shots for Druck on the A side. So is the rest of Native Red. Meanwhile, GBX on Subway.
I'd like to see Native Red tighten up and play that defensive role, but Druck's getting awfully aggressive. I like how he thinks twice of it, right? He didn't have the numbers yet, and then once he knows information, once he knows Renegade is weak, that's when he goes in. Sparty comes in on the second. Now look at this collapse. The numbers are gone, and Sparty's such a smart job right there, staying alive, letting his teammates finish up the rest of these kills. They take the lead. They get the power weapons. GBX hoisted out of their throne room. They were the kings of the map, and now suddenly they're the Serps trying to get back in the castle.
One squad wipe away from taking this game and sweeping GBX on their way to the losers bracket finals. Once again, the Stalker Rifle and Shotgun, the combination that has run this entire map, is in the hands of Druk. 17 and 11, 5 assists as well. On top of that, Renegade getting really aggressive over towards the B side, and it looks like him and Frosty gonna be able to work a little 1-2 combo, taking down Sparty. That's the first kill for GBX, and will they get aggressive with it? No. GBX slow it down. Druk with the long-range shots with that Stalker Rifle will end up doing damage, but GBX are sneaking in towards the subway side. One quickly goes down. GBX out infiltrated.
Sparty tries to pick up the shotgun, but remember, sometimes it's just about goading a player into a fight that they shouldn't take. They're able to get the kill. Sparty comes around the corner with the shotgun. He's going to be able to get one. Can he get around the corner? No, not in time. 49 to 48. Native Red just need one more kill.
Wow.
Druk gets it with the rockets, the last second play. And it all comes down to that break where they were able to get that red gun and shotgun away from GBX, and then the rockets to secure it, Tony. What a play from the side of Native Red to come back in that game and win. Then both games they came back and won.
I'm not gonna lie to you, when Sparty was pushing up that driveway side with that Bulldog, I thought it was getting awfully aggressive right there. We knew that there was 3 members of GBX that were in that general vicinity. He had a little bit of help he was looking for, but really not a safe play right there, until I realized that that was just a distraction for Druk to get away clean with the rockets. So even if Sparty goes down, Druk follows it up with the rockets. They win either way, but Sparty stays alive. They get the 2 kills. I believe it was him and Manny that break through the driveway side. Druk comes up with the rockets, and everything just works so perfectly as Native Red have taken down the #1 seeded GBX. They're going to the elimination bracket finals. They're guaranteed a piece of the prize pool, and now they're also fighting to make it back into the grand finals. What a tournament we have had so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredible what we were able to see from these teams. It was truly a back and forth, and Native Red just get that little bit further along. Love to see them ice up and clutch up in that game.
Well, guys, only 3 teams remain. And when we come back, we're going to find out who's going to go up against Aloha in the grand finals. Will it be Palm Villains? Will it be Native Red? Don't go anywhere. It's time to find out who's going to the grand finals. Palm Villains going up against Native Red. Of course, this is your Series E Halo Infinite $1,000 monthly tournaments. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting. This is my man Tools Cast, and so far we have had one hell of a tournament. How do you feel about Palm Villains and Native Red duking it out here in the elimination finals?
Ooh, it's like, I feel like Native Red has a lot of momentum coming off that last game, but they were close, right? It was last second comebacks that made it a reality. Whereas Palm Villains, I think they've been pretty consistent throughout their games, right? They didn't have the greatest winners finals, but I would have to give the edge right now to Palm Villains. I really like what I've seen from them. Strongholds on Life, I think it all comes down to the sniper, right, Tony? Who's going to pick it up? Who's going to put it to work? And there's plenty of players in this lobby that can put that sniper to work.
Really excited to watch these two teams go at it. Mind you, somewhere out there is Aloha that must be feeling so good because they've already been both of these teams without the winner's bracket. One thing I've noticed in the matchups with both of these teams versus Aloha is that their specialty is speed. And we've known that for Native Red for quite some time. It's play fast. When all else fails, you play fast. But I also noticed the same thing for Palm Villains as well. When things are going well, they are flying. They are putting down damage. They are everywhere at the same time on the map, and it must feel so overwhelming for their opposition. Now, who's the fastest? Is it Native Red? Is it Palm Villains? We gonna find out here, especially on Strongholds Live Fire.
These are all players that were built for speed too. Like the triplets are just some of the fastest players you can see in the game. Boo Boo Dubu is like it's like a drift racer, you know what I'm saying? Like he knows exactly how tight he has to turn these corners, no wasted movements at all. And then the Native Red roster, I mean, that's just some pure American muscle, you know what I'm saying? They're coming down the street, they're roaring at you the second they feel any sort of lane open up. Expect to see them dragging their way through. I am very excited for this game. I love games where you know you're going to see a ton of speed, right? There's no slowing down between either of these teams.
So I don't even need a prediction per se, but what are your expectations? Like who out of both of these rosters, who's the favorite going in? Is it Native Red or is it Palm Villains? Mind you, it can go either way because so far this entire tournament has gone to the underdogs.
Yeah, I feel like it's always edge to edge with these players, right? Especially with what we've seen in this tournament. I think you have to give the edge to Palm Villains because of how effective they've been thus far. I think they've had a really good run, and Native Red I think has been playing a bit scrappy, right? It's been very close games that they've been able to take out, but we haven't seen them establish that dominance that we would expect them to have in some of these closer games, right? I do think it was a huge win against GBX. I think a lot of people had GBX winning the entire tournament, right? They crashed them out at top 4, not even making it to the money, right? So Native Red has a ton of momentum behind them, but with how Palm Villains is playing, with how they're communicating with each other, you just have to give them the edge, right?
I mean, I think there's a chance that Palm Villains win. I probably would have gave Native Red the favorites going in just for like they've been like kind of been there, done that 3-4 to that roster. You know, getting third place over at Worlds. You know, Sparty coming off of Sentinels has always been a major slayer and a problem within the league. I would have given Native Red the favorites, but I could definitely see a world where Palm Villains win, 100%. What I'm thinking, I want something crazy. I want Diagram to drop 50 kills on Native Red, and then Native Red to go back and just say, "Where was this at Charlotte?" If
right?
you were
I didn't even
like
think
this.
about that.
Because mind you guys, in case you don't know, Native Red were forced to play with a sub going into Charlotte. Druck wasn't able to make it at the event. Diagram filling in. And although Diagram did phenomenal, and so did the Native Red roster, sadly, they didn't have the chemistry or the teamwork, I can imagine, to make it out of the open bracket, which is where they were playing out instead of pool play. So I would just find it interesting if just Diagram starts flying.
Yeah, and it's like when they didn't make it out of open bracket, it wasn't like they got stomped. It was a 50-49 game 5 against Cloud9. that they lost. So it's a heartbreaker, right? That was definitely a team that could have made it to pools and could have done more, right? Absolutely. But this Palm Villains team today has been incredible. I expect to see them continue on their reign of terror. Now, just so you guys know, the teams on top are swapped right now. So the blue team is the Native Red squad, and the Palm Villains team is the red team right now.
Blue, Native Red, that don't
yeah,
seem
no, it's
right.
always confusing.
Double cap in favor of Palm Villains. It was Druck that was able to get a hold of that overshield, and Sparty that steals away the sniper rifle. That's going to be great for Native Red. No scope comes in, switches to the heat wave. Not done yet, almost shredding the player on the nest side of the map. It looks like Manny's there to clean up the gender that he is, and just like that, double cap being held once again here by Native Red. A 38-0 run as they push in for the trip cap.
Wow, they just have a dominant hold on this game right now. Sparty, it's the sniper shot. What I say, Cody, it's all about who controls that sniper, who can put it to work. And Sparty, one of the better snipers in this game, he can really make some highlight shots. Druck says, take the sniper away from him. He shoves it in Av's face, but Av has some different plans. He needs to win a big gunfight. Soul Snipe gets the kill, and Soul Snipe keeps B in their possession.
Soul Snipe goes airborne. And because of that, B will stay with them, but it's Palm Villains that are able to take Alpha and Charlie at the same time. And as Overshield are coming up, they buy themselves enough time to push up forward. That's exactly what Diagram does. Steals that Overshield. Native Red already starting a man down. A green gun just barely being dodged there. Diagrams needs to find this kill. That player is just dipsy doodling all around him until finally he finds it. Pushes up toward the C side. C being secured here by Diagram, and now he's pushing up for Bravo.
Diagram's flying forward. He wants to get into the face of all these players, but the only thing he's seeing is the fish at the bottom of the lake getting bopped off the map. And Sparty trying to find his way back towards a home. Palm Villains, although they've been getting some kills, they haven't been able to translate it into any sort of control on the map, and it's because of just the slaying ability of Native Red, especially Spartan thus far, hitting double digits already as he's 10-3, and he's looking to make 11, but Ab finally shuts him down.
Of course, the moment we hop on, Sparty ends up going down quickly, and Native Red fall 3 members because of it. Avenue able to steal away Alpha, and now Sandbags control firmly in the hands of Palm Villains. 2 members going to try to push up over toward that nest side with a 4v4 situation. It can't be the first one to go down, and Manny almost hitting the headshot. Soul Snipe off the screen takes down one, and that's going to be Native Red's opportunity to push up and get aggressive, which is exactly what they're doing.
And he's flying back towards C Tower, is going to be able to help with the cleanup, and suddenly trip cap on their horizon once again. You're starting to see the A spawns for the players out of Palm Villains, but they don't have any control of the space that you need, right? With Overshield coming up, you want to see them having some presence towards those dummies. There's nothing there, and the kills just keep going in favor of Native Red. This is a devastating result thus far, and oh man, he's going to send another one to the respawn screen. It's a delayed stick, but the stick gets the job done. Though Palm Villains was able to sneak away with that Overshield. Surprisingly, didn't take long for Sparty to burn it off, though.
Yeah, I mean, Overshield is great, but you got to do something with it, and sadly, trading out your life right there is not what Palm Villains were looking for. Avenue does end up coming up with the commando real quick. There is a Native Red member pushing up toward the tower side, forced to give up his height advantage as he's being chased down. Does enough damage for Boo Boo Doo to come up with that cleanup kill. Now you have to deal with 3 members on the green side of the map, somehow finding angles. Avenue down to 1 shot, stays alive, and Palm Villains back to having the double cap on the board.
I'm trying to wait for his teammates to get out of A, but it just never happens, and they go down, and Ab's just trying his best to survive. Not only surviving, he takes one with him, but Druck and the rest of Native Red are here to try to contest that B. The nades are too much for one. Soul Snipe's waiting at the bottom of B, but it's going to be so hard for him to stay alive. He's not going to be able to stay alive. B finally transfers hands as Sparty's last alive, but last alive, he finds himself a little goodie at bottom mid. This heat wave can be a difference maker.
166 to 38 lead. coming out of Palm Villains right now. Like you said, Sparty was able to get a hold of that heat wave, so he's waiting for his teammates to come off a spawn so he can try to make some kind of use with it, able to put it to work, taking down one, but his teammates going down left and right, lands right on that grenade, and Native Red find himself 3 down, giving Palm Villains the opportunity to push in for that trip cap and defend it as well. Druck gets a huge kill onto one, ends up going down as well. Manny somehow finds an avenue onto A. Great job taking Alpha, but you're still a man down, and you still only have 1 cap, where Palm Villains are putting valuable points on the board.
Oh man, he just got a massive kill though. Looked like Native Red could have been in trouble. Manny takes down the opening push, and that's going to allow Native Red to have an angle to play for the overshield, which they are able to grab. And Manny takes it a step further by trying to break out towards C. Oh my god, the reach out. He almost got the kill on Suppressed, but he'll start to fall in favor of Palm Villains. Soul Snipe trying to get B in time. He is going to be able to do so, but you have to imagine Palm Villains are going to swarm.
Nades coming in left and right. Soul Snipe needs to stay alive back here, and so far, little resistance. There is one player that's literally coming for the challenge, and a spike grenade lands perfectly down to the BR, enough to finish off that player. Even shoots Suppressed in the booty, goes back in for the challenge onto Diagram. Finally, Soul Snipe goes down, but the damage clearly has been done. Luckily, Diagram answers right back with a double kill of his own. Now moving in quickly towards Bravo. Palm Villains gonna hold on to that double cap, swapping out A for B and C.
And what was such a dominant start from Native Red, Palm Villains are chipping away at, right? 1 step at a time, not getting too ahead of themselves, and they're getting kill after kill. It could be a full wipe, but Diagram dies, and that's a vital death, because not only is he going to give up the B spawns, he's going to give up the sniper rifle as well. It was 1 player that's alive, and now you're giving Manny an opportunity to change everything.
Suppressed gets tagged up with that sniper rifle and ends up getting naded out, but the rest of his teammates winning every single individual battle, every single piv, going for Palm Villains right there. And with that, they end up putting themselves into a triple cap position here, eating away at the lead that Native Red worked so hard to gain. Soul Snipe ends up going down to follow up, coming in from Sparty from across the map with that commando. Suppressed knows that the overshield is coming up, so he's gonna try to push forward here. Sparty all the way over to the green side. Ends up taking down one. Now working on the players that are working on Alpha here. Soul Snipe down to 1 shot. Not able to take that 1v2. And now the question becomes, what happened with that overshield?
Oh, Diagram's able to get 2, and we have to look for the glowing player. There it is. Palm Villains get the overshield. And now suddenly what was a massive lead for Native Red could become a deficit. You start to see Palm Villains scoring, but look at this response. Native Red, every time it looks like they're about to lose the lead, they find a 3 down, able to get these hills. And look, they're going for a trip cap. They're going for the jugular.
They are known as being one of the scrappiest teams in the league, and you're seeing it right here, right now. Druck doing everything he can to live his best life there, where finally it looks like Palm Villains are able to take it. Along with the B side, Native now gonna have to come off a spawn and try to make something happen here, because it's Palm Villains that have taken control with this double cap here. Diagram on screen gonna make way over toward the Palm side, has the help that he's looking for. Manny the first one to go down here for Native Red. Palm Villains find his opportunity to push up over towards A, being as aggressive as possible so to work out for them, because now they get themselves a trip cap. Diagram a little weak on that toss. Try again, young man.
This trip cap is backbreaking. Native Red is only 1 player alive. Manny's trying to get to some place, some home. A's moving into the hands of Native Red. Diagram's not going to be able to get that kill, and I don't think Diagram needed to play that aggressive in there, Tony, because after he dies, it opens up the lane to B, and Native Red are going to be able to get themselves into a 2-cap situation where it was starting to look as if Palm Villains were just going to walk away with this game.
It's an absolute fight here. Native Red once again in their double cap. Palm Villains 15 seconds away from coming out with the win. That's not going to stop Suppress from coming forward. Soul Snipe goes down here. Bravo now being taken control. Nobody in position to stop them from doing so. So Charlie and Bravo in the hands of Palm Villains. Native Red need to answer back, and they need to answer back right here, right now. You're talking about 5 seconds away from coming out. There's one player trying to sneak over towards Bravo. Native Red end up going 3 down. Sparty, the last person alive on the map. Can he take Charlie? No, he cannot. Game number 1 belongs to Palm Villains.
And absolutely a resilient game from Palm Villains. Played a phenomenal second half after giving up a massive lead. To Native Red just had a massive lead to start that game. It was far and away their game. And then they start to slowly bring it back, and then they start to outslay. And when they were in that groove, Tony, that's when they're dangerous, because even though Native Red had such a hot start, they get pretty heavily outslayed by the end of the game.
They say you either die a hero or live long enough to become a Palm Villain, and so far Palm Villain playing their life masterfully. And what's the reason? One large reason why they were able to take game number 1, that Strongholds live fire. Game 2, Slayer on recharge. And if Palm Villains keep that same energy, this might just be a sweep. But I'm still a believer in Native Red. I still saw enough from Native Red to show me that they are 100% in this game, and they even could have won that game number 1. So not going to count them out just yet. Something tells me we might just be seeing an oddball streets.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't count out this Native Red team at any point. The problem is that you're going to Slayer Recharge and you're playing against Boo Boo Doo, right? Camouflage Shock Rifle. That's where Boo Boo Doo really makes his living. He loves to eat up opponents with that combination in particular. So if I'm Native Red, that's what I'm prioritizing, right? Keeping account of Boo Boo Doo, not letting him get away with the camouflage. I think he's the best modern camo player that we have in Halo's history.
So we want the shock rifle and along the camouflage out of the hands of Boo Boo Doo. And I'm sure we can say the same thing for Sparty, because we've seen Sparty make plays with the shock rifle in the past, and obviously I'm sure he's well versed with the camouflage as well. So those are the 2 players I'm really going to be honing in on. That battle between Sparty and Boo Boo Doo, and it doesn't happen to be a coincidence that they teamed once in the past, actually won an event together. I believe it was Anaheim, a Halo Reach event right before COVID hit, alongside Ace and the boys and whatnot. So really funny that we're going to be honing in on those 2 and watching out for them, former teammates, now going up against each other here on Slayer Recharge. Winner of this either forces a game 3 or makes it to the grand finals to play against Aloha.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's all under the bridge now, but remember when that first happened, Tony, there was some bad blood between those players. They win an event, and then it was Falcated and Boo Boo Doo decide to make the change, and then, like you said, over at Raleigh, we saw that one Spartan won that game. He's all up in Boo Boo's face, yelling, "You gonna drop me?" All of that, but. Man, what a crazy ride it was to see some of these rosters cement themselves at the beginning of Halo Infinite, and how many, I don't want to say backstabs, but some hard choices. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to make some really hard choices when you're trying to establish a roster going into a game.
And it's always been like that in Halo. It's hard not to take something personally, but sometimes it is just business. But it also ain't a problem when you match up against them and you got something a little extra to fight for, a little bit of a chip on your shoulders, and you harness that passion into energy, and then let that momentum just ride out and you take control. It's always nice to see. Now the question is, can Native Red answer back here in this game number 2? I know everybody at home wants to see a game number 3. Palm Villains, I don't think so.
Yeah. Oh, they're giving. I love to see teams pull weapons towards a specific player. They know they want Soul Snipe to have this weapon, and while he's about to light it all up, he gets 2 and an assist, making it an unofficial triple as Palm Villains go 4 down once again. And now Soul Snipe has a powerful position with the most powerful gun in the game.
Native Red reminding Palm Villains to put respect on their names as 7. So 1 start, and the Soul Snipe that still has the sniper, looking at Sniper Soul as he tries to rotate over with that grapple onto the gold side, trying to do everything he can to stay alive. Eventually he's taken down. Well played by Avenue, who goes after Spartan as well. Druck, the final player with any kind of utility, being that camouflage, a commando. Say goodbye to that after the nerf. It's going to the ground.
Yeah, this is the in memoriam tournament for the commando. Do you think the nerf to the commando rifle is as severe as people are making it out to be? I mean, it's just one shot extra, but I suppose like if you don't hit the head, it can be a lot of shots. What are you thinking? Are you positive, negative on the change to the commando?
I don't mind the commando nerf because I want to use it to just shred shield and stay alive. Like I think the BR is going to be able to outclass it in most engagements, but it'll still have a place where it can maybe not finish kills as effectively as the battle rifle, but still drain shields faster. So I think it's going to be a support player's dream. You know, like a player like an Avenue, so good at staying alive, putting down shots, and just playing his life, allowing his teammates to come in. Even the same for a Spartan. I think there's still the players that are good with the commando are still going to be good. It's just going to be more of like a support tool than like a main character, I can imagine. That's just my initial thoughts. I haven't tried it yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're pretty spot on right there. And well, Soul Snipe and Sparty have really been 1-2 punching for this team right now. Soul Snipe been making some crazy snipe plays, but we see Palm Villains, they resort to 3 stacking to ensure that they get some of these kills, but Druck's taking one to the grave with them. Soul Snipe trying to get those cross map shots, but the 3-man stack is going to be effective for Palm Villains as they finally find a break. And shout out to Palm Villains for keeping this game pretty close. Like, Native Red has had a pretty substantial, I think, lead throughout this game, and they've been controlling the map pretty well, but they haven't quite got the separation that I think they want.
Palm Villains definitely keeping it close, but Native Red controlling the map right now. And they say without pain, there's no true way to measure success. So Native Red felt the pain of losing that game number 1. They know they don't want to lose again. They don't want to get knocked out here. That might have been the wake-up call they were looking for, because as of right now, they're looking different. They're built different at the moment, but 2 go down for Native Red. Boo Boo Doobu grabs a hold of the shock rifle, but loses it almost as fast as he grabbed it.
Yeah, that was impressive. They had so many, they had a huge numbers advantage. I was surprised Boo Boo Doobu got killed so fast. But Palm Villains, they're right in this game. They're not letting Native Red get too far out of reach, and that's what it takes. You know, you can stay neck to neck until the end of the game. It's the last kill that matters when we're in a Slayer.
Plasma Pistol in the hands of Suppressed, another weapon that should be getting a bit of a nerf here. Soul Snipe might have been able to get away with the camouflage over to the bottom tower. He goes. Suppressed has to chase him down. He needs to get this kill. He finds the back smack. Sneak King for Suppressed. Continues to work with this Plasma Pistol, just barely missing out, challenging Manny, and somehow the melee not going to connect.
Well, I think he was literally one shot short, like one shot of a BR burst short from getting that kill. That's a tough one. It looks like we might have had a crash, and it was 30-30, so I imagine we probably just restart this one from even when we come back, but we'll have to figure out who crashed, what's this, what's that, and we'll get back into the game when we can.
I thought they were trying to get the games going faster, so they said instead of playing to 50, they play to 30.
Hey, right?
Whoever the first one to get the 30 wins. Game number 2 still on the way. Native Red looking to send us into a game 3, and we're looking dominant while playing most of that map. Palm Villains, like you said, kept it close and eventually went on a bit of a run, and by the time it was all over, we're tied up at 30 apiece. So as good as that game was, I say let's run it back. I'm ready. I want to see it again. Like it was a damn good one. I was afraid when Native Red started off at that 7-1 run. I was like, uh-oh. Palm Villains better watch out.
It kind of reminded me of game 1, Tony, where we saw just a massive lead for Native Red, but Palm Villains just keep chunking away at it, and then eventually they have an opportunity to take the lead, and it looked like we were right in that moment when that crash happened, where Palm Villains was going to start to take a lead and start to run away with the game. Though you never know, right? We still had plenty of Halo left in that game, 20 kills to the victor, but that is... I've been really impressed with the resiliency of Palm Villains and how they don't let the games get too far away.
Yeah, and mind you guys, there's gonna be major changes coming in tomorrow. Don't want you guys to forget Season 3, Bandit Rifle, Shroud, reduction in ammo is some of the most important weapons in the game, and then even nerfs on some of the tier 2 weapons like, you know, the Commando and the Plasma Pistol. This game is going to change forever, whether it's ranked, whether it's competitive, or whether even you're just a you know, a casual enjoyer of Halo, don't even play ranked or even know anything about competitive. This game is going to change, and I think it's gonna be for the better. I'm so excited. I actually didn't get the chance to play with the Bandit Rifle at all, despite me being at Charlotte. I didn't get the chance to touch it, not one bit. So I'm going in fresh. Same with the Shroud. Like I can't wait to play around with it. I love interesting tech and finding different ways to change the meta and to evolve the meta. I think the Shroud is probably gonna be one of the most versatile tools that we've ever seen. I'm so excited for Season 3. But before we get there, we got to get through today's tournament. Game number 2 of your losers bracket finals. Winner of this goes to the grand finals.
And this is really the last hurrah of Season 2 of Halo, and I'm excited, man. Season 3 is right around this corner. I'm excited for it, but we got to finish what we started. Hopefully, you know, this tournament, maybe, dude, they keep crashing, Tony. Maybe we can milk the tournament all the way until the new update. We can play the grand finals on the new update.
You'll be awake for that. I won't be. 7-5 lead for Palm Villains to open up, but Native Red answering right back here. Manny able to take down Diagram. Boo Boo Dooba right over to where the gold side phases through him like Danny Phantom, turns right back around, gets the stick to trade out his life right there. What a play by Boo Boo Dooba.
Diagram's trying to find the follow-up, and it's a perfect nade that lands on the feet of Manny as Diagram goes back to the safety, trying to block these A spawns. And this has been a much better start from Palm Villains. And suddenly you have to think, wow, like, where are we going to see a separation from these two teams with Palm Villains just getting a lot of momentum off that reset?
So far, we're seeing Palm Villains controlling the A and the gold side of the map, extending all the way towards Glass. As I say that, they do end up going 2 down. Diagram does try to get a flank off onto Sparty. Sparty not going to have any part of that, and Palm Villains get wiped off of the face of Recharge. Boo Boo Doobu off of spawn, trying to get some long-range shots and trying to get any kind of damage whatsoever. Active camouflage coming up, and he knows how important these next few lives are. The nade's going to connect, flies in for the camouflage. A body drop scares the living crap out of him, but he's still able to grab hold of camo, get it out over towards the gold side of the map. Well played by Boo Boo Doobu.
And this is a scary combination. They gave Boo Boo camo, and well, they don't have any pressure on Boo Boo, so he can hold on to this camo as long as he wants and start the timer whenever he pleases. Remember, once you put that camo on your body, it's 30 seconds. So the second Boo Boo Doobu feels free to push and wants to make a play, he'll pop that camouflage on his body and start to move forward. And then you give him the shock rifle. He's been so effective with this gun in the 1v1 tournaments, in 4v4 and 2s, whatever he plays. Usually he's the player to pick up this gun, and he is absolutely gross when it comes to lining up some headshots.
Shock rifle in the hands of Boo Boo Doobu. He's responsible for watching this bottom A side, but you notice on your screen you have 2 members over towards tower and a player not that far behind, and Soul Snipe was already starting to push forward. So it feels like it's only a matter of time before Native Red are going to commit to this, but they go, there we go. Right toward the Whirlpool side. Finally, Boo Boo Doobu activates that camouflage. He's going ghost, takes down 1. The shock rifle puts Soul Snipe down to 1 shot. The BR gonna finish him off. Another body shot onto Druck. Not enough to finish him off, but enough to stay alive and trust his teammates to come in and clean that up. Well played by Boo Boo Doobu and Palm Villains. A 5-kill lead might end up turning to more.
Yeah, and what I love is that Boo Boo Doobu held onto that camouflage, that he's able to have a follow-up play after getting those 3 kills for his team. And this is the difference maker, holding onto that camouflage. It might be the end of the game where we see Palm Villains win by 3 or 4 kills. It'll probably go back to that play that Boo Boo Doobu made to really secure the difference. And you see in the back a huge kill that I believe Av just got on Soul Snipe to get that shock rifle back in Palm Villain's possession.
And despite the fact that this is a reset, it's a full reset, was tied up at 30 apiece, so nobody having any kind of advantage right now. Palm Villains 2-kill lead, but it's Druck that gets away with the camouflage. Pings are off. Doesn't want to give up his position. Somehow still has a flying nade right to him in Avenue before Druck's able to get to safety. Avenue cross maps him, gets himself a huge kill. 2 down for Native Red. And now Palm Villains having the advantage.
How frustrating it does it have to be for Druck? Like, he went and made the right play, didn't shoot, was letting his teammates deal with the rogue player, didn't want to give up his position, and then a nade just lands literally at the bottom of his feet, lifts him in the air, and Av just goes shotgun shooting across the map, able to take down the clay pigeon. And suddenly that camouflage really not going to make much of a difference in this game. And Native Red is trying to find the best way possible to break in. They're going to send Druck through the top, and while Druck goes in through the top, the others go through bottom A door. Is this enough to break in? Yes. Manny going to be able to give themselves the A spawn, and now Soul Snipe trying to get the kills on the cross. He is able to get the next. That gets them within 1. A great job breaking the setup for Native Red right there.
Mando doing all the work to shred the shields and the BR to finish that player off. Well played by Soul Snipe, but wasn't expecting Diagram to fly through. So it looks like Palm Villains able to find the first 2 kills. Manny answers right back with that shock rifle, and they need him to absolutely go off. Takes down 1. Body shots the second. Can't commit because there's 3 players in front of him, so body shots another one. Couple grenades going off. Buys enough time for the rest of his team to come off the spawn. Excellent life out of Manny. And he's not done yet.
This has been a great life out of Manny, but they haven't really been able to cut down this lead at all. They need to finish off some of these kills, and Soul Snipe's going to do a great job at that. Diagram, I believe, got the camo burned, but now the score within 1. Manny says, this isn't my shock rifle anymore, gives it off to the player behind him, and that's going to be Soul Snipe, the player they trust the most with the sniper.
Now the second time that they've passed this sniper rifle off to Soul Snipe, and we saw what he could do with it before, and now we're looking to see him do some more as they influence the spawns over toward the B side. Almost a remote detonation, but multiple members of Palm Villains trying to break through. Soul Snipe down to 1 shot, forced to back down. Looks like his teammate is down as well. Suppressed, finds an angle over towards bottom A. Boo Boo Doobu wants to play right through that. He goes right up and into the action. A side cleared out. Native Red have retreated over toward the gold side of the map, but how long are they safe there?
How crazy was it that the missed grenade shots are what ends up being the big difference maker in that fight, right? Not shooting that grenade pad. What were the grenades that did the damage? It was the 2 sticky grenades that did all the damage to those players over on Native Red. And now the lead, still a slight lead for Native Red, but Palm Villains still in this thing as they're trying to find the finishing kill. Suppressed, able to get 1 before he's traded on out. It's just a 2-kill deficit as we approach the end game.
Native Red is 5 kills away from taking this game, but Palm Villains answering back right away. Only separated by 1 kill here. Druck up to the tower side. Easy shots onto the top A. A trade out in life off the screen, but every trade working in favor for Native Red, who continue to grow their lead. Another player just runs right in front of Druck. You cannot give them any free kills. Somehow able to stay alive. Druck hunting him down, able to find that kill. Camouflage is up, but something tells me that camouflage is not gonna be valuable here. We're talking about Native Red only needing 1 more kill to tie up the series.
Yeah, you start to see them running like a pack of wolves. The second they see 1 player, they're all going to spring forward. But the problem is if they don't find the finish, they could throw the game by being all on top of each other. Here we go, breaking in through the back. You see Palm Villains, they leave as the entrance comes in. Are they ready for the counter push? Oh no, there's a player weak up top. He was able to get away. Druck's 1 shot. Oh no, there's 1 kill in their favor. Oh no, oh man, he at the last second gets the kill. I think it was a 50-48. Oh boy, Tony, I was on the edge of my seat at the end right there. I thought potentially Native Red was not going to finish that game.
It was getting a bit dicey there. Love that Palm Villains were willing to rotate all the way out of the gold side and into the A side, a much less collapsible area, giving them a lot more area to play through, a lot more space that they could use, and they thrived because of it. Back-to-back kills. And if Manny doesn't sneak in that final kill, maybe it's Palm Villains that pull off one of the craziest comebacks that we've seen in Series E history, but that's neither here nor there. Game number 3. Oddball Streets coming up next. There's no more chances here. There's one team that's making it to the grand finals. There's one team that's going home.
I think this is like the first oddball that we're going to see on stream as well. So get ready to buckle on in. This one could be going for a very long time. It's not unusual to see 20-minute games of oddball. And we've seen these teams are back and forth the entire time. We haven't really seen a clear and concise win this entire time from either of these teams. It's been back and forth, lead change after lead change. And I'm excited to see how this all culminates in a Game 3 finish.
This series has been an absolute war. And oh man, Oddball Streets, you know, this is not a map and game type combination that gets calmer. Like Streets, it gets crazy. You know, setups have to get broken some way, somehow, and sometimes you got to dive right in, and it becomes a battle of who wants it more. Streets is an excellent way to end our series, and it's what we're going to see right now. Losers bracket finals, rocket, stalker rifle, bulldog, the thrust, drop wall, everything you need in life. Palm Villains start off 3 down.
Native Red doing a great job getting the damage, and Soul Snipe wraps back towards this ball. Expect to see him holding a lot of this time. And Manny, oh, Manny with the rockets ready for this push. He was only able to get one. The red gun is going to be able to get the kill, and now Native Red has to think about this play. If I'm Soul Snipe, I'm thinking about maybe throwing that down into the middle. Instead, they're going to try to wrap back to get some of these kills, but you can't let him get away. And oh no, that's a backbreaker at the back base as the ball rotates back to Palm Villains.
Thought they were able to drop that ball and get the kills they were looking for, but Palm Villains break right through, and now to get a chance to tie up this game here. Looks like Manny crosses, Sparty ends up getting traded out. Diagram comes in with a shotgun. Double kill for him, almost able to get the triple kill. Native Red find himself 3 down. Avenue holding onto this ball for dear life. Trying to find out if he needs to rotate purple, rotate B, just waiting for the information to come in. And there it is. Native Red find their first kill. Palm Villains know where they're rotating to. This next kill gonna be so important. That stalker rifle backs down. Soul Snipe and right back in he goes. The drop wall gonna be enough for Soul Snipe not to get that kill. And it looks like Palm Villains continue to control Street.
What is Sparty able to do? This guy's unreal sometimes. He gets in, gets a double kill, and gets himself a stalker rifle as well. This thrust in his back pocket, really just a powerful position for him to have. That's one thing I think is going to be a massive change in Season 3. It's just no thrust for that stalker rifle, which has just been such a powerful tool of destruction.
Just a small lead for Native Red. Palm Villains find the numbers that they were looking for, and even Soul Snipe goes down right afterwards. Man, you can't quite find the kill with that Sentinel Beam unless your last name is Lopez. You're not able to use the Sentinel Beam like the triplets. Diagram. Man in the A side of the map, does he notice 3 players in front of him? Sparty, the first one to go down. What a double kill onto both. What a play by Diagram. Boo Boo Doo cleans up the final player, and Soul Snipe seems like it's only a matter of time before he's going to get taken out. Diagram with the double kill. Palm Villains with the break.
That's about one of the cleaner breaks you can find in a game. And look at Boo Boo Doo stat line. Although he only has 2 kills, he has 8 assists in this game thus far. He's really all over the map trying to put damage down for his team.
He and Diagram really are going off right now. You know, he's contributed to 10 kills. Diagram contributing to 11 right now, 0 assists, but we'll work on that as the game goes by. Suppressed. Dropping right over to the mid as you see multiple members over toward the seaside, but there was one player sitting over towards the laundry folding Palm Villains, and that was Soul Snipe. Palm Villains were not ready for that one, and with them going 3 down, this is valuable time being earned by Native Red. Time that Palm Villains don't have.
Oh no, it was so back and forth at the start of this round, and suddenly we're starting to see a huge lead spring out for Native Red. We have one more push for Palm Villains. And well, there's only one player alive for Palm Villains, able to stay alive. Sparty's red gun not able to get the kill, but it's a last-second desperation heave for the rest of Palm Villains, and they're not going to get there in time. Native Red run away with round one.
It was a close game for quite a bit, but like I said, Native Red run away with it, and they don't look back. Native Red one round away from making it into the grand finals. $1,000 on the line, and Native Red playing like they know it.
Druck instantly goes for that shock, and that nade actually going to be way bigger than I think people realize. It prevents the push from Palm Villains to getting an immediate trade. And now Druck stays alive with this shock, and although he's not getting any ball time, keeping the opposing team on respawn screen is the #1 priority. Soul Snipe finds another 2. They're spawn trapping them at bottom C, and it's going to take so long for Palm Villains to be back in a position to be able to push together as Druck is just ripping them apart.
Druck not only swapping off that ball to Soul Snipe because he's going off, but also has that shotgun in the back pocket. You do not want your power weapon holder holding that ball, so you see him go off with the double kill. Now guarded the B side of the map. Ball going to be dropped off for just a moment, and now rotated over towards the spawning player. Objective efficiency on top, and Druck says, hold on, I'm still not holding this ball. I got some slays to go with. Bulldog out. 2 quickly going down for Native Red, so that's a play ball situation. Palm Villains already on top of it. Druck already on top of them. What?
Oh my god, Druck is just on another level right now. He's flying through the opposing team. Sparty not quite able to stay alive. Suppress last alive for his team, but is keeping the ball out of Native Red's hands. But Soul Snipe picks up the shotgun, but it's not enough. Druck comes back, and I think Druck, he's eyeing that top position because he knows there's a red gun and a shotgun down or the grab somewhere over here, but his nade might have pushed it too far away. He's looking all over for these guys. He just can't find them.
He's AI scanning. He's like, where did they go? It looks like they might just be back on respawn. I'm guessing. I don't even know. Rocket's coming up. Druck somehow alive and absolutely going off. 16-8 at the moment here, but somehow Palm Villains are the ones to get away with that ball. Mid-map control in favor of Palm Villains. Diagram not able to get those rockets off. Boo Boo Doobu does end up taking down Druck, but Druck absolutely making plays. 3 down for Palm Villains.
Druck saw a red gun and a rocket in opponents in 2 opponent's hands, and he said, I don't care, I'm getting right up close to you. Uses that thrust to close the distance, gets 2 kills, and the ball back in Native Red's hands. This has been a phenomenal game from Native Red, and in particular for Druck. He's 19-9, double positive on this game thus far. It just feels like they need to prioritize taking down Druck if Palm Villains is going to get back in this game.
This was the bread and butter for Native Red, objective efficiency, and that's exactly what you're seeing here on Oddball Streets as Native Red continue to punish Palm Villains. Another 3 down here, more ball time being accumulated. Something has to change. Palm Villains need to change the tides here, and something tells me that's not gonna happen. Soul Snipe playing his life masterfully. Druck still absolutely going off like no one else can. Palm Villains might be out of this tournament here soon.
Yeah, Druck's really going to be this line of defense that you want to see. AR, battle rifle combination. He's waiting for the players to push up close, but Suppress and the rest of Palm Villains play that masterfully, right? Do not fall for the trap of trying to just push in willy-nilly. They wait till they all are coordinated. They get Native Red 4 down. And if you're going to come back into the game, this is how you do it, right? You start getting yourself in a coordinated space, get the enemy team 4 down. If you can replicate that a couple times, suddenly Palm Villains is in a winning position.
2 members of Native Red pushing up over toward the B side of the map. Right as the rocket launcher coming up, you see the 2-2 split as 2 members are also pushing up over toward the purple side, and just like that, Palm Villains go 3 down. Boo Boo Doobu gets a double kill to strip away the rocket from Native Red. Somehow comes right back, takes down the 3rd. That's going to be a killing spree being earned by Boo Boo Doobu, and he has more power weapons to work with. Native Red going to try to rotate this ball, but Boo Boo Doobu breaking down the defenses.
I mean, that was a great play by Boo Boo Doobu to get those rockets, to get those kills, but My God, Druck just flew in. Remember, they were on a 4-down respawn when Druck just flew in and got a triple kill to break his way in and prevent ball time from going more into the hands of Palm Villains. Unfortunately, they had to deal with a boo-boo doo-boo who was able to find some more kills and to even this one up. We see the shock and on respawn. Expect to see that back into play in about 45 seconds. And we're starting to see kills go in the favor of Native Red. This could be the game right here if Druck is able to take down these two players. Unfortunately, he's just gonna have to back down for now as he's waiting for some team help.
Doing damage onto multiple players so far. Palm Villains still feeling comfortable to hold that ball right around the corner from Druck, but you gotta be careful. Sparty and Manny break through, but end up going down. A bit of a 1v2. Druck tries to fight his way out of it, but it's not gonna happen. More ball time for Palm Villains. Manny trying to get involved with a couple of spike grenades. Hail Mary doing his best Aaron Rodgers impression. Nades are going to continue to go. That's 3 down for Palm Villains. Only one more player alive, and he's one-shot. Sparty is already beating down bodies here. The game's not over yet, but Sparty feeling confident as he finds himself yet another kill. Ball time for Native Red. Palm Villains push up.
Yeah, Sparty better be a little careful right there. You don't want to give yourself a premature burial, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes there was only one player alive. You got to make sure you go finish your kills first. But right now, Native Red's starting to get back into their groove, getting kill after kill. Sparty gonna start to shoot some bodies, some teabags going down. I'm sure there was some polite trash talk in between these games, as Sparty's starting to let the triplets know that this is his game. This is his grand finals. It's one last push for Palm Villains.
Sparty's handing out teabags, and something tells me Palm Villains don't like that flavor. Assault rifle out. Down to one shot, one goes, but not able to get the kill. That's going to force the play ball now coming in out of Soul Stipe. He was only a few seconds away from coming out with the win, but didn't have the timing that they were looking for. Suppressed, now going to play really forward here. Entry damage goes in, but Manny with the awareness of the remote detonation. Soul Stipe follows it right up with the second kill. No points really being put on the board. These valuable ones at that for Palm Villains. Sparty knows he's hiding in that corner. The double melee is in. Palm Villains is 3 down. Palm Villains going home.
Great game by Native Red. I mean, just a clear victory through and through. We saw some great efforts from Palm Villains, but it never really was close. Native Red found some early separation in round 2 and late separation in round 1. They're able to take the game 2-1. A phenomenal performance from Druck, by the way. I mean, what he was able to do in that round 2, Tony, I think was unmatched throughout that entire series.
Druck is him. There's a lot of people that ain't that guy. Druck is that guy. Oh my, the way he was able to just maneuver around the map, putting down shots, staying alive, everything's so fluid and so calculated. And I am at an awful words the way Druck played that. And by the way, it's when his team needed it most. We're talking about the losers bracket finals, one game away from either making it to the grand finals or being sent home in 3rd place, and that's when he clutched up. We're gonna find out if Native Red can continue to clutch up, because they have one more series, possibly 2 to deal with here in your grand finals. Double elimination, Halo Infinite, Series E, $1,000 tournament. Guys, don't go anywhere, because we come back. We have your grand finals.
Welcome back. We got grand finals. Tony unfortunately had to step out. You know, it gets to quiet hours over on the East Coast. I heard, guys, we heard the sirens. The police knocked on the door. They said, we need you to turn off the stream, and he had to go. So Shimoni, he here filling in for Why Not in our last match of the day, grand finals. It's been a late tournament, but it's been exciting, man. A lot of upsets. How you feeling about today's tournament?
I'm feeling good. Like you said, it definitely has been a little long. So, Tony had to go get to his hot date and whatnot. But we're here. We're going to hit grand finals. We have, of course, Aloha rocking with Bohm, Nero, some of the classic Esports Arena Red members, if you guys remember those days. Then, of course, Native. Way back. And then, of course, Native Red as well, coming from the loser side. This team has had a lot of close matches, I feel like, pretty much throughout the entire day. And we see it starting here nice and fast with Bohm going ham.
Yeah, Bohm trying to find the camo player, was not quite able to hunt him down, and Manny comes from the back. He says, I'll take care of you. The camouflage finds the kill, but Huss is trying to recover for this Aloha squad. Native Red just seems to have so much momentum behind them, winning gunfight after gunfight. Drux on the killing spree, and this flag is on its way.
Yep, they got the first flag pull of the game already. Didn't get too far as of yet. We'll have to see if they're able to finish it off. Like you said, the frags have been pretty one-sided, but, Drux just kind of running around, going wild. We see him here on the screen, and, he finally gets taken down. That's a 5-1 life, though. You can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, no, able to get so much value. Unfortunately for him, his team just not able to find any follow-up with that flag. And now, instead of Native Red getting that flag away, we see Aloha starting their run. Druk tried desperately to get the shot down range. He is able to stop the flag runner, and this should be enough time for Native Red to recover and get this return. But they have to deal with one last player. Manny hops right onto that Manny gets the return, but Aloha still in a striking position to play forward, to play into this base. With camouflage coming up in about 10 seconds, both these teams are going to be jockeying for this power-up.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of this game's going to be riding on those power-ups as always, and of course, specifically on this map, that camo is huge. It's coming up here in just a second, and they got it already. Aloha going hard. Huss doing some good defense, just throwing a lot of damage all over the map, just trying to get picks, put up some good opportunity for, of course, the camo player to make some plays as you see them, of course, pushing into the base once again. I mean, Aloha's looking really, really strong on this map so far. The pressure has been absolutely out of this world for their whole team, and another pick off Druk, but not able to keep it going. And Snipes up as well. We got pretty much control of the whole map. I mean, it's looking good. 2 down on Aloha though, so Native Red might have a chance here to finally push in.
Precision hits the body, but just could not quite get that last shot to land as he starts to clean up the rest. And Sniper v Sniper, and Precision's in trouble. He goes up high. He is able to stay alive. Wow. And now the help is back. Drux sees the respawn screen, but Manny has lurked underneath. He's getting into the back of the base of Aloha, and it's going to be up to Precision to hunt him down. He has an idea. His teammates are giving him call-outs. Here we go. Sniper right into the dome of Manny. Great job by Precision.
That's what you love to see. Got to hit the no-scope. He was waiting for it that whole time. And even just the movement to stay alive that long was huge. Able to kind of slow down that overall flag push. But switching over here, Neuro's gaming around. We were talking about ESA Red earlier, way back. I always got to bring it up because why not? Our original Nerf-sponsored player. Here we are, making plays like always. I love seeing these guys continue to make new rosters and always show up in these Esports Arena tournaments. So another great one. He's sitting out here back base, just doing some great damage here, staying alive for a really long time too, which is exactly what you would expect from his style of gameplay.
Able to find one more kill, and now he's gonna lurk. He's waiting for another player to come around that corner, but they're gonna dodge each other for now, and Neuronical's is gonna try to bulldoze his way into the back base. I did know, it looks like the player from Native Red wasn't able to leak all the way through. They had to come back. And now with camouflage coming up, it's going into the hands of Aloha. Native Red in a very dangerous position, trapped in their back base with a camo player coming behind Neurotical to start to make some impact plays. Neurotical going to be able to find the first. He goes up high, but Spartan able to neutralize 2 of the pushers with that sniper, and then hits the body for the third. Basically a one-man army of Spartan as he shuts down the push.
Sparty McFly, more like Spicy McFly, because that was an absolute spicy play. He took out pretty much the entire team by himself, like you mentioned. And honestly, I thought that would have been the push, right? Like, we haven't seen too many flag pulls, and Aloha taking their second or third camo of the game, but still not quite enough. Sparty just putting everybody down.
Yeah, Sparty's been doing a great job with a sniper thus far, but it's not unusual to see games on this map, Argyle flag, and 1-0, 2-1. You know, it's very low scoring most of the time, just because of how much you have to slay to really have an opportunity to pull these flags, right? You have to have that initial slay to get in and pull the flag, but then also the spawns after those initial slays often lead themselves to having quick routes to cut off the flag runner. So it's not unusual to see 2-3 rounds of slays just to get a flag back halfway, and then from there you're still probably going to have to deal with one last push to push that flag in.
Yep, and that's pretty much what we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of that getting through maybe that first or that second wave, but then getting shut down on that third and final wave to really get through that full push. But, you know, frag-wise, I mean, it seems like Aloha might be slightly ahead on the frags. It's definitely pretty even back and forth on either side. So it's about 6 minutes left here. Looks like Druck and Nero leading the kills with 12 each, but you know, we got to make some moves. Like you said, we need multiple waves of frags here. So probably waiting for this next wave of power-ups and going to see if we can make some action with that.
Yeah, everything is up. Camo going into the hands of Native Red for the first time. I believe it was Druck who had gotten it on his hands, but then he's immediately traded out. And Neuronical, I believe, got himself in a powerful position behind everyone. We're starting to see Aloha get kill after kill all go down. Sparty spawns up, and there's no one to help him as Neuronical flies into the base. But here we go. This is what's so dangerous, right? When you're pushing into the space, look at how these spawns make it so easy to play a defensive game as Precision walks in with the camouflage. Here we go. This might be it.
He's got the back base. He's got camo. He's got snipes. He has pretty much everything he would need. But let's see if he can actually make some plays, and not at all. Snipe puts him completely down. The camo and the sniper there. I mean, a little bit of pressure overall, but not too much. You can see Aloha pretty much all falling one by one, and we'll have to see if this flag's coming back, because it looks like it is.
Yeah, it's so important to execute, right? And hitting those snipe shots were what was important, and so often that's the difference between the top teams and, you know, the teams that are playing for top 8, top 6 at these major events. If you usually expect a team like Optic, like FaZe to execute on those plays, but that's why you play these things. That's why the Esports Arena Series E is around, right? It's about giving some of these players who are trying to compete at a higher level the opportunity to get some reps in on a high level, on the stage, on the broadcast. Love that this opportunity is back for these players.
Absolutely. I mean, we got a lot of the OGs that, you know, have been taking advantage of this opportunity for a long time playing in this match here. So you got to love to see just these guys have been around since, you know, Halo 5, or even just obviously right from day one of Infinite, just sticking around, keeping to the grind, and obviously proving their worth here. This is quite the set between these two players. And it looks like it might even end up going to time. Again, we keep seeing these flag pulls, but the defense after defense, once those respawns come through, they just haven't been able to get that second round of slays quite yet.
It almost feels like we're waiting to see a team make a mistake rather than a team make a play that wins the game. This might... Spartan not going to be able to get that camo, and maybe that's the mistake we're looking for, right? He went for that camouflage, got a 2 ahead of himself, and it's going to leave a camo grab for Precision. And he's going to be able to dissect into the back lines of Native Red. If he can find a pick and open up something for his team, this is an opportunity for a flagpole.
We need it right here. I mean, Precision with maybe his third camo of the game or so. It's been a little crazy, but he needs to make a play this time, and they need to get the second round of frags. 3 minutes left on the clock. This might be the push.
Yeah, they're definitely playing for the overslay at the back base. They're going to be able to get 2. Sparty McFly is in their way, though. You see him right in front of this flag, hiding in the corner, and he's going to be able to get the kill. That sidekick is so trusty in those close range fights. He goes in for an ego chow against Neuronical, and I don't know if that's necessarily the right play, remember, because Huss was there to pick up the flag, and now suddenly this flag awfully close to getting its way in.
And there we go. Aloha's getting the first cap of the game. The mistakes finally come out, coming from the Native Red side. And honestly, that might be all she wrote. I mean, that one flag, I mean, we saw how long it took to even get that single flagpole. So we're going to need some real solid Halo coming out from Native Red if they want to get another point or a point on the board.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, the first flag, it might just be a leak that gets through the floodgates, but sometimes all it takes is a little bit of water to leak on through, and then things start to open up. We start to see the teams playing a little bit looser, start to see the teams play a little bit riskier as opportunities are going to become slimmer and slimmer. Native Red getting those first couple of kills. It's a 4-on-2 advantage. Precision's up high. He's not able to get the kill, and this is a great opportunity for Native Red. They have all of Aloha on the respawn screen, and you're going to start to see the overextensions come through. It's going to be up to Soul Snipe to get these kills. He got the first, but not the second. But I don't think anyone's going to get there in time. Drux shuts down the next, and the floodgates were opened. It's going to be tied up 1-1. How fast of a response Native Red had to get another flag on board.
Yeah, that was almost the reverse caster curse, right? Where you call out the floodgates, and you were absolutely correct. They were indeed open. This more aggressive style clearly fitting the Native Red side as they rolled directly through. We saw 2 or 3 of the red members go down just for one frag on the blue side. So fantastic push. You know, now it's tied up once again. So we're pretty much right where we started, coming down to just a minute left in the regulation here. And I mean, maybe one push, maybe 2. It's really all going to come down to these last couple frags.
Soul Snipe with this sniper can definitely lead the way.
Ooh.
But he has to be able to find a player to take down, and no one's giving him a clear angle thus far. There's the first, the second snipe just short. And this player causing some massive havoc. And oh no, Bowman Precision get 2. And this could be dangerous for the Native Red roster. Sparty's trying to do his best to clean up the mistakes, but he's going to go down as well. There's only 2 players alive for Native Red, and this flag is soaring its way through. It's up to Manny to make the stop. He jumped over the head, but Manny gets the backspec. Huss is there. Huss did this previously. Last time he was the one that punched this flag through. Is there anyone that can stop him? Shots in the back. He gets around the corner onto the flag point. The last second capture to win the game.
3, 2, 1. That's gonna be it. Aloha coming in absolutely clutch. The last minute of that game had pretty much all of the action, but it was an absolute, just incredible standstill. Lots of back and forth there, but Aloha just pulling it out at the end. Incredible gameplay from the whole team. Love to see it.
No, I mean, absolutely phenomenal, and it was great positioning from Huss 2 times in that game to recognize the flagpole, know where to be, know when to grab it, and push it through. And now his team just 1 game away from getting the job done. Aloha has been phenomenal this tournament, and it's incredible to see how these players in particular have really started lighting up the Halo stage online. They were in the qualifiers for Charlotte. They got a top 4 finish. Now, obviously, this was with Monster instead of Huss as their 4th, but that was them taking games off of teams like Optic Gaming, FaZe. They were going toe for toe with the best teams in the game, and now it looks like they could have a dominant Esports Arena Series E performance today, looking to 2-0 Native Red in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's looking good. One more game. Obviously, you can see here on the screen, Aloha did come from the winner side of the bracket, Native Red from the loser side, meaning Native Red needs to not only win this best of 3, but another best of 3 as well. So moving into the second game, we got a Slayer match on Live Fire. I mean, a CTF match that was that long is pretty much just a really intense Slayer match anyway. So jumping into another one, I expect a lot of good frags, and starting off pretty quick here.
Already, that sniper going to be the main draw for both these players, both these teams. Looks like Native Red's going to be able to grab the sniper rifle. And can they use it to secure this overshield that's spawning up in just a moment's time? Heatwave also in the possession of Native Red, so most of the weapons going in Native Red's favor. But Aloha swarming towards this overshield.
They are indeed, as that's the main power-up that we're looking for right now. Most of the power-ups, like you said, did go to Native Son originally, but the frags don't necessarily tell the same story, as we're pretty tied up here, 5-5 right now. Manny really running the ship on the red side, or I guess the Native Red side, the actual blue. Oh my God.
Manny almost got that ninja. That was a scary moment right there for Neuronical, but he's able to survive. He gets the kill, but Ooh, that could have been a devastating blow.
Not what you want to see in the grand finals, I'll tell you that. Aloha does right now have control of the sniper. We'll have to see if they can do any action here. We have Bohm rocking it, hanging out in mid. Might survive. Looking good here. Mostly it's about just the control and the power weapons and, of course, the power-ups on this map. Waiting for those to respawn again to kind of move into that next wave. But, again, keeping frags even. Nothing too crazy going on. Just kind of trading back and forth, and that's kind of what you expect to see on this map.
We're going to see Bohm try to wrap into the back, but he has to take down Manny. Manny's expecting this push. Drop shield from behind, and it was Druk that sounded the alarms. Is a pseudo pinch that he's able to make. And now Native Red are going to try to take this momentum and run forward, but Huss was able to get 2, and Huss is able to get 3. Triple kill for him, and he's getting awfully aggressive onto Manny. He wants that overkill. Manny's not going to satisfy the hunger. Oh, no, Manny's going back for seconds. Huss is isolated by himself. Let's see if he's able to get back into this fight in time as Manny tries to dissect the back lines. Oh no, this is a devastating push. Native Red are all just going down, nothing going right.
Yeah, Huss absolutely went on a just unhinged binge there. He took out 3 of them. Then it kind of happened again. Huss ended up going down, but they got another 3 kills, which put what I thought Aloha was going to be up a couple kills there. But Native Red keeping the game close, keep getting those trades, which is solid, just not making sure nobody goes down. 2 alone, I guess you could say. But again, the power-ups are about to spawn again, so we'll have to see if there is going to be a big swing.
Precision's trying to get behind these players. Fortunately, no one was there for him to kill. He finally tracks down the player he was looking for, but it's only going to result in the trade for now. Aloha, the slim lead. Oh my, Bohm just took some heavy damage. I'm surprised he's alive as he rotates back into the tunnel. Native Red have a better positional battle right now as the power, as they're trying to take control of that middle lane. But Bohm X goes back for this trusty commando rifle. This thing can absolutely shred an opponent.
Yeah, Bohm somehow has managed to stay alive quite often. He's just sitting here armor swapping over and over again with the fewest amount of deaths pretty much of the lobby. But they finally do manage to take him down, switching over to Nero here as he's looking to do some damage, but he's not able to as he also gets taken out. And we're back on Bohm as he seems to be the player just looking to stay alive and do as much damage as he can as far as the support role goes. But again, also not able to get stay up as he's taking out back tower. So looking like a pretty good swing for Native Red, as that was, I mean, about a 5 or 6 kill swing that they just had there. So 5 kills up now, looking strong.
Yeah, it was great coordination from Native Red on those back-to-back respawns where they're able just to track down these players that they were wanting to take care of, getting kill after kill. And now Druk wants to get this over shield, a little bit aggressive right there with the heat wave. He could potentially have tried to go with the bait. I think in hindsight, he probably would have done that knowing that his teammates were spawning up behind him, but he just can't take it back. And now this lead suddenly is going to start to dip a little bit. That overshield going to allow them to push forward. Kills starting to move into the favor of Aloha as Neuronical's is looking for anyone. He's wishing he had a repulse so he could get up high. Instead, he's going to have to take the long way around. And I think he just got stuck back to back sticks. He's done. Oh my God, two little spike grenades right on his chest.
Yeah, that was a pretty brutal double stick if I do say so myself. And that was honestly enough. Aloha did kind of the same thing that Native Red just did to them. Went on a full binge there, brought the score back to within 2 kills now, which was great because that was about a 5-kill differential there. So bringing it back. It's nice and tight here. Aloha needs to win this game as that would be the end of the Esports Arena tournament for the day. They would win 2-0 in grand finals. So it's all on Native Red's shoulders here. Tied up 34.
Neurotical gets up close, unfortunately trades out with that heat wave. You want to be able to get that kill, keep storming your way forward, but Aloha is not stopping anytime soon. They get this game to even. Bohm needs to stay alive. He's been so effective at it this game. Only 7 deaths. He's so effective at just taking damage, putting it back down, and then staying alive and buying time for his team. You're never really going to see him die for free.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. He just keeps backing up, getting those armor swaps, coming back to life. That's exactly what we need to see. And another big kill coming out from him. Sniper picks up one as well. Ooh, okay. All right, Native Red, we see you. That was a big swing. And that's exactly what Native Red needed as we get towards the end of the game here. 7 more kills needed for Native Red to push this to a game 3.
And now Native Red wants to get this overshield. They don't. Oh, so unfortunate for Aloha. They're all there ready to melt. But unfortunately, they weren't able to kill Spartan in time. He's going to be able to pop that overshield. The extra shield's not going to be going in favor of Aloha. And that's what's more important for Native Red. It's not necessarily getting the kills with that overshield. It's more just preventing Aloha from getting it. But this game is still razor tight as we're going into the end game. There's only one kill that separates both these teams, but Druck has the sniper, and this thing could close it out. He hits the body, not quite able to get to that head. Now they know where the sniper's at. Aloha gonna have to get into the lab and decide how they're gonna push out this sniper player.
Yeah, Druck misses those first two, decides to relocate himself a little bit, try to mess with the team's energy, but we need some perfect Halo. It's perfect Halo time, as it is 44-44. It's time to clutch up. Native Red needs these kills.
Oh, Druck just needed to hit some big shots. He wasn't able to do so, and the lead has changed as well as the sniper into the hands of Aloha. Boom, leading the charge. 14 kills and only 8 deaths for his team. Spartans finally able to take him down 47-46. Native Red, they smell blood in the water. Huss is not going to be able to get around that corner. The heat wave going to be so important for that kill. Native Red, they have the power weapons. They're trying to flood in, but Precision plays his life masterfully in the back corner. He's going to be able to take down 249. Oh, and it's the heat wave that gets the kill. Native Red continue on a 50-49 finish to force a game 3.
Oh my gosh, that was absolutely crazy. Coming down to the wire. Both teams needed that final kill. Always love to see it, but hey, it's a game 3. That's what we wanted. You know, it's grand finals. Yeah, right. You hate to see it go out 2-0. You know, reset. We'll leave that up to the odds. But you know, for now, we are going to get that game 3 Stronghold recharge. I would say one of my favorite maps in Halo Infinite. I don't know about you, Tools, but to have that be the game 3, potentially last game of the tournament, wouldn't see it any other way.
Yeah, I love Strongholds on this map in particular. The rotations are very fun. I think there's some devastating trip cap opportunities when teams recognize them. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see anyone take advantage of those. But I love a Strongholds for a game 3. I think Strongholds is one of the few game types that truly is like the better team is going to win most of the time. It's rotational Halo, it's position, it's playing smart. It's not necessarily about the kills, it's about playing the better game.
Yeah, I mean, these teams so far, I feel like have been dead even. Pretty much in everything we've played through, it's been even frags across the board. I mean, we just saw a 49-50 Slayer. You can't get much more even than that. The CTF match was down to the wire again, pretty much tied up the entire time. So, I mean, Stronghold here, we'll see. Maybe Bohm will just never die, and he'll just run around the map and hold it down. But right. this is definitely a big one of just, you know, managing your resources, you know, making sure you can control those zones, power weapons, etc. So, excited to kind of jump into that game 3 here. Aloha wins this, tournament's over, we're going home first place. Native Red wins this, we're moving to another best of 3 full reset. We'll see if they can take it home. So I don't know, what do you think, Tools? Do you think Aloha or Native Red based on what you've seen so far in this set?
I feel like this should be Aloha. Like the game 2 was definitely like in their favor at the end. They just gave up a power weapon. That heat wave going into Spartan's hands really was what changed everything, so they can be a little bit more on top of their timers. I think they have a good opportunity, but the flag was clearly their game. So I think right now they're playing just a little bit better. Native Red, I think, has the better potential. Like when you look at these rosters, I think people on paper would be, oh yeah, this is Native Red's game for sure. But right now, Aloha is just playing the better tournament.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, that's proves to be seen here with the W, or I guess no L next to their name. I figured there'd be a W, but there wasn't. But with, you know, Native Red, I'm gonna flip the coin there. I'm gonna vote for Native Red here going into this last set. I mean, Manny specifically, I feel like has just been fragging out completely. I feel like he takes so much control out of the game, especially in the beginning. Like, we see this game start, and then it's like he has 5 kills. Like, they haven't even respawned. How does he have 5 kills already? Right. But you know, I'd love to see kind of, you know, just the team obviously take more advantage of those, get those early power-ups, and then just really hold that on Stronghold. So I expect a pretty strong opening from Native Red, and whether or not we see them hold that throughout the entire map, you know, we'll have to wait and see. But I'm feeling Native Red on this map, so I'm kind of hoping for that full reset. You got Aloha. We'll have to see who takes it home.
Yeah, and, at the end of the day, I think everything's going to come down to that shock rifle and who can better possess that power weapon because of how powerful it is. On the side of Native Red, expect to see Soul Snipe be the player that has it in his hands. And then on Aloha, I believe we've been seeing a lot of split between Neuronical and Precision as the two shock rifle players. But Neuronical can absolutely take over games with that weapon, and so can Precision. So I'm curious. Precision playing all the way out of Hawaii last time he was on this game, it didn't seem like that was bothering him at all. And for him, time might be playing a factor. You know what I'm saying? It's like 7 o'clock in Hawaii. I don't know what time it is in Hawaii. It's just he's just starting to get down to his night.
What time zone is Hawaii in? Are they not?
I think it's literally the Hawaiian time zone. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. I'm gonna look it up.
Okay. We're just looking like
what time is it in Hawaii?
Oh,
it's 8:30.
Wow.
That's a pretty late tournament for a Hawaiian.
8:30
they
p.m. What time? What kind of time? I mean, I'm West Coast. It's 10:30. So
yeah, 2 hours.
Yeah, but the wrong way.
Yeah, I used to travel to Hawaii every once in a while when we would play them in college football. When I worked for my college team, and it's always a pain in the butt, like trying to figure out what time you were. And then the game is at night, so it's like the game starts at like midnight Pacific or whatever. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, I'm sure for all you guys at home watching this awesome tournament, you're thinking to yourself, man, when's the next game going to start? But while you wait, what you could be doing is actually browsing through all of the thousands of games you get with Game Pass Ultimate. PC Game Pass on your PC, Xbox Game Pass on your Xbox. And you can play both with Game Pass Ultimate, guys. I'm talking tons of games. Me, myself, personally, I'm a big Sea of Thieves fan. I think, Tools, I might have heard you talking about that a little bit earlier as well.
I love Sea of Thieves. I was so excited when Sea of Thieves was first announced. It hasn't been like a go-to game of mine, but I love that there's a game like Sea of Thieves out there. I think it's a phenomenal game. Love Sea of Thieves.
I pretty much only play it with Yeso. He's the one who knows how to make the ship move. I just kind of run around and scream.
Wait, so is there a Series E tournament coming up for Sea of Thieves? Did I hear Yeso right?
No, not Sea of Thieves, but we are, which would be awesome.
Damn.
I don't know if we could do Sea of Thieves tournaments.
I was like, don't know how you're gonna do that, but that'd be so
Microsoft,
sick.
if you're listening, okay? No, but we are expanding our Series E support with Microsoft. Of course, you guys might have seen the news of the Xbox Game Pass and PC Game Pass getting benefits for things like the Riot games, right? League of Legends, TFT, Valorant, things like that.
Yeah, you can unlock like every skin in League of Legends if you have Xbox Game Pass for PC, which is insane. Like that's a lot of money.
I wish you could unlock every skin. I do think you get select
or not skins,
characters. All the champions. Yeah, so you get all the champions. Yeah. You get all the characters in Valorant as well. You get like a little legend in TFT. So a lot of really cool things just for having the Game Pass Ultimate, which is cool. Especially if you're a League player like myself, who played from like only Season 1. So I'm an old school League player. But now there's like 500 champs that I don't have because I don't play anymore. I just like log on once in a while. So it's nice to be able to just like kind of play them all. But we will be doing a League of Legends Series E tournament coming up here in April, which is really exciting. As we haven't really got to expand into those Riot game titles yet. Of course, Halo Infinite is great, but now that Riot's kind of working with Microsoft, we're able to kind of expand that support and get some additional game titles in here. So League of Legends first, maybe Valorant, TFT after that, who knows? But really excited for that overall. And, honestly, even just really excited for some more Halo events, as we haven't been hosting as many over these last couple months or so, but we're gearing back up to do them every once in a while, do some kind of bigger ones like this. I mean, I think we had a 40-team bracket today, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's just on a Monday night. That's what I say, like 40 teams. I mean, poof. Y'all showed up on a Monday night. That's great to see.
I know. We're going to have to see who shows up if we do a weekend day next. We'll have to do something.
Yeah, dude, I'd like, hey, if we can hit like 100 teams on a weekend, bro, like, whoo.
Dude, if we do it on the weekend, though, Tony's going to he's going to have to leave even earlier for his date, man.
Yeah, no, we'll have to start at like 6 a.m. You know what I'm saying? we'll have to get it because everyone wants like the best of 5 experience too. It's like everyone wants the tournaments to go forever, but
like, listen, guys,
to see, man.
We started at 3 o'clock. It's my West Coast time, so we've been running for almost 8 hours now, and it's best of 3 all the way through and single elim. So just think about it. Just think about it for a second.
Just think about it.
Everybody think about it.
Tournaments take a while. Tournaments take a while.
Speaking of which,
here we go.
We're back. Yeah, we're jumping back in here. Game number 3, Aloha versus Native Red, Grand Finals. Aloha needs this victory to close out the tournament. Native Red needs this victory to keep it going.
Precision was able to get the camouflage right away and turned it into a double kill. And then on the way back, Precision and Bohm team up together to stop B from going into the hands of Native Red. And I love this from Husk, getting aggressive into A. They're going to keep the trip cap pressure on, dodging the grenades. That's about as perfect of a start as you can get for Aloha.
Yep, it was pretty much the exact opposite of what I called, which was that aggressive opening from Native Red coming out strong and seeing if they could hold on to it. But Aloha must have been listening, because they basically pulled that same play right out of my book, and they got the complete control of the map, all the weapons, and they still have a 2-hold here.
Ooh, Husk comes around the corner, gets the kill with the noob combo, and Native Red, they're just struggling to stay up on the same page all of the time, seeing them split on cycles. And ooh, Neurotical with the fade away shot. This shock rifle gonna make all the difference. He is so incredibly precise with this gun, and Native Red struggling outside the gate. And Neurotical stays alive for just a bit longer. Remember, that shock rifle is going to be important. So if Native Red can find the shock rifle player, pull it away, and get it into Soul Snipe's hands, that's how they're going to get their way back into this game.
That was an absolute dominant performance coming out from Neuro, exactly like you expected. Once he gets that shock in his hand, it's just really, really difficult. They have to really push a lot of pressure into him and get him off of it as soon as possible. Luckily, they were able to do that and take one of the sites for a little bit, but Aloha's not putting up that pressure at all, keeping that 2 cap, and they're just going. A double kill coming out from Precision and not slowing down. 3 down currently from Native Red.
Yeah, I love how fast they're playing. They really, you can tell they just want this tournament to be done. The way that they're just pushing into these strongholds, playing so fast, but there's always a risk to the plays that you're going to make, and Spartan just took advantage of it, baited the players into a hill, knowing that they're going to play fast, was able to get the kill just in time, and now suddenly it's a trip cap opportunity for Native Red, and if they can get the kills at the right moments, they can truly put them in a devastating spawn trap.
And they really needed this. I mean, they were getting absolutely out-fragged for the first several minutes of the game, but this full swing was huge for them. Like you said, that trip cap was close, but they weren't able to close out on C. They did rotate successfully to B and to take that back, and the 2 caps coming back up for Aloha. So they had it for a little bit, but we're going to have to see if they can keep it up. Is that pressure every time they push out the pressure, get a couple frags, take one of the sites, Aloha just answers right back and puts them in the same position they were in before.
Drake able to team up with Soul Snipe to get 2 kills. Unfortunately, his teammates went down back towards A. Manny doing his best to stay alive. Druck needs to win this fight, and he's just whiffing the shots. Oh no, Husk just absolutely obliterated Druck at top A, and it could have a devastating result to this game.
Husk is obliterating the entire lobby currently. 10, 3, and 6 right now. Absolutely unhinged. He's going crazy. Nero back up here, holding the sides, waiting for the team. Big fight here against Snipe. They go for the trade. Nothing too crazy. But overall, it was a full wipe on Aloha's side. Native Red, I think, took out all 4 of them potentially. So we definitely saw the swing. We saw all 3 caps
did they have a crash? Yeah, they had a crash.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay. I was like, how did they get trip cap?
Yeah, I was like, that was a lot all of a sudden. Does look like they had a crash here. Gonna bounce out, talk to the TOs, and see what the reset's gonna look like.
Yeah, I wonder when the crash happened is the big question, because I feel like the crash probably happened right when Druck lost that fight. So it's because it was weird, because Druck lost that fight, and then you would expect for Aloha to take advantage of that, but then suddenly they're getting trip capped, and I think that only happens if a crash happened in that moment. But you know, it wouldn't be Halo Infinite if you didn't have your couple stray crashes here and there. Maybe Season 3 will save us. We'll have to see. You gonna hop on and play some Season 3 tomorrow?
You know, I'm gonna have to for sure. You know, it's been a while since I jumped on. I was kind of waiting, you know, I was just biding my time. Valorant season just ended, so it's pretty perfect time for me to cruise in. So a little Halo Infinite in my life, I think, is necessary. Hopefully Season 3 does save us. Haven't had too many crashes today, which is definitely fortunate, but I would imagine we'll probably do a full reset. If I had to guess, I'm not too sure, but
I think so.
We'll wait for the final confirmation. But how about you, Tools? You streaming tomorrow? What are you doing? You playing all day?
No, I'm actually annoying my girlfriend right now. I'm visiting my girlfriend, so I don't have anything with me, so I don't get to play Season 3 until Friday. But then I'll be for sure on my phone watching everything. I'm here.
Yeah,
my
the
girlfriend's
microphone.
getting surgery tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I brought everything. You know.
All right.
I was like, I'm ready to cast if I need to, but.
Well, here you are. You were needed.
Yeah, I got it all remote, man. Hey, it's crazy, bro. It's like the laptop. It's all working out. Surprisingly.
Yeah, you were definitely needed.
But,
I mean, if we got like F tier casters coming in like me, bro, you were. You've
been doing fine. You're doing fine.
We're just trying to keep up, bro. It's all good. We're staying alive here, waiting to see if we can jump into this game 3. I haven't got any news yet from the TOs on which direction we're gonna go, but I'm assuming they're just trying to get the players back into the lobby. Again, guys, Aloha needs this game to close out the tournament. Native Red, on the other hand, needs this win to reset the bracket for another best of 3. This has been quite a best of 3. I mean, I feel like we saw, when every time we run a Halo tournament, the first couple hours of the tournament, a lot of 2-0s, right? A lot of really fast sets, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And then as you get into the beginning top 8, you start to see your first game 3s of the day, which is nice, like a couple of game 3s, which is cool. And now it's just like 49-50. 249, 250.
It's always the end of the tournament that starts to make you have to play a little bit longer. But
means the seeding was good though, right?
The seeding was good. I think the only thing that happened was I think Proton had trouble with the team early in the bracket. I think that's what actually slowed us down quite a bit. Is Proton went to game 3 in like round 2. But that's a team that did a lot better. I think it was Dog the Legends team, which is like the best mouse and keyboard player in the game. I think it's like debatable, but he's been really making some waves. And he was able to take Proton to game 3, him and Spar. So shout out to them. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get it much further, but it slowed that entire top half bracket down. Because usually, like you said, you expect the 2-0s, but they make it dicey into game 3. I think what we have to do is we probably need to ban like Oddball. Like we probably have to ban Oddball and capture the flag from the beginning rounds, and it has to be like Stronghold, Slayer, King of the Hill, because those are like the fastest game types. And then in round like 4, 5, 6, we start adding the other game types. That would be my one suggestion, how to make games go a little bit faster, because
that's not a bad idea.
Sometimes these things can go crazy.
Or even at least making game 3 those game types, right? So that way, if it is a 2-0, at least they're fast 2-0s, and if it's a game 3, give it to them. But regardless, guys, we're out here just strategizing how to make it even better for y'all as far as a player and a viewer. Speaking of viewing, we're back in it. Game 3, grand finals once again. We'll have to see what's going on. And also, Native Red absolutely crazy off the start here. This is exactly what I wanted to see last game, with them coming out strong, hitting those frags, taking control of the rifle. And that was a trip cap for quite a minute here, but they have managed to retake C.
So we did get confirmation of a full reset on the game. So Native Red taking advantage of that full reset. I mean, look how aggressive they've been playing into this game. This is exactly what you wanted to see from them before this reset, and they are just looking dominant. Aloha just struggling to get kills.
Yeah, it was a just DC'd out real quick, went back, listened to my feedback, jumped back in the game, boom. And now we're off to quite the start, I would say. Still holding that double cap. Aloha hasn't been able to really take control of the game quite yet. Looks like they're really just trying to position themselves and trying to make a move here. Can Sparty get it? No, Neuro takes him down. And this might be an opening that Aloha needed as 2 go down on Native Red side.
Yeah, man, he's being a harassing player right there at Needles. He's going to be able to get the kill and stay alive. And suddenly that push, it all gets stifled right away. And there was an opportunity for them to push to A. It looks like Huss was the only player that recognized it. He's going to get to A, and I think Manny's going to give this up. But they were able to get the trip cap on board. So although they get A, it's just going to stop them from having the trip cap bleed. They still need to find the kills on Native Red and get some control.
Oh, that was a big fight right there. I thought Manny was going to lose that, but I should never doubt Manny, as of course he has been fragging out all day long. Huss having a little bit of a hard time here in the beginning of this game. I mean, Aloha in general, as far as the frags go, definitely falling short. We're gonna have to see if they can pull it back around. Native Red still holding on to 2 sites, just kind of rotating around the map with Aloha, making sure they can hold that 2 cap for as long as possible, as they cross pretty much near the halfway mark with no points on the board for Aloha.
Yeah, this is crazy how dominant Native Red has been in this game. It's just been the slays. There's been no slays on the side of Aloha, and Druck getting a little nerdy with it as he shoots the weapon pad down on B, trying to get that chain reaction to go through. The damage is going to be enough to push them off B. Not going to stop them from capturing it, but it does put the damage down. They clean up the kills, and 3 go down. Spartan's going to be able to start his way towards A, and they're looking to take control of the map once again. A and B switching hands over to Native Red once again.
Yeah, that was pretty much a full wipe coming out from them. Sparty was the 4th member to go down there on the Aloha, or on Native Red side. So it was a nice little swap kind of on both sides. Native Red, though, like I mentioned, just keeps spawning and rotating around and keeping that full control. And even there, winning the full fight, 2 more go down and taking C as well. That's another trip cap. I think maybe the 3rd or 4th one we've seen so far this game, but so much aggression, great rotations coming out from Native Red so far, and Aloha's got to do something to break the formation.
It looks like they're getting close to capturing B, but the great nades from Druck and Manny stop that short. They're able to capture B, but it comes at a massive cost. They go 4 down, and Native Red has a decision to make here. Do we push for B, push for a trip cap once again, or try to force the spawns towards pipes? Sparty thinks they spawn pipes, but in reality, they spawned long haul, and they've already made their way to C. So now this is really an opportunity for Aloha after getting a blessed spawn. If they can get these kills, they can break out of this this steep control that Native Red has. Native Red 3 down. Bohm stays alive. Finally, Aloha with some life. A 2 cap for them after they get a 4 down, so they could keep trying to do more with this advantage that they have. And Huss with camo shock rifle as well. Everything's starting to look a little bit better for Aloha, but it's still a mountain to climb.
Yeah, I mean, Stronghold, right? We've seen this a bunch of times, even just earlier today in the top 8. We saw a match pretty much go from 200 to 0 to 250 to 200. So anything can happen in this once you do shut down and get that full map control, just like we saw Native Red doing the whole game. Aloha can do the exact same thing back, right? They have the shock here, full control. Camo's down, but they had it for quite a while. So
this is not looking good for Native Red. They need to get this kill on Huss right away.
Oh,
great job by Druck. Okay, that's a big kill.
But 3 dead.
Huss need to hit a couple shock rifle shots, but yeah, this trip cap's still in. This is a trip cap that can lose you a game so fast, especially if Neuronica wins this fight. He gets him off the hill for now, but there's going to be a player to fill in. They're finally able to stop that trip cap pressure, but Huss is trying to refill right away. Aloha might be playing a little bit too fast right here, as they're going to be a little dicey. It's going to come down to some individual fights. Huss is doing his best to stay alive. He's not going to be able to survive for much longer. Finally, Native Red able to stabilize their position, but not before 100 points of unanswered time comes from Aloha, and Aloha trying to keep the pressure on. Ironical gets a double. Sparty's the last one alive. Oh no, Aloha is roaring back in this game.
And exactly, it's pretty much full role reversal here. Is they're doing exactly what Native Red was doing to them, and you can see that on this map, especially like once you get 4 down and those spawns start coming out, like if especially if they force the spawns.
Do we have another crash?
Oh no!
I'm pretty sure that was that looked like a crash to me, but we'll have to see. Looks like they're still fighting. Looks like they're still fighting. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully not. We're gonna keep going into this soul snipe.
Is it Bohm?
Looking over at the crosses. I think we're fine. I think I was tripping for a second.
All right. Come on, Tools. Knock on wood. It's all right. We're staying up here. Yeah. We're still in the game. 198 to 128 here. And Native Red currently holding 2, but B and C are both swapping reverse. And Native Red does a little trade there. Aloha does have B, though, so we'll have to see what this next round of frag gives us.
As the Native Red had such a massive lead, that doesn't really matter that Aloha went on such a strong spree towards the end of the game, right? Towards the mid game, just because Native Red still has quite a bit of a lead. Soul Snipe getting a ton of damage down range. Aloha go 4 down. Huss is the first one to spawn, and they're not trying to push too fast. They know that the speed spawns are going to come in. This is essentially a devastating spawn trap, especially when you have the shock rifle in your hands.
Only 30 points needed to close this one out. Like you said, the trap's looking pretty clean. 2 go down on Native Red's side, though. It looks like Aloha might be able to break through this formation and make some moves. That's exactly what they need to do. They pretty much need to go on another full 128 binge in order to win this game. And they did it once, so there's no reason they can't do it again, but they're not going to get a lot of chances.
Spartan just threw that player out of the window, said, no, this is my hill. They're going to come up from the top. Spartan's out of shock rifle ammo, but he's just doing his best to stay alive. A and C control for Aloha right now, but Druck gets the pick, and Druck recognizing that C's open, and there's a player that spawned tower. They need to realize that C is going to be rotated to. It's Neuronical. Neuronical needs to win this fight over at C. He's trying to help his teammates at B instead. Huss is in a dangerous position at R2. He's going to go down quickly, and there's no one there to recover. This is game for Native Red. We're going into a bracket reset.
Well, it's exactly as I expected. No surprise. I didn't need any game crashes to get me to this victory, but Native Red was able to reset it. Such an aggressive opening that Aloha, even though they almost were able to bring it back, it was just too much of a deficit to bring back, as they were down almost by 200 points. So overall, another close, solid game coming from both sides. We saw them, both teams, take full control of the map several times. So love to see the back and forth. But we are getting a full bracket reset, which means one more best of 3 coming out. Maybe 3 more games of Halo coming your way. We'll have to see if it's another close set like that. But I'd say as far as a first grand finals, it was pretty solid.
I'm curious as to what our next 3 games are going to be. Do you have that happen to be on your hands?
Oh, I have it. It's coming. Let's see. We have... The first map's going to be... So we got another Strongholds, but we're going to Live Fire.
Okay, great. I love going back to Strongholds. I think Strongholds is the most fun game type to watch in Halo Infinite thus far, so I'm down for that. So then we have a Game 2 Slayer. What's the game type for Game 3?
Streets.
Streets what?
Street Slayer.
Oh, for Game 2, and then what's Game 3?
Aquarius, CTF.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a great best of 3. I'm excited for it. I wouldn't be upset if we went to a full 3-game rotation once again.
I did pick the maps myself, no big deal.
Hey, there you go.
Humble brag,
there you go.
But no, it should be a good one. Ending with a Stronghold, straight into another Stronghold. Love to see that. Definitely, we were talking about it before. Probably one of my favorite game modes myself. I feel like I like to play Oddball, but I do not like to watch Oddball.
Yeah.
So either way, I'm sure the players are just gearing up. Run to the store real quick, grab some milk. But never mind. We're jumping right in. Love these guys. We're already at it. We got the L's next to both player names. One final best of 3 for the night. Series E, Halo Infinite, $1,000 monthlies. We're back, running Halo Infinite. Love to see it. And we're starting off the game strong. Precision's already got the sniper. It's exactly what you expect to see from him.
Able to hit that body shot, but not going to be able to clean up the damage. Native Red try to get to A. Precision hits the head. Precision coming back for seconds. His teammate steals it before the bullet connects, and now it's an overshield that's going to shut him down. Sparty McFly able to set another player off the map. He says goodbye. Sniper to his teammates. Love that from Spartan. Unfortunately for them, all that damage, all this overshield, they weren't scoring during all this time, but now they're starting to put some great pressure down as they're looking to go for a trip cap jugular push right here.
Spicy McFly made his second appearance of the day there. Just an absolute lunatic running around tower, making lots of damage. But 3 down from Aloha side. Native Red really controlling the map here. They're trying to take A back, but we'll at least to slow the bleeding, if you will. But again, Native Red looking to see if they can do this again on another round of frags.
Got some great restraint right here from Sparty. He could have tried to flow on top mid, try to get some damage in right away, but he just throws some nades, goes back to tower, refills it. They're going to wait for Aloha to make the mistake, and Aloha might have made the mistake by trying to push Spartan in a close range engagement. He's going to hit perfect shot after perfect shot, gets the kill to go down for Aloha as Native Red can continue to establish their control. Overshield, the next big ticket item up for grabs, and Spartan, he's got his eyes on it, trying to control these spawns as his teammates are not here for the fight. Aloha has a great position to fight for this, but Sparty has his BR trained on that overshield.
Yeah, frag-wise, I mean, Native Red is absolutely outclassing Aloha right now, but the scoreboard doesn't necessarily reflect that as much as you think it would if you looked at the actual score lines. But Aloha doing what they can to kind of stay in it, just kind of slow the bleed and keep it to a 2 cap as much as they can while they wait for an opening in order to break this formation that Native Red has seemed to have pretty much the entire game so far.
Sparty getting awfully aggressive, able to finish off that overshield player, gets the heat wave, and while this damage was going down, they tried to rotate A while Sparty held down C, but just a hair too late on that push. It's going to be a reset for Aloha, and they're going to be able to keep the scoring in their favor. And now Spartan's in a little bit of an awkward situation, right? He has this heat wave. He wants to get up close and personal with it, but he just doesn't have any good routes to take a fight to get this heat wave into an effective range until he gets to top mid. He is able to get the kill. Sniper in his possession. He's going to look for some more. It's going to be 2 for him before he's taken down.
Great plays from Sparty. 3 do go down from Native Red, however, so this does look like an opportunity for Aloha to bring a little bit more of that map presence to it. Sparty's been pretty much owning C, just running around that tower this entire time. And at one, I mean, there at the end, we even saw him with Sniper and the Heat Wave at the same time. But finally goes down, kind of swings the wave a little bit back in Aloha's favor, but they still haven't been able to take that 2 cap until now, where they finally grab B. You can see Precision here taking that C spot just like Sparty was holding the rest of the game.
Precision, our resident Hawaiian player. The reason why this team is called Aloha. I think there is some confusion. Aloha, it's Precision is the only player in Hawaii. The other ones are in North America, but always cool to see that. I think this is it's cool to see that he's representing for the island and doing some making some big waves in the Halo scene. I know the connection can be frustrating as hell sometimes, though.
Nice. I like the big waves reference. Solid. Ooh, there we go. Great power. That's going to be C as always. Precision holding it down. He's still holding that sniper. 2 bullets left. Let's see what he can do as he pushes into B.
He's got his reticle right where it needs to be. Shoots those grenades. Man, he just was probably a half second away from jumping into those explosions and instantly being made one shot, but is able to stay alive for now. And you're starting to see the push for Native Red trying to get into this back B, putting all their resources in there, but it's Precision with the sniper rifle that's keeping them at bay.
And he is staying alive. He's just running around B. Somehow has managed to break a couple ankles here and there. Tons of damage as well. That was an absolute menacing performance coming up from Precision. And now he was holding C for a while. He ended up rotating into B, and I thought he was about to run into A as well and go for that triple cap, but just rotating back to C to keep holding that as the Native Red team has also rotated into C. They stopped that push, taking 2 down, and Aloha's looking really strong. The beginning of this game was kind of rough, but you can see they've been just completely controlling that tower, which is what Sparty was pretty much doing in order to do what they're doing to them. So love to see it. It's working out really well. The tower holds a lot of power on this map. And as long as they can keep that going on, they can always rotate back to B. But Native Sun's able to take B back, bringing that 2 cap back to their power. And we'll have to see what Neuro can do here now that he has the heat wave.
And Neuro's just trying to buy time for his teammates to come in for the action. He's going to hop into A, trying to bait Truck into the range that he wants him. The heat wave going to do so much damage. And now it's a tough spot. Native Red really don't want to push him over at A. This heat wave is going to be enough to keep him at bay, and it's a trip cap that's in favor of Aloha. And I think Neuronically are going to try to play really fast here at C. This heat wave can make all the difference. He's able to get one player to one shot right away, and he's looking for the second. He knows he's at top tower. He's shutting them all down. Neuronical dissecting the defense of Native Red.
Yeah, what an incredible rotate coming out from Neuronical. There's no way they saw that coming straight from A. Just sprinted across the map to C, got a double kill, and were able to keep the pressure going on. But it may or may not be enough to go down Aloha side. Neuro still just absolutely destroying. Thought he was going to be able to keep B, but it goes down finally. The 2 cap going over to Native Red. We got Bohm here sitting up. Putting some good pressure on B, though. It might be a flip back here real quick as Bohm makes a nice rotate towards mid. Closes that out, and now he's waiting for overshield? Question mark? Nope.
He's just trying to check to see if there's anyone that's staying over by A. I think he's going to give that info to his team. They're going to rotate there. And now he's trying to think, do I push for C? No. This is the thing. Bohm is a very effective at making sure he takes the right challenges, right? He's not going to try to give himself up for any free deaths. He's going to make his life as hard as possible. They eventually hunt him down, but he only has 7 deaths in his game, and he's always consistently low with his death counts in game. Unfortunately for Aloha, they just went 4 down, and Spartan has some plans of his own. He's getting right into the back. I consider that one basically an overkill. It just timed out, but this is where things can get dangerous. This is a trip cap that could result in some carnage on the map, as they're trapped over at back B. They're trapped at B as Overshield is going to come up relatively soon as well. So Native Red has a very powerful position, and Spartan's just been lighting them up. Killing frenzy for him. 10 kills in a row as Spartan is taking over this game.
He's going absolutely insane. He's dropping a 20 bomb already, and he's not stopping. I mean, he's on a killing frenzy. He's just running through it. I'm excited to see how high that number might climb. You know, it was an official overkill. But, you know, and he's honestly still going. He's just running around the map, just an absolute menace. We love to see this. Not a trip cap anymore. Aloha was able to rotate and actually take 2 of those sites, but as they fall back down, the 2 cap goes back in Native Red's favor, and 181 to 136, pretty close game once again, and Sparty is back in his tower.
Yeah, Spartan's trying to take these individual fights. Finally, you see Aloha get together. They find Spartan and they get multiple BRs on him. He's so effective when it comes to the 1v1 fights. And you really have to focus team fire when you're playing against Spartan, because his strafe, his shot, they're really some of the best in the game, unmatched in certain situations. And when you let him just continually take one-on-one fights, he's just going to create havoc on the map.
And we're seeing that here, 21, 2, and 9. Just an incredible stat line overall as he continues to try to put pressure on Manny as well. Great game for him. Solid pick on. Ooh, okay. Rotating through under. Double kill. Nice. Manny's just really pushing. Actually rotates back to C. Wow. Killjoy. Oh, wow. Incredible movement.
Yeah, perfect timing. Gets the kill, and they're going to be able to get C back in their possession. And you're starting to see the overshield spawn for Aloha. They're going to try to push into cuts, but it's Manny who's here ready to take down the damage. He's going to put that information into his team's mind, and that's a double kill for Manny. Great job by him. Huss has made one. That Nade's going to finish him off, and Precision's left by his lonesome, and he's not going to be able to survive much longer. Sparty shuts him down, and this is where games can start to swing out of hand. Neuronical's doing his best to buy space on the map, but it's a 1v2 that he's going to have to run away from. Overshield in Spartan's hands. They're not getting they're not able to get this overshield. And that's a big blow for Native Red, because they just got a ton of kills, but they weren't able to get that power up. And now suddenly this game, it's going to be a lot harder for Native Red to finish it out without that power up.
Yep, and we're seeing here, if Aloha already putting the 2 cap on, they're pushing for the 3 cap, really trying to make use of all of those power ups that they were able to pull there. Full swing. Pretty sure they got all 4 frags at the same time as well, or not at the same time, but 2 and 2. So solid swing there. Native Red answers back real quick by getting rid of that 3 cap, getting A on the board, and we'll have to see where they push. 206 to 221, getting down to the wire here as we enter the end game. Things start to slow down a little bit. Not at all. Huss going on a binge, almost gets that triple kill. Ooh, not able to quite get it, but his team does end up closing out all 4 kills.
What a play.
I think they call that a team ace. I've been playing the wrong game, but it's okay. As Trip Cap comes out, Aloha looking strong.
I love that from Huss. He gets the double kill, and he could like try to keep the spree alive with the triple, but he pushes him back and then stays alive and just tells his team, hey, look, I'm going to try to live as long as possible. I need y'all to get here for the help. And now suddenly Aloha's in striking distance of winning this game. It's going to be up to Precision. You start to see 2 players from Native Red trying to get here to stop him. He's going to be able to get the first kill, but the second one comes into his back. Oh, no. A death that you just can't afford. If you are Native Red, it's Soul Snipe who's last alive. They're scoring for now, but nothing is going right. They're all starting to see the respawn screen. This has been an insane game of strongholds.
Back and forth, 234 on each side. Native Red takes back C. Somehow, it's every single side is just flipping back and forth. The players are moving fast and rotating as much as they can, trying to keep each other on their toes. Again, every point matters here. They're tied up 234.
Neuronic's putting down some heavy damage into A, but just not able to stop that from changing hands. Fortunately for them, Huss was on the rotation. He's going to capture C for now. And remember, you can't score if there's players inside the hill. It stops the scoring. So although we're seeing these hills switch, we're seeing two caps. It didn't really result in any points right away for either team, but finally Aloha starting to put some separation. They're getting awfully close to winning. It's going to come down to some big shots at the end of this game. Huss trying to take them down. See, they're in it. They're going to stop it at 245, and it could be a potential trip cap. No, they're going to stop C just in time, but AB and the control Native Red, they go 2 down. Precision hops into B right away. If they can capture this stronghold and hold it for 5 seconds, they'll win the game, and it's a big shot from Huss.
Huge snipe coming out there. That might be enough to close it out. Can he hit another one? No, he does end up going down 247 to 238 here. So looks like C is going back over to Native Red, but A is going back over to Aloha. They're just rotating back and forth.
Look at this. Neuronicol is trying to play slow behind the box. He's able to get the first kill. The second goes in. It's a small play by Neuronicol, but it's a game-winning play. He doesn't push out too fast. He stays low profile, gets the kill, and the win for his team. What a battle of attrition between these two teams. That's like the longest game of Stronghold you'll ever see.
Yep. I mean, again, right down to the wire. I feel like Spartan had like 30 kills. I didn't see it at the end there, but it must have been absolutely ludicrous. I think everyone else at his team was more in that like 10 to 11 range, and Spartan just absolute 30. Aloha playing full team there. Everybody had a really solid stat line. So I think Aloha had that game, but Native Red overall, as far as individual play, Spartan was absolutely out of his mind on that game and almost brought it home for the team. But Aloha taking that first game. They've been in this position before. One game away from closing out the tournament. We're going into a Slayer Streets.
Yeah, I remember last time they were in this position was a 50-49 finish on the Slayer, so we could maybe expect to see that again. Or we are guaranteed only 2 more games at most for the rest of this tournament. We're coming right down to the end. Both these teams from the loser side now, after Native Red took the first reset of the grand finals. So we're going the distance, it feels like, in this game. Native Red, it's going to be tough for them. I feel like Aloha just has so much momentum behind them after that win in game 1, coming back in the way that they did.
Definitely momentum on the Aloha side. I mean, seeing both these teams play throughout all 4 games we've watched so far, it's been so close every time, nonstop action, you know. So I expect another great set overall. Slayer Streets, though, that's an interesting map. A lot of power-ups, right? Those power-ups or those power weapons have so much swing potential on them. I mean, what are you thinking? What's your go-to strat here? I know you said Aloha, but you know, how do you think the game's going to go? What are you focusing on?
I think it's going to really come down to the red gun and shotgun and control, right? Those are the 2 weapons that are so impactful on this game. And then if you can pair those with the thruster, it really is like a one-man army. So expect to see that have a lot of impact in today's game. I'm not sure who's going to be the one that takes that onus on them. Right now, if I'm Aloha, I'm putting my faith in Huss. I feel like he's been stepping up to the plate time and time again. Really stellar performance from him on the big stage, and he opens up with a double kill. Huss starting to put some havoc down range, and Native Red spawning all the way in the back of C. They gave up rockets. This is a great start from Aloha.
Yeah, I mean, again, we were just talking about the power weapons beforehand, right? Whether that's the shotgun, the rockets, whatever it might be. There's so many on this map, and they're so important to secure these specific frags. So we see Neuro with the rockets rolling in, picking a quick, easy frag up, getting some shots on Snipe in the back. That's the double kill. Still has a rocket. Can he close Manny out as well? Looks like Manny's rotating up. Neuro is right behind him. We'll have to see if it's going to be a 3-piece. Timer definitely ran out now, but he's just rotating towards Bohm and mid. And there's Snipe again. Not able. Druck gets him from behind. Nice save.
Yeah, awkward spot for him at the end right there. Just it's a 50-50 decision of which way you go. He just chose the wrong way. But the kill that he got on Spartan earlier gave the red gun over to Aloha, and that's the gun that you're really looking for, right? Making sure you have that stalker rifle in control. Rocket's often a 1-2 kill swing. That red gun, it's how you build killing frenzies in this game.
Never want to lose that, and a couple going down on Aloha's side, but they're still holding a pretty strong lead here, about a full wave up, 4 up there. Neuro staying alive, but way too many grenades. I can't believe he survived the first couple, but 3 going down on Aloha's side, and that's kind of the spin Native Red needed to bring it back to almost dead even.
Now Bohm's trying to stay low and it's going to be rewarded as a player just jumps right in front of him. And he's going to be able to try to go for the second. The shotgun's going to be too much, though. Soul Snipe gets the kill, and the rest of his team follows. Sparty checking all the corners, trying to make sure he can find the last straggler, but just nowhere to be found. Hiding in the back at Commandos. Neuronical. Does Spartan hear that drop? I feel like he should have heard this player. He is going to have the first shots on Neuronical. Great trade from Neuronical right there, but the early start from Aloha has all been nullified as the next rockets go into the hands of Manny. Native Red have control of most of the power weapons.
It's pretty much a reverse of what we saw right off the bat here, and Native Red have, I'd say put a lot of pressure in this mid game. Now originally down 4, now up 2, so a pretty solid swing, and it looks like Aloha is just taking this opportunity to slow it down a little bit. They realize that they're slightly outgunned here, and they need to just kind of take a minute, get some good positions, and see if they can find themselves a pick. Ooh. Precision poking his head out there. Luckily, there's not a snipe in Snollsnipe's hand, but that would have been nasty.
We're starting to see Soulsnipe's just getting information right, knowing that player's at shotgun's going to tell his team how they want to approach this fight. Sparty's doing his best to get that damage down range. Sparty finds the opening kill, but the trades are there. Soulsnipe knows that it's his time to go. He tries to get in, pushed back. Soulsnipe has the shotgun, but he's not really in a position where he can use that power weapon, right? It's making it awkward for him. If anything, I'd like to see him maybe get closer to Druck and try to consolidate those weapons onto one player and let Druck kind of dictate everything. But there goes the Stalker Rifle. Soulsnipe, the last impactful player alive for this team, and he needs to get these kills. That shotgun's going to go down as well. Druck, and they're going to be able to go back to get their red gun, but they did lose their shotgun in the process.
Neuronical's going a little crazy this game, looking real strong so far. Boom, not far behind him, 8 and 7 kills so far. Huss, on the other hand, was kind of a slow start, but he's finally starting to pick himself up a little bit here. We got rockets spawning in mid, and I'd say this is exactly the view that you want if you're Huss.
Yeah, this is where in Season 3 things could be really different. It was with that Shroud screen. This position might not be as powerful, but getting those rockets in this position so good for his team. Precision able to get the first, and he's trying to be patient with these next rockets, right? They don't want to waste the bullet right away. The second someone tries to go a step too far, he's going to send them to the respawn screen. It looks like Native Red deciding not to go to B.
Oh, there's Sparty. Somebody had to take the rocket. Sparty has been chosen. Easy double kill. Gets Manny as well. Precision looking real strong as he starts to really pick up some steam here in the middle game. 29 kills on the Aloha side. Looking nice and strong as they build themselves a 6-kill lead.
Yeah, and this is important for that player sitting at C. Native Red's going to try to fly their resources into C to get those kills, but they just don't have the timings. You start to see the kill feed light up red as it's Druck who's last alive, but Precision's going to try to take him down, and although he goes down, the information's given. They're going to be able to find the next kill. And Aloha starting to find some real separations. 9 kills, and it's about to be 10. Make it 11. Aloha running away with game 2.
Yeah, it looks like Neuronical's not messing around. He definitely wants to close this game out. He said, I've been in this position for the last hour. I'm closing this game out right now. 13-3-6, 14-3-7. Never mind, a killing spree before he goes down. Absolutely amazing. And Huss as well, again, also picking up the steam here mid-game, but Snipe is able to take him down and lighten up the kill board. That was a lot of kills coming up from Native Red there, but not even close to enough as they're still down 10 kills.
Yeah, there's a huge mountain to climb, and with these next rockets coming up, Native Red has to secure them. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If you let Aloha walk away with those rockets, this game is over. And the kill feed starts to light up red, and there's no answers in the kill feed as well. Neuronical gets to 16. He gets these rockets, and this is where you're going to start to see Native Red probably get a little down on themselves. They're going to get a little aggressive, and this game is just all over unless some miracle happens where Neuronical doesn't get any kills with these rockets and Huss somehow gets rid of the red gun. They just have everything, and they're rapidly approaching the finish line.
Yeah, I think this is the point of the game where we usually start talking about perfect Halo. However, I don't know if that applies when when the enemy has every single power weapon on the map. So if that's the case, then we'll have to see. One rocket does go out, and the second one manages to land its target. A double kill for Nero. 49-33. Looks like this is going to be the end of today. Aloha barely closing this out, getting reset in the finals, but having a dominating 2-0 performance in the resets. We'll never say never.
Yeah, I mean,
hold on, sorry.
Justin Bieber, right?
There we go. All right.
I mean, what a performance from Neurotical, right? Like really stepping up for his team at the end, right there. 18 kills as he starts to dominate the feed, and they're able to win this Series E. I mean, the return of Series E, baby. Shout out to Xbox Game Pass for PC for letting us come back stronger than ever. 40 teams came out today, and it's going to be Aloha who reigns on top. And I don't think many players, if anyone, saw this as the team that was going to win today. Really props to Neurotical, Huss, and the crew for getting the job done. They played phenomenal throughout today's tournament.
Yeah, totally agree. It was, I mean, overall, it was just such an incredible grand finals, right? All, was it 5 of those games? It's pretty much a best of 5. There we go. All 5 of those games, all super close, right? Even there at the end. So, you know, great Halo is what we're here for, right? That's the best part about these Series E Halo Infinite events is, you know, you can build whatever team you want. Like, it doesn't always have to be your normal roster. We get to see a lot of like interesting teams. We get to see a lot of interesting matchups that we don't get to watch outside of like the HCS stuff. So it's, you know, it's great to see these kind of competitions. I love having all the players come out. 40 teams, that's huge. That was a blast. It's a Monday afternoon when we do these things. So having 40 teams come out and participate just shows all the love for Halo Infinite. With Season 3 coming out tomorrow, I can only imagine that the hype's going to go up even more. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. It's all thanks to Microsoft and the PC Game Pass that we're able to do events like this. Make sure you guys check it out. If you don't have it, there's tons of benefits, especially with the new Riot partnership that just came out, guys. You can unlock all the League of Legends champions. You can unlock all of the Riot champions. You get you get TFT Little Legends, all these different things that you get by just having Game Pass Ultimate on top of the thousands of games that you can play on your PC and, of course, your Xbox, guys. So huge shout out to Microsoft, huge shout out to PC Game Pass. We love all that. And we're going to keep bringing you guys more action. Next month, we're bringing some League of Legends action your guys' way. And, of course, we'll have more Halo Infinite and other amazing Microsoft titles as well. But, I mean, I don't know about you, Tools, but I think tonight was a night full of Halo Infinite. If you guys miss any of the action, you guys can, of course, catch on our VOD or cruise over to our YouTube channel /Esports Arena. And other than that, I mean, follow us at Esports Arena on Twitter, all that kind of stuff. Join in the conversation. We'll be posting about the winners, Neuro, Boom. You know, you got to love seeing Esports Arena, the OG Esports Arena Red. I'm going to say it one more time because I've been saying it all day, right? This was the first team we sponsored in Halo. Of course, Collect didn't play today. I saw him tweeting about it. Wasn't able to put together a roster, I think. But, you know, we'll see the rest of the boys soon, Rami and all them. But love to see them taking home the W. $1,000 taking home. Amazing W. Tools, close us out.
Oh, that's great. I'm just glad Series E is back. Aloha make the job easy enough. Neurotical is your MVP. I think Huss performed admirably today as well. Bohm was doing an incredible job at staying alive. Everyone was just really working together to create this moment today, and really just props to them for getting the job done. It was a grind today. Well, it's like 12:30 Utah time right now, so I'm getting ready. I'm gonna go get in the bed right away, and I'm excited to see Series E is back, and I'm excited to see all the teams that sign up next time, guys. Make sure you're here and you play for your fight for your $1,000.
Well, tell your girlfriend thanks for letting us keep you up late. Shout out to Why Not. I'm sure he's asleep himself in his nice big comfy bed. So shout out to everybody, all the production and talent that helped us out today. And Yeso, why don't you close us out? Thanks, guys.
Much love to Why Not, sliding through as always, doing a great job. Much love to Shimonahi for jumping on a great grenade for me. That normally would have been me in the booth, but a little bit of a sore throat, and if I was casting tonight, I would probably be useless for the rest of the week. So much love to him for taking a bullet for me there. And Tools, right back at you, my friend. Shout out to you taking it on vacay out in Utah. So well done. Fun cast from you today, my friend, and enjoy the rest of your trip. Enjoy Utah. Enjoy that winter weather, my friend, and we'll see you back here next time Halo comes around for Series E. But that's going to do it, folks. Aloha with the big win. They're going to take the dub with the return here for Halo Infinite to Series E, so welcome back. Of course, we're incredibly excited about what's to come with League of Legends next month here. with Series E. As I told you earlier, keep an eye on esportsarena.com as well as our Twitter feed at esportsarena for more information when that comes out. We will have the date and all the details you'll need very, very soon, so just keep an eye open for all that good stuff. But that's going to do it for us tonight. Dark tomorrow afternoon, but we're back with Series E Apex Legends on Wednesday to finish the week out with Apex Legends, Guilty Gear Strive, and Multiverses. So we'll see you then. That's it for me, for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena. Thanks so much for joining us here tonight. Have a wonderful rest of your day. We'll see you later.